I also seize the opportunity offered to me here to thank all our bilateral, multilateral, and private technical and financial partners who have been supporting us or who have promised to support us in the future. I should also like to invite those who have not yet done so to take the decision to join us and to support us in our reconstruction and in consolidating our economic, social, and security fabric. President, ladies and gentlemen, the people of our countries, whether they be rich or poor, powerful or weak, need a safe, peaceful world where they can all live serenely and fully exercise their rights. However, the Sahel region today is a hotbed of armed groups who are holding sway throughout the world. These groups are a threat, not only upon the security of this region, but also upon the security of the rest of the world. If nothing is done to come to their aid decisively and urgently in the countries of this region, we run the risk of a resurgence of terrorism in the countries of the Gulf of Guinea, and then in the rest of the world, starting in Europe, which is the closest continent to Africa. No precautions or prevention measures will prevent terrorism from then crossing the Atlantic if the Sahel is abandoned. And nothing at all will be able to stop the youth in the Sahel countries and its surroundings from giving in to the temptation of perilous immigrations to Europe through the Sahara and the Mediterranean if this youth has no longer any hope by staying at home. President, ladies and gentlemen, the Sahel is facing many afflictions due to terrorism and has become an arena for sterile rivalry and greed, which are exacerbating this situation. Rather than just looking at this bleak spectacle, the countries of the Sahara rather require solidarity and assistance, but not just any assistance and aid. This is the kind of assistance which allows us to move away from aid killing aid in a way and this is the kind of assistance which is in line with our convictions and respects our dignity. President, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, I should like once again to invite all those in the international community to exhibit greater solidarity to one another. This is the best way to meet the challenges we face in our time and to preserve the interests of all. Raoul Follereau said that nobody has the right to be happy alone. So let us ensure that there are no more ill-fed, uneducated children, that there are no young people without training and without jobs, that there are no longer those living in rural areas without lands allowing them to live with dignity, that there are no longer workers who are oppressed and lose their rights, that abundance for some does not mean lean years for others, that force does not prevail over truth and justice, and finally, that our selfishness never predominates over dignity for humankind and for all peoples. I can assure you that Burkina Faso will spare no efforts to provide its contribution to building a better, more peaceful and prosperous world in solidarity. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Faso, Head of State, President of the Council of Ministers of Burkina Faso for the statement just made, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Nikos Anastasiadis, President of the Republic of Cyprus, and I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Nikos Anastasiadis, President of the Republic of Cyprus, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, with only a few months left of my 10-year tenure in office, I stand before you to address the plenary session of the General Assembly for the very last time. I would have wished nothing more than for this address to have been a reflection of positive developments in what humanity has had to face or is facing. Like all of you, I would like to have applauded the results of the implementation either of the provisions of the UN Charter or of the decisions and resolutions of the General Assembly and the Security Council, which would have assured that any threats or attempts to bring into question the sovereignty, territorial integrity of any UN member state had been brought to a complete halt or minimized. That long-standing conflicts, disputes have been resolved or were in the process of being resolved in accordance always with the decisions and resolutions of the United Nations. That the need for the organization's reform would have led to the effective prevention of new threats and challenges to world peace. That through its new role, the UN would have implemented projects to effectively combat hunger and to improve the living conditions of hundreds of millions of people in dire need of aid. That the number of refugees and migrants forced to flee from their homes due to conflict or poverty would have been greatly reduced. That further, we would have been able to tackle social and economic exclusion, lack of adequate healthcare standards, and shortage of educational opportunities. That sustainable development would have finally become a reality of all countries and regions in need by establishing the necessary political and socio-economic conditions which led to stability, economic growth, and institution building. That measures for the prevention of climate change and its devastating consequences would have been implemented consistently by all parties involved. That terrorism and religious fundamentalism would have given way to tolerance and understanding. That the trillions of dollars spent on destructive weapons would instead have been spent on actions and programs aiming to bridge the gap between rich and poor states. And finally, that multilateralism would have been the guiding doctrine of all states. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in addressing the General Assembly in 2018 and referring to the weakness of dealing with the same problems, I had wondered, and I'm quoting, how is it then that we come back again and again, year after year, as a kind of ritual, to attest to the dismal lack of effectiveness for some and the embellishment attempt for others, for what is in fact our inability to fulfill the aims of the UN Charter. And I was continuing, why do the decisions of the Security Council remain in their overwhelming majority sheer certificates attesting violations? Why is international law and international agreements not implemented? Why do strategies and programs aiming at creating better conditions for people that are suffering remain wishful thinking? Esteemed friends, although I'm well aware that what I am about to say is well known to all of you, for the sake of history, I cannot but relay some truths which are leading to a declining path and gradual loss of credibility of the United Nations, an organization which was formed right after the Second World War to prevent new disasters, provide protection and hope to those in need of effective protection and action against all the challenges I have already mentioned. I know that what I'm saying may be outside the bounds of diplomatic etiquette, but I do believe that the obligation of each leader before history is not to overlook failings and shortcomings in favor of wishful thinking or flattery. That is why I will proceed with a review not just of the reasons which have transformed the organization into a repository of problems, but also to what states are required to do in order to provide credibility to the organization, as well as the ability to effectively impose international legal order or to consistently implement decisions and programs for the benefit of humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, in my opinion, the weakness and inefficiencies of the United Nations is due to, first, the fact that the international law is preceded by financial or other interests of powerful member states. Second, that despite the end of the Cold War, alliances based on common interest lead to tolerance towards states which violate international law if the offender is under their sphere of influence. Third, the resurgence of hegemonic tendencies by some states with the aim of creating new empires at the expense of smaller states and in violation of international law. Fourth, despite the declared intention of the Secretary General of the United Nations to proceed with the much needed reform and modernization, as well as its modus operandi and decision-making process, the lack of willingness on the part of the aforementioned states has not allowed for the implementation of such a change. And fifth, as a result of the same political expediencies, the United Nations, unfortunately, adopts an equal distance stance even when faced with the violation of decisions, resolutions, and defined scope and terms of reference specified to the Secretariat. This, my dear friends, results in emboldening offending states which not only disregard international law, but also create new precedents outside the framework of legality. Mr. President, I have set out the main reasons for the lack of effectiveness and also the weakness of the UN to live up to the expectations of billions of people. I know I may be considered as a romantic ideologist, but I believe that recent events and problems affecting the world do not leave any choice other than the taking bold but necessary decisions, such as identification of the causes that lead to unnecessary rivalries and conflicts and renewal of our commitment to a global order based on international law. A global order which ensures that peace, security, human rights, and sustainable development remains the highest values which we undertake to preserve and hold. B, political will and determination to proceed with the reform and modernization of the UN to a just and efficient multilateral governance system. And this reform and modernization process becomes even more imperative and urgent with the imminent danger after 77 years of a new world war following the Russian aggression and the illegal invasion of Russia to Ukraine. Distinguished friends, my reference to the need for reforms, to the structure and implementation mechanism of decision taken by the UN, does not only arise from my assessment as to other international problems, but also from what my country still endures and suffers as a result of the Turkish invasion of Cyprus in 1974. It is with deep disappointment that I heard President Erdogan claiming that, and I quote, "As Turkey, we want all issues in the Aegean Sea and the Eastern Mediterranean to be solved with the framework of good neighborly relations and in conformity with international law." How ironic is it for the Turkish president to put forward such a claim when every day he threatens to overtake Greek islands, or when he commits thousands of violations of the airspace of the sovereign and neighboring country contrary to international law? How even more provocative is it to express the desire to resolve disputes in conformity with international law when he refuses to implement numerous resolutions of the United Nations on the Cyprus problem and creates new fait accompli? How much in conformity with international law is his refusal to abide by A, the General Assembly Resolution 3212 adopted in October 1974, which urges the speedy withdrawal of all foreign armed forces and foreign military presence and personnel from the Republic of Cyprus, and the cessation of all foreign interest in its affairs, interference in its affairs. B, a resolution which, endorsed by the Security Council Resolution 365 in December of the same year. C, the Security Council Resolution 1251 of 1999, which reaffirmed its position that Cyprus settlement must be based on a state of Cyprus with a single sovereignty, international personality, and a single citizenship, with its independence and territorial integrity safeguarded in a bizonal, bicommunal federation. It also stressed that such a settlement must exclude union in whole or in part with any other country or any form of partition or cessation. Mr. Erdogan last year claimed that efforts should concentrate on reaching a settlement based on the so-called realities on the ground, whilst this year he spoke about the need for everyone to see the truth and that there are two distinct states and two distinct peoples on the island today. And I am wondering, dear friends, as to which truth is he talking about. The truth that 37% of the territory of the Republic of Cyprus, an UN and EU member state, remains under military occupation? Excuse me. The truth that after the Turkish invasion of 1974, 1/3 of the Greek Cypriots were forced to leave their ancestral homes. The truth that they have implanted hundreds of thousands of Turkish nationals to the occupied areas, thus altering the demographic character of the island, turning the Turkish Cypriot community into a minority in the areas they illegally occupy. The truth that Turkey has established an illegal entity in the occupied areas which is under its absolute political, economic, social, cultural, and religious control. An illegal entity, bear in mind, described by the European Court of Human Rights as a subordinate local administration of Turkey. Another question, the truth that Turkey tries to equate the state, the internationally recognized Republic of Cyprus, with the illegal secession entity. The truth that the above proclamation of the purported secession had been condemned by the Security Council and considered legally invalid. The truth that the Security Council called for its reversal, and for all states and the international community as a whole not to accept it or in any way assist it. The truth that they are trying to change the status of the fenced city of Famagusta, contrary to the UN Council resolutions 550 and 789. The truth that Turkey adopts its own arbitrary interpretation of international law, which reduces the exclusive economic zone of Cyprus by 44% at the expense of both Greek and Turkish Cypriots, contrary to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, as I have noted earlier, when decisions or resolutions based on international law are not to be implemented or enforced, then these, rightly so, could be perceived as fostering or even rewarding arbitrariness. This is actually what we are witnessing today with the Cyprus problem. Turkey, which systematically violates international law, calls on the international community to recognize its illegal fait accompli. Esteemed friends, unfortunately, this was the long-standing aim of Turkey ever since 1956. That is why, despite historical compromises by the Greek Cypriot side, all efforts on reaching a settlement of the Cyprus problem failed as a result of the intransigent stance and irrational demands of Turkey. The latest example being the conference on Cyprus held at Grand Montana in July 2017, during which, as regards the internal aspects of the Cyprus problem, the UN Secretary General assessed in his report on 28 September 2017 that and I quote, the core outstanding issues related to governance and power sharing remained few, and that by the time the conference closed, the sides had essentially solved the key issues of effective participation. Thus, while the aim of the Secretary General to reach a strategic agreement was within close reach, the reason of their successful outcome was Turkey's inflexible stance and insistence on maintaining the anachronistic Treaty of Guarantee, the right of intervention, and the permanent presence of troops. And I would like, dear friends, to recall the UN Secretary General's statement of June 2017, in which he stressed that progress in this chapter of security and guarantees is an essential element in reaching an overall agreement. Following a period of stalemate, and despite our disappointment, we undertook new initiative to resume the process from where it was let off at Grand Montana, culminating to the joint understanding reached with the UN Secretary General and the then Turkish Cypriot leader on November 25th, 2019, which reaffirmed the principles for the resumption of a new round of talks, namely the joint declaration of 11 February 2014, the prior convergences, and the six-point framework the UN Secretary General presents at Grand Montana. Regrettably, once again, Turkey undermined the prospect of resuming the negotiating process, and instead, in the meeting held in Geneva in April 2021, they presented their position for changing the agreed basis of a settlement from a federal solution to a two-state solution. Dear friends, nonetheless, our side undertook another initiative, which also led to a new joint meeting of the leaders of the two communities with the Secretary General in September last year, during which it was agreed that the Secretary General would proceed with the appointment of an envoy in order to deliberate with both sides and all interested parties so as to reach common ground for a new peace process to resume. Excuse me. Yet again, Turkey refused to uphold the said agreement. We also continue taking initiatives to break the impasse through a letter I had sent to the Turkish Cypriot leader in May 23 this year, by which I conveyed constructive proposals for the adoption of bold confidence building measures, of win-win confidence building measures, measures which unfortunately were immediately rejected by the Turkish Cypriot side, which submitted counter proposals in line with their aim for a two-state solution. Based on the above mentioned, I believe that it's clear that the Greek Cypriot community has exerted and will continue to exert every possible effort for the resumption of the talks in order to reach a settlement based on the United Nations resolutions. And as I have emphasized, the only way forward in resolving conflicts and for peace to prevail is none other than the unwavering adherence to international law and the UN Charter, not as arbitrarily interpreted by those who seek to disguise their revisionist aspiration. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, during my 10-year tenure, I might not have been able to enjoy what the vast majority would have also wished: the necessary reforms of the international organization, the resolution of international conflicts, and tackling challenges that affect hundreds of millions of people, such as hunger, poverty, and climate change. I might have not been able to see my homeland reunited with my Greek and Turkish Cypriot compatriots living in conditions of peace, prosperity, and stability. However, I earnestly hope that during my lifetime, I will be able to witness a better and more stable future for humanity. Thank you for your understanding.
En nombre de la Asamblea, agradezco al presidente de la República de Chipre la declaración.
On behalf of the Assembly, I should like to thank His Excellency for the statement we have just heard, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Nike Vurobaravu, President of the Republic of Vanuatu. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
En nombre de la Asamblea General.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Nike Vurobaravu, President of the Republic of Vanuatu, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, it is my great honor and privilege to speak for the first time as the President of the Republic of Vanuatu in this important body, the United Nations General Assembly. Let me start by congratulating His Excellency Saba Korosi on assuming the presidency of the 77th session of the General Assembly. I assure you that during your tenure, my delegation will work closely with you to implement the agenda you set in this session. Mr. President, your vision for the United Nations 77th General Assembly is fitting to address the myriad of global issues that confront us today. I would also like to extend my sincere gratitude to His Excellency Abdullah Shahid for his stellar leadership as the President of Hope of the 76th session during an unprecedented and tumultuous year. Your inspiring work for humanity has left a strong impression here at the United Nations and around the world. Mr. President, today the world is facing a profusion of mounting challenges, many of which are inextricably linked. We are slowly recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic, but recovery is becoming ever more difficult with rising debt levels and the looming inflation caused by the supply chain disruptions and rise of prices of fuel and food resulting from the Russia-Ukraine crisis. These challenges pose a major risk of global recessions and add to the rising humanitarian crisis that we have already faced with. As we gathered here, more families around the world are finding it extremely difficult to put food on the table, pay their bills and rent, and to meet the basic necessities. These hardships can be avoided by deploying smarter diplomacy and appropriate macroeconomic policies. These challenges are more harder compounded by an existential climate crisis that is already devastating our economies and our ecosystems. Over the past years, we have witnessed record heat, wildfires, severe hurricanes, coral bleaching, rising sea levels, prolonged droughts, and record floodings. The global challenge that we are facing impacts the poor and the vulnerable the hardest. Without adequate basic social safety nets and fundamental human rights protection, their future is uncertain. Mr. President, every day we are experiencing the debilitating consequences of the climate crisis, and the world is now demanding more ambitious action on climate at every level. This emergency is of our own making, is now affecting all people, those from the poorest to the richest nations. No one is immune to the extreme weather events now ravaging our islands, cities, and states. No one can escape the rising tides. Our youth are terrified of the future world we are handing to them through expanding fossil fuel dependency, compromising intergenerational trust and equity. Mr. President, fundamental human rights are being violated as we begin measuring climate change, not in degrees of Celsius or tons of carbon, but in human lives. The time is up. Action is required now. And that is why the nations of the Blue Pacific continent are leading a global initiative to bring climate change to the International Court of Justice, the only principal UN organ that has not yet been given an opportunity to weigh in on the climate crisis. We believe that bringing climate change to the ICJ is a global public good and will further support the progressive development of international law. In this very hall, working in solidarity with UN member countries, we will ask the ICJ for an advisory opinion on existing obligations under international law to protect the rights of present and future generations against the adverse impacts of climate change. We believe that legal clarity from the world's highest court will help to spur even greater climate action and strengthen the Paris Agreement. We believe in the norms and rule of international law, and we firmly believe that our existing international laws and conventions already contain critical protections for human rights and for the environment. Taking climate change to the ICJ via the General Assembly is not a silver bullet for increasing climate action, but only one tool to get us closer to the end goal for a safe planet for humanity. The leader of the Pacific Islands community to continue to demonstrate higher levels of climate ambition and collective action. That is why, beyond the ICJ, we are supporting several other tools to battle the existential threat of climate change. We call on states to join the group of nations proposing to include the crime of ecocide in the Rome Statutes. Acting with knowledge of severe and widespread or long-term damage to the environment can no longer be tolerated. The future of tomorrow, we are the guardians of that future. I acknowledge, congratulate, and commend the work of the Commission of the Small Islands States led by Antigua and Barbuda, Tuvalu and Palau to bring the issue of climate change as it relates to the law of the sea to the International Tribunal of the Law of the Sea. We call for the development of a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty to phase down coal, oil, and gas production in line with 1.5 degrees Celsius and enable a global just transition for every worker, community, and nation with fossil fuel dependence. It is critical that states must revise and enhance their nationally determined contributions to the Paris Agreement, as Vanuatu has completed last month, as we agreed in the Glasgow Pact at COP26. As you see, we are leaving no stones unturned as we seek solution to this climate crisis. And I particularly call on member states to support Vanuatu and our global coalition as we bring an ICJ climate change resolution before the General Assembly this season. Mr. President, the nuclear risk still remains and presents an existential threat for human species and all forms of life that inhabits the Earth. The nuclear risk is becoming even greater given the Ukraine-Russia war and the intense geopolitical tensions rapidly evolving before us. The lack of consensus on the recent non-proliferation treaty review makes it difficult to achieve nuclear disarmament. This division reveals that the NPT as a central pillar of international rules-based pillar is not seen as a priority by certain nuclear powers. This is a major cause of concern for our planet. Mr. President, just like most countries in the world, my country, Vanuatu, was affected by COVID-19 pandemic. Our economy is heavily dependent on tourism, and this was halted when the borders were closed. Our economic activity significantly declined, and households' livelihoods were severely affected. We have been fortunate that the labor mobility programs that we enjoy with Australia and New Zealand has allowed Vanuatu to export these services, enabling remittance flows that has helped household income and boosted our economy. Furthermore, since most of the population resides in the rural areas, the subsistence economy has been able to sustain the livelihoods of our population. To avert economic decline and social hardships, the government responded by implementing stimulus packages that targeted household incomes and provided finance to the business sector to keep their businesses afloat. The government has been able to do this because of accumulation of budget surpluses over the years. The government launched a nationwide COVID-19 pandemic program allowing distributions of essential supplies before COVID reached Vanuatu, and as a result, only a few deaths were experienced. And as such, the vaccines rate, as soon as vaccine rates reach 70% of the total population, the borders were reopened. On this note, and on behalf of the government and people of Vanuatu, I would like to convey my gratitude to all our bilateral and multilateral partners that have assisted Vanuatu during this very difficult time. The COVID-19 taught us a few lessons, one of which is that the need to ensure that digital inclusion is prioritized in all our economies. As soon as our schools were closed in Vanuatu, it was difficult for many students to have online classes due to the lack of connectivity. I am sure that this is not only a phenomenon experienced in Vanuatu, but in other developing countries as well. This is why I believe digitalization requires a concerted global response and action. Without it, the many goals spelled out in the 2030 agenda may not be realized. Vanuatu is gradually recovering from COVID-19 and tropical cyclone. Borders are opened and tourism is starting to bounce back. As stands, we are poised for economic growth of 2% in 2022. This recovery, however, is undermined by inflationary pressures posed by by rising prices, fuel and food. This recovery is also threatened by climate change and severe weather patterns as Vanuatu is about to enter into the cyclone season. Vanuatu's Category 5 cyclones are becoming a new norm. Mr. President, Vanuatu's fragile economic recovery is a story that situation not only unique to Vanuatu, but one that is familiar to most small island developing states, SEEDs, and other developing countries. Our economic recovery would require not only the domestic policies that will spur growth and build resilience, but which would also require complementary bilateral support measures. One way to do this is to ensure that SEEDs can have access to concessional financing. As we all know, the current international financial architecture and the criterion for concessional criterion for is inconsistent with current economic realities the SEEDs are facing. However, I am delighted to see that the Alliance of Small Island States are working with other United Nations members to craft a multi-dimensional vulnerability index with a view to access concessional financing. I join other leaders on calling on all UN members and in particular the development partners to support this very important initiative. Mr. President, our large blue ocean space has and will continue to present more complex issues that will affect the way we manage our people's livelihood. The 2050 strategy of the Blue Pacific continent sets out our region's long-term vision and aspirations, our North Star and guide to sustain a healthy, wealthy, and prosperous future for our generations to come. At this juncture, one issue that remains gratuitously complex since the birth of our nation is the unjustifiable and continuous colonial claim over our traditional sovereign waters. The rights of the indigenous people and their entire territorial waters within our region must be retained and installed in order to enable a sovereign state to shoulder and manage the ever-rising complexity for which the blue ocean space brings forth. In this context, the major security and political issue for my country, Vanuatu, remains the illegal claim of the Matthew and Hunter Islands. Mr. President, with human rights principles being so well embedded in the UN Charter, and despite countless pleas here in this august body, human rights violations continue globally across sovereign and disputed spaces. Here and across the wider Blue Pacific is no different. Drawing inspiration from the Secretary General's opening statement on Tuesday, global report cards will continue to remind our community that more still remains to be done. Mr. President, in closing, worsened by the deterioration in law and order in many areas around the world, the challenges before us are a somber reminder that we are still failing short from achieving the ideals envisioned by the UN Charter. The United Nations, as the heartbeat of multilateralism and global cooperation, remains well placed to address these challenges. I know that it can be done, but only if we trust one another and work together for the betterment of our common humanity. Our children are watching. Their future is in our hands. The time to act and lead is now. Thank you all for your attention.
En nombre de la Asamblea, agradezco al
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Vanuatu for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mahmoud Abbas, President of the State of Palestine. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
En nombre de la Asamblea General.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Mahmoud Abbas, President of the State of Palestine, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, Your Excellency Chaba Korochi, President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, heads and members of delegations, may the peace of God be upon you. I am addressing you today on behalf of more than 14 million Palestinians whose fathers and ancestors have lived the tragic Nakba 74 years ago, and they are still living the spillovers of this Nakba. which is a humiliation for the whole humanity, and especially for those who have conspired, planned, and executed this heinous crime. More than 5 million Palestinians have been living under the Israeli military occupation for more than 54 years. And I would like to tell you today, on behalf of the Palestinians, whom I am proud to belong to, that our trust in the possibility of achieving a peace based on justice and international law is unfortunately regressing because of the Israeli occupation policies. Do you want, ladies and gentlemen, to smother whatever hope we still have? It is clear, ladies and gentlemen, that Israel, which is ignoring the resolutions of the international legitimacy, has decided not to be our partner in the peace process. It has undermined the Oslo Accords, which it had signed with the PLO. It has and still is, through its current policies, which are premeditated and deliberate, destroying the two-state solution. This proves unequivocally that Israel does not believe in peace. It believes in imposing a status quo by force and by aggression. Therefore, we do not have an Israeli partner anymore to whom we can talk. Israel is thus ending its contractual relation with us. And it is making the relationship between the state of Palestine and Israel a relationship between an occupying state and an occupied people, nothing more. Therefore, we will only deal with Israel as such, and we call upon the international community to deal with it as such as well. Israel has chosen that itself. We did not make that choice. Israel made that choice. Israel is launching a frantic campaign to confiscate our lands, to build settlements, to loot our resources, as if this land is empty and has no owners, exactly as it did in 1948. Israel is giving total freedom to the army and to the terrorist settlers who are killing the Palestinian people in broad daylight, looting their land and their water, burning and demolishing their homes, compelling them to pay for the demolition, or forcing them to destroy their homes with their own hands and uproot their trees. All this with an official protection. Can you imagine what is happening? Israel is telling the Palestinian people, either you demolish your house or I will demolish it myself. But demolish it yourself with your own hands, it's better, because if I demolish it, you will have to pay the cost of the demolishing. Have you ever heard about this? Can you imagine what is happening? This is what is taking place. I have to demolish my house, or they demolish my house and they make me pay for it. Furthermore, the Israeli government has authorized the establishment of Jewish racist terrorist organizations exercising terrorism against our people. They have provided them with protection while they are aggressing the Palestinians and calling to expel them from their homes. On top of these terrorist organizations, I mention the Hilltop Youth, Price Tag, Lehava, the Temple Guardians, and many others. These terrorist organizations are being led by members of the Israeli Knesset, by members of the Israeli legitimacy. And in this context, we call upon the international community to list these terrorist organizations on the international terrorism lists. This is the only place they deserve. Israel did not leave us any land on which we can establish our independent state in the frame of its frantic settlement expansion. Where will our people live in freedom and dignity? Where can we build our independent state that will live in peace with its neighbors? We want to live in peace with them, with Israel. Where will we establish our independent state to live in peace with them? The settlements, unfortunately, constitute 751,000, or 25% of the total population, 25% in the West Bank, the Palestinian land which remains for us. Israel is killing our people with impunity, as it did with the Palestinian journalist Shireen Abu Akleh. You have all heard of Shireen Abu Akleh. She was killed with the bullets of a sniper. It means that the sniper deliberately killed her, and Israel recognized that the sniper recognized that he did kill her. And besides her Palestinian nationality, she also has the American nationality. And I dare the United States to prosecute those who have killed this American national. Why? Because they are Israelis. Israel is also targeting our sacred holy sites, Christian and Islamic, especially in Jerusalem, our eternal capital and the crown jewel. And I would like to reiterate here our attachment to the Hashemite custodianship on these holy sites. Those are the Muslim and Christian holy sites that are being targeted on a daily basis by Israel without any justification. Every day, here they are attacking the funerals of Shireen Abu Akleh inside the church, inside that holy place. They have attacked the procession, and this is what Israel is doing in the holy sites. Israel is also imposing falsified curricula in our schools in occupied Jerusalem. They are inventing curricula. With the same authors, they take the book and they change what is put in that book, and then they impose the curricula on our children to control what they are learning. This is a violation of international law. Israel is also disrupting the presidential and legislative Palestinian elections by forbidding the Palestinian citizens in Jerusalem to take part in these elections. And this has taken place in 1996, in 2005, and in 2006. So there are 3 precedents, 3 times where they did so. And they ask us, why don't you organize elections? We are ready. We have issued the decrees to organize these elections, and we have decided to organize the elections, but Israel did not allow us to do so. Therefore, we did not cancel the elections. We only postponed them. When Israel allows, or when some tell her that she can allow, or when some order Israel that they can allow for these elections to take place, then we will organize them. Israel is enacting racist laws, consecrating the apartheid regime. Yes, apartheid. And if they do not like the appellation, this is the truth. They are an apartheid regime. Not only between Palestinians and Jews. They are doing so against our people before the eyes of the international community with total impunity. Why isn't Israel being held accountable for violating international law? Who is protecting Israel from being held accountable? I have no idea. Do you know? Do you know who is protecting Israel from being held accountable? The United Nations. And on top of the United Nations, the most powerful in the United Nations. Why these double standards? Why don't they treat us equally with the others? Why these double standards when it comes to Israel? Israel did not hesitate to repeatedly violate our land, and recently they have closed the headquarters of 6 Palestinian human rights organizations. They want the law. They try to implement the law, but if we make a mistake, they hold us accountable and they say you have made a mistake. Suddenly, Israel considers that these organizations are terrorist organizations, and they raid their headquarters and they loot their assets. They confiscate their documents and burn them. They do whatever they please. And the whole world is saying that this is wrong, except for Israel. It is saying that it is not wrong. This is what Israel has done in the offices of these human rights organizations. What would it have done if they weren't human rights organizations? Ladies and gentlemen, Israel, ever since it was created, has committed heinous crimes against our people. When they destroyed 529 Palestinian villages, expelling their dwellers during and after the war of 1948. They have displaced a figure that some try to manipulate sometimes. They have displaced 950,000 Palestinian refugees, so half of the Palestinian people back then, 950,000, not as Israel says 250,000. No, 950,000. Those are the UNRWA statistics. So the UN statistics. And of course, now they account for millions. Israel has committed ever since and until now, more than 50 massacres. More than 50 massacres. Since 1948 and until today. And some of those massacres have been recently committed, and Israel recognized that it had deliberately committed these massacres and that they have targeted the farmers coming back from their agricultural land, and they killed them in cold blood. 50 or 51 massacres. The most recent of which was against Gaza, which was targeted with missiles. I will not tell you how many elderly it killed, but the New York Times, it's a US newspaper, so the New York Times said 67 children were killed in Gaza. Of course, they were carrying missiles, and they were in tanks, and they were launching missiles. 67 children, those are their photos. They were killed by Israel. Who is going to assume this responsibility, and why did Israel kill them? And I would like to give you lists of these villages that were destroyed, of these massacres that were perpetrated, and I would like to ask Israel from this rostrum to recognize its responsibility for destroying these villages, committing these massacres, and displacing the Palestinian citizens, and to apologize to the Palestinian people. After all this killing, they have to apologize. We call them to bear the legal, political, moral, and material responsibility. They should be held accountable. And the international community should hold them accountable. We ask the international community right now to hold them accountable for what they have done, for the massacres they have committed. And we will go to the International Criminal Court, yes. And to all the courts of the world. But first and foremost to the International Criminal Court, to ask Israel to shoulder its legal, political, moral, and financial responsibilities. I ask here, does the Israeli people want to remain a colonizing people forever? They have been so for 75 years. Until when? I would like to ask you, should we wait for a century or maybe for 2 centuries? We are the only people on this planet still living under occupation. Why? Why? You, as a General Assembly, you members of the Security Council, you advocates of human rights, why should we remain under occupation? What are we still waiting for? What are the Israelis going to teach us? Why should they be occupying us, or teach us, or kill us, or confiscate our land, loot our resources? Even the rain which falls on us is being taken by them, and then they sell it back to us. They take our rain, and then they sell it back to us. Ladies and gentlemen, we do not accept to remain the only party respecting the agreements we have signed with Israel in 1993. Those agreements are not valid anymore. because of the persisting violations of Israel. And although we have asked Israel to end its occupation and its hostile measures and policies and all the unilateral actions that were stated explicitly in the Oslo Accords, and which President Biden mentioned to me in person. He said that unilateral actions should be ended, and Israel was the first to violate this, and it is taking all unilateral actions while we haven't taken any unilateral action. And we do not want to do that, and we do not want to violate laws. But until when? Until when we will respect and be the only ones respecting these agreements? Therefore, it is our right, rather our obligation, to look for other means to recover our rights and to achieve a peace built on justice, including the implementation of the resolutions that were adopted by our leaderships, especially our parliament. 7 years ago, the parliament adopted decisions, and we used to tell them, wait for a while, maybe things will change, be patient, maybe the US or Israel will change their stance, but no one listened to us. We are making these decisions in order to preserve our national existence on our land and in order to uphold our historical rights in our nation under the umbrella of the PLO, the only legitimate representative of the Palestinian people, which brings together all the people, all the Palestinian people, wherever they are in the world, inside Palestine, in the refugee camps, and in the diaspora. All those who have the Palestinian nationality or used to have the Palestinian nationality fall under the umbrella of the PLO. Dear participants, the United Nations, in its different organs, has adopted hundreds of resolutions on Palestine. None was implemented. Is it possible? Not a single resolution was implemented. 754 resolutions from the General Assembly, 97 resolutions from the Security Council, 96 resolutions from the Human Rights Council, and not one was implemented. How come? Why? Why, when a resolution is taken here or there, everyone calls for its implementation and calls for implementing the international legitimacy, while all these resolutions were adopted for Palestine and no one cares? Not a single resolution. Implement one single resolution and tell us we have implemented it. We want the implementation of a single resolution. And right now, Resolution 181, which you have adopted. Resolution 181 is the resolution that we want to be implemented. We want you to implement Resolution 181. And with it, another resolution. Why? Resolution 194, because those two resolutions are preconditions to accept Israel as member of the United Nations. And Moshe Shared, back then, the foreign minister of Israel, said that he pledges to implement these two resolutions, and therefore Israel was accepted as member of the UN. But until now, neither resolutions was implemented. I want the resolution 181 to be implemented. One single resolution. It is our right to ask for its implementation. So go ahead, implement it and tell us that you have done so. We have submitted a request to the Secretary General to implement this resolution. Is it possible? Or are you going to ignore us once again, as you have been doing for so long? The State of Palestine will also start the accession process to join other international organizations. We were allowed to join as an observer state to the UN. We are an observer state in the United Nations. 15 million Palestinians, all of them educated, all of them highly educated, but we are only observer members. Fine. But this membership allowed us to accede to other international organizations. And starting tomorrow, we will pursue this. And it is our right to do so. And we will be joining the WHO, the WIPO, and the ICAO. We are going to accede to these organizations, and this is our right, and no one can blame us. The Security Council has adopted clear resolutions, the implementation of which will achieve a just and comprehensive peace, the most recent of which was Resolution 2334. In 2016, the Security Council and the United States itself submitted this resolution. The resolution was adopted, and 2 days later, Mr. Trump canceled everything, including this resolution, and came up with the ultimate deal and all his other projects that we have totally rejected. That was a resolution submitted by the United States and adopted with the sponsorship of the United States, but it has disappeared. Why? Because Mr. Trump rejected it. And I would like to remind you that we do not need double standards anymore. If we are prohibited from getting a full membership for the state of Palestine in the United Nations and protecting the Palestinian people, we have been asking you to protect us from aggression, but no one has done anything. And if no practical measures are taken to end occupation and achieve peace, we will have to resort once again to the General Assembly and ask the resolution to take the necessary legal and political steps to achieve that goal. And then we hope, we have the right to hope. We hope to be able to hope. We are living on this hope. We are confident. We are confident that the General Assembly which will fully shoulder its responsibilities. Ladies and gentlemen, I am confident that you will understand why we are going to take all these measures now. Throughout the past years, we have tried everything in order to convince Israel to go back to the negotiation table based on the resolutions of the international legitimacy and the signed agreements, but Israel refused and is still refusing to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, with all due respect to what the international community has done or has tried to do, at least, because they haven't done everything. So despite what the international community has done or tried to do in terms of supporting politically and materially our people and our just cause, it was unfortunately unable to end occupation and to end the heinous and continuous Israeli aggression on our people and to protect our people. We want to be protected. Please protect us. Protect us. We will not resort to weapons. We will not resort to violence, I promise you. We will not resort to terrorism. We will fight terrorism with you, hand in hand, but protect us from violence like you are doing for the other peoples of the world. Today, the occupying state is acting as a state above the law. Why? Do you know why Israel is acting as if it were a state above the law? Why? Can anyone answer me? No one will answer me. Surprisingly, states like the United States pretend to uphold international law and human rights, while at the same time providing, I will speak frankly here, while at the same time providing support to Israel, protecting Israel from accountability, and assisting Israel to pursue its hostile policies in contempt to the whole international community. Israel wouldn't have been able to do what it did without the cover or the support of these states. Honestly put, if you don't want to say it, because it is not politically correct, I will say it. Some of these states were partners at the very beginning in adopting the decisions that led to the Nakba of the Palestinian people, the famous Balfour Declaration. Do you remember the Balfour Declaration? Of course, you do not remember it because we are the only ones suffering its consequences. And after the Balfour Declaration, the mandate and the sustained injustice against the Palestinian people when they refused to compel Israel to end its occupation and aggression and to respect the decisions of the international legitimacy. Therefore, these states bear, along with Israel, the responsibility for the plight of the Palestinian people. Therefore, we ask the United Kingdom, the United States, and Israel, the three of them. And this is official. This is an official request. We ask them to recognize their responsibility for this major crime that was committed against our people and to apologize. We ask for remedy and redress and for compensation to the Palestinian people, compensations that would be decided by the international law. Whatever you decide, we will accept it. We want recognition of the injustice. And do you think this will take place? No. Sad enough, ladies and gentlemen, the United States and several European states, which are calling for the two-state solution and recognize the state of Israel, they say that we want the two-state solution, we support the two-state solution, we recognize the state of Israel, fine, but where is the other state? Well, no, the other state exists. It is there. Recognize it for things to proceed, for peace to be upheld. these states did not recognize the state of Palestine so far, and they threaten to use the veto right if we try to ask for a full membership in the international organization. If we ask, or when we ask for the full membership, they threaten us to use the veto right. To whom can we complain? To God. Palestine, the observer state in this organization for 10 years now, has proved that it qualifies for full membership. You have all recognized this. Palestine have been working seriously and in full responsibility with the other states of the world in the different committees and specialized organs, and it has chaired successfully the G77 and China. We are an observer state, and despite that, we have chaired the group and we have succeeded in our works. So why aren't we allowed to be full members? What are we lacking? Why can't these states recognize the state of Palestine and accept its full-fledged membership in the United Nations? Therefore, we wish, and therefore we beg, and therefore we plead, and we reiterate our request to get this full membership now. And we ask, why are you implementing double standards against us? We are the exception. We are the only ones in the world on whom double standards are being applied. On the other hand, I would like to call upon the Secretary General of the United Nations to work relentlessly to elaborate an international plan to end the occupation of the land of the State of Palestine, to achieve peace, security, and stability in the region, in line with the resolutions of the international legitimacy and in line with the Arab Peace Initiative. The Arab Peace Initiative has been violated by some, but it is there, it exists. The resolution is Resolution 1515, so why don't we implement it? Ladies and gentlemen, when we hear something positive, we acknowledge it. And yesterday, I listened to the US President Joe Biden and to the Israeli Prime Minister Yair Lapid and to other world leaders. I heard them supporting the two-state solution, and we are thankful for that. This is, of course, a positive development. But the real test to the seriousness and credibility of this stance, because we have had enough resolutions and enough words. So the true test to the credibility and seriousness of this stance is for the Israeli government to go back to the negotiation table immediately, tomorrow, to implement the two-state solution in line with the resolutions of the relevant international resolutions and the Arab Peace Initiative, and to end all the unilateral measures that undermine the two-state solution. You cannot negotiate with me while you are expanding the settlements and killing and demolishing. No, these unilateral actions should end, at least temporarily. You should end temporarily these acts and let us negotiate. If the negotiations fail, then you can go back to whatever you want to do. But if you want to negotiate, you have to stop these unilateral measures. The state of Palestine is looking forward to peace. Let us make this peace to live in security, stability, and prosperity for the benefit of our generations and all the people of the region. We want peace. We are fighting terrorism wherever it is. And you know perfectly well that between us and 85 states in the world, we have signed agreements to fight terrorism. No one can deny that. What more do you want? We are ready for this initiative. To conclude, I would like to tell my people and the whole world that I am proud to have spent decades of my life struggling with my brethren, the leaders of the Palestinian people. Some have passed and some are still alive, to have fought in order to uphold the rights of our courageous Palestinian people, which has given the best example of sacrifice. And despite all the conspiracies and all the pressure that were placed on us and on our people, we have upheld our independent national decision. No one can interfere in our independent national decision. No one can interfere. The decisions we take are ours, and no one can interfere. We are also attached to our national constants that are well known, and we reiterate our rejection to any orders or directives from whoever. No state can give us any directives or orders, whether big or small. We make our own decisions. I would like to pay tribute to the martyrs of the Palestinian people who have lit the way to freedom and independence with their blood. They will remain symbols to be remembered by the coming Palestinian generations, generation after generation, and we will honor the responsibility they left us. As for our brave prisoners, they are the living conscience of our people. They are sacrificing their freedom for the freedom of their people. I would like to pay tribute to the brave prisoners who are living martyrs. They have taken 4 or 5 life sentences. They are in prisons, but they are heroes and they are our leaders. Their freedom will be our fight, and we will not fail them until they are freed. We will not fail their sons and their daughters. We will not fail their families and their relatives. I would like to tell them and to tell our children prisoners. Some of them are 7, 8, or 10 years old, and they are prisoners. What do we do about that? Look at this picture. One child and 30 soldiers arresting him. Is it acceptable? Tens of thousands of children are in prison. Who can accept that? Which international law, which conscience can accept for a 7-year-old child to be imprisoned and prosecuted? Legally speaking, he is not responsible for his acts. And I would like to tell the hero prisoner Nasser Abu Hamid. Nasser Abu Hamid was indicted and convicted. Look at him, how he was and how he is now. He is waiting for his death any time now. His mother is asking to see him for a single minute. Why aren't you allowing his mother to see him for a single minute? She is a mother of a martyr. Nasser Abu Hamid is a hero, is a martyr, and she has among her sons prisoners and martyrs, and she wants to see her son for a single minute before he passes away. No religion, no law can accept this. From this rostrum, I would like to pay tribute to the mother of Nasser, the mother of martyrs and of prisoners. Unfortunately, the occupying power did not allow her to see her son, the hero, the prisoner, for a single minute while he is struggling against death because of medical negligence. He is a cancer patient. He is a prisoner. He committed a crime, but from the human point of view, he should be treated, but he's not allowed to be treated. He's not allowed to see his mother, and no one is allowed to see him even after he passes away. They take the prisoner who passed away, and they do not allow his family to take him back. This has been going on since 1967. There are martyrs who are placed in boxes with numbers away from their families. Who can accept that? To conclude, I would like to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, you as representatives of the international community and international legitimacy, that occupation will end sooner or later. So let us now, you who bear the responsibility for the implementation of your resolution, let us achieve that in order to build just a comprehensive peace instead of achieving peace with more sacrifice. Dear brothers, we have waited too long. We are tired. Do you have a solution? I need a solution. Thank you.
En nombre de la Asamblea.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the State of Palestine for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
Ahora continuaremos.
We shall now continue the general debate. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Charles Michel, President of the European Council of the European Union. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
En nombre de la Asamblea.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honour to welcome His Excellency Charles Michel, President of the European Council of the European Union, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President, Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. In Senegal, in December last, I met doctors and researchers, very passionate and determined to save lives. And thanks to international cooperation, they created within the Pasteur Institute a center for vaccine production equipped with the most promising technologies. And several months later, in Borodyanka, in Ukraine, I met with children and I saw in their eyes the horror of a war. And I've heard stories about violence against women, about rape, about torture, mass graves, the merchants of death. So I saw hope in Dakar and horror in Borodyanka. Putting an end to horror and choosing hope is the promise of the United Nations, and that is also what founded the European Union. And that's what we want. We want hope for the entire world. And for this, the European Union extended their hand to all of those who want to work together for the common good and to honor the promise of the United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I am going to be talking to you about hope. But first, it is unfortunate, I'm going to have to talk to you about war. Any war is a denial of humanity, and all suffering who are worthy of the same involvement, be it in Yemen, in Ethiopia, in the Sahel, in Myanmar, or in Ukraine. The Kremlin launched a war against the Ukrainian people, and hundreds of millions of women and children are thus targeted throughout the world. They are threatened with famine, they are left without heat, and they are crushed by the energy prices. The Kremlin is leading a hybrid war. This war combines armed violence with poisonous lies. The poisonous lies. The security of Russia is supposedly for years has been threatened, and I say this in inverted commas, by the West. That's false. The Kremlin is trying, and in vain, I hope, to mobilize the entire world against an imaginary enemy. Absolutely no one has threatened, attacked, or invaded Russia. And no one, absolutely no one in Europe wanted a conflict with Russia. What interest would we have in imperiling the security and prosperity of everyone? The second lie is that this war is supposed to prevent an alleged genocide of the Russian-speaking peoples in Ukraine and to denazify the country. It's false and it's repugnant. A genocide is a specific, intentional, total, or partial elimination of a national, ethnic, or religious group, and therefore no one, except for the Kremlin, would have remarked a large-scale massacre committed nowadays by the Ukrainians against other Ukrainians. And what is a so-called liberation, but it results in the killings of the Russian-speaking people and the destruction of their infrastructure of their cities? And lastly, the third lie is that the aggression against Ukraine is just a simple special operation and not a war. Once again, this is false and outrageous. It's a war. And the mobilization announced a few days ago of hundreds of thousands of reservists only confirms that. Banning the very name of war in Russia and imposing up to 15 years prison sentence for that does not change the nature of the event. It only shows its shameful character. It is a war. It's an unprovoked aggression, illegal and justified, which is trying to change internationally recognized orders by the use of force. It is not acceptable, and it's because we need to stop the Kremlin war machine that the massive economic sanctions became unavoidable. And let me now move on to the fourth lie, according to which the sanctions triggered shortages of foodstuffs and fertilizers. That is false. It was Russia, even before the war, which decided unilaterally to drastically reduce level of its grain and fertilizer exports, thus promoting the volatility of world markets. And it is Russia which decided to impose a military blockade on the Black Sea ports, thus making it impossible to conduct maritime trade. And it was the European Union which opened the corridors of solidarity by road, through which tens of millions of tons of foodstuffs have already left Ukraine. And it's an agreement broken by the Secretary General Guterres, which opened a naval corridor in the Black Sea, contributing to a price drop in the world markets and reopening the resupplies to Africa, Middle East, and Asia. And today, the pinnacle of cynicism, it is the Kremlin which threatens once again to not extend this agreement signed with the United Nations. And once again, it is the most vulnerable countries who will be the main victims of that. In fact, there's a very simple solution to end this food crisis which is threatening us. Russia needs to stop the war, withdraw from Ukrainian territory, and lift its blockade of ports. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, this web of lies clashes with a moment of truth and sincerity. A year ago, in a written statement which was published, Vladimir Putin affirmed, on the basis of historical fantasies, that Ukraine, according to him, is not a nation and is not a legitimate state. So this is what is at the heart of this thinking, but no one is fooled by that, and the sham referenda will change nothing here. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, in 1963, At the time of the founding of the Organization African Unity in Addis Ababa, Modibo Keita, the first president of independent Mali, said the following, and I quote, "Imperialism is a manifestation of domination by a man over another, of a society over another, of a people over another, and of the will to at any cost impose their way of thinking, their way of life, and their way of political and economic development." End of quote. Imperialism and revanchism. These are the foundations of this war of colonization, which is targeting Ukraine and which is deliberately flouting international law and the United Nations Charter. And it goes as far as threatening the use of nuclear weapons and of using at this time the largest European nuclear power plant as a military base. This must stop. This is not acceptable, and we support the efforts made by the IAEA Director Rafael Grossi to restore security at the Zaporizhzhia power plant. Ladies and gentlemen, I am telling you in the most solemn way from this rostrum that the European Union is asking no one to choose between East and West, between North and South. But there is a choice that needs to be made. And the choice of the European Union is to choose for the respect of borders and not aggression, for cooperation and not threats. It's to choose a rules-based order and not the law of the strongest. At this very rostrum, in 1948, one of the founding fathers of the European Union, the Belgian Prime Minister at the time, Paul-Henri Spaak, spoke directly to the Soviet Union. And he said, and I quote, "We are afraid because in this assembly, you have made yourself the champion of the doctrine of absolute national sovereignty, and we wonder how an international organization can reach its goals if this outdated and reactionary doctrine is triumphant." Ladies and gentlemen, today, Russia makes you afraid. The Kremlin brought war to Europe and is acting like a blackmailer. We cannot allow the destructive actions of one of us to imperil our common fierce determination to act for the common good. The European Union is extending its hand, which is sincere and loyal. We have many challenges to tackle together. The pandemic, very painful effects, especially for the vulnerable. The Human Development Index is backsliding. The rights of women and minorities are flouted, and extreme natural phenomena are multiplying in number. Recently, we saw this in Pakistan and Nigeria. And fractures are opening up between developed and developing countries, between democracies and authoritarian regimes. Fractures are opening up also within our own countries. Multilateral cooperation is collective intelligence in action. It is also the DNA of the European Union, and the European Union is acting as a force for peace, development, and the promotion of human rights. The European leadership aims to build using solutions with you. It's not our role to lecture. There is no teacher, no one is a student. And it is within this spirit of cooperation that we're working at the UN, G7, G20, and everywhere. And it is for this reason, and it is this spirit that we're extending our hand with strategic partnerships. With our African brothers, we have completely changed the program. Our partnership is truly between equals and forward-looking, and I would like to reiterate here my support and advocacy for the inclusion of the African Union in G20. With Japan and South Korea, for example, we share so much, and day after day we're strengthening our relations. With India and the ASEAN, we're widening our areas of cooperation. Our links with the Latin American continent are natural. And we expect and are looking forward to a lot for the upcoming summit to give new impetus to our relationship. With the countries of the Gulf, we identify our common priorities, and we have frank and regular dialogues on our differences. Ladies and gentlemen, we want the emerging powers, including China, to participate sincerely in the collective efforts for peace and development. We advocate maritime security. We advocate stability in the Strait of Taiwan. We recognize the principle of one China, but we will not close our eyes to the violations of human rights, especially in Xinjiang and in Hong Kong. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here at the United Nations, the home for peoples of the world. And we do know, every one of us, that a robust multilateral system implies mutual trust. But the current system is not sufficiently inclusive or representative. The use of the right to veto should be an exception, but it has become, we have seen it, the rule. A reform is needed and urgent. And let me share with you this conviction. When a permanent member of the Security Council launches an unprovoked and justifiable war, the war which is condemned by the National Assembly, that member's suspension from this Security Council, in my view, should be automatic. Ladies and gentlemen, we support the proposals by the Secretary General on the Common Agenda. And the Summit of the Future in 2024 should be a historic opportunity to bring in these radical improvements. The European Union is very actively involved together with the G5 Sahel countries. We are ready to develop links with the Gulf of Guinea countries. We also work with Mozambique. We support the efforts made by Rwanda and SADC. And with our High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security, Joseph Borrell, we spare no effort to try and bring back the JCPOA on the Iran nuclear issue. We stand shoulder to shoulder with the Afghan people, especially the Afghan women, and we will not stop to combat everywhere the obscurantism which flouts on a daily basis the rights of women and girls in all areas. And at the time where I'm standing here in front of you, my thoughts go to the women and girls in Iran who are courageously rising to defend their dignity at the price of their lives. In Yemen, we are witnessing a serious humanitarian crisis, and the people of Yemen have the right to peace. We support the efforts made by the Special Envoy Grunberg to convert the current truce into a lasting ceasefire. The peace agreements between Arab states with Israel is progress in the region, but the Palestinian people has been waiting for far too long and in vain for any progress towards its own future. The Palestinian people cannot become the forgotten entity in the global landscape. This two-state solution of Israel and Palestine peacefully living together with a security assured for everyone remains a priority. And I have an opportunity to personally become engaged in a difficult negotiation with the president of Azerbaijan and the prime minister of Armenia. Violence must stop, and the objective must be to resolve the conflict to bring in lasting peace and prosperity in Southern Caucasus. Leadership is to show the way, of course, but also leadership means delivering results. When it comes to energy security, we have been far too dependent for far too long, imperiling our security, our prosperity, our sovereignty. Energy and climate change are the two sides of the same coin. Overcoming the energy crisis means pushing back the climate danger. Protecting our biodiversity and our oceans is to safeguard our future. Climate neutrality is our lodestar in Europe. At the COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, we will strongly advocate to implement the promises of Paris and to go beyond. We want a fair and equitable transition. No country on their own can safeguard the planet. the European Union, honors its commitment towards developing countries, and we expect that other developed countries will follow suit. Ladies and gentlemen, about 1/5 of humankind is now in danger of plunging into poverty and famine. 1/5. And the Russian war against Ukraine compounds this crisis. Initiatives are underway, and that's a very good thing, by the G7, European Union, and others. The European Union is mobilizing about 8 billion euros for food security by 2024. But we would all know that more needs to be done. There needs to be more coordination, more money, and also more sovereignty. New agricultural models, more resilient, more equitable, are needed. More food sovereignty in Africa and Latin America is indispensable. And there also, we are ready to extend the hand to support the projects of fertilizer production on these continents, similarly to what was done for the COVID vaccine. COVID-19 opened our eyes to our strengths and our weaknesses. Vaccines were made in record time. And under the leadership of the WTO Director Odzi, a balance was found between intellectual property, scientific innovation, and universal access to technology. But we do know that we need to draw lessons from the pandemic, which hit us so much. And that is the reason why Dr. Tedros and myself, some time ago, launched an idea of a treaty on pandemics to strengthen global health security. Its negotiation is on the way, and we need to finalize it. Ladies and gentlemen, I am concluding. We understand very well we are at a watershed moment of our history, a watershed moment of the history of humankind. Watershed moment expression was used and reused but sometimes we feel that we're living through something that is exceptional, extraordinary. And I'm thinking of Winston Churchill, who in 1946, when you were talking about the failure about the League of Nations to prevent the First World War, he said, the League of Nations did not fail because of its principles or conceptions. It failed because these principles were deserted by those states who had brought it into being, because the governments of these states were afraid of facing facts, and to act while there was still time. Act while there was still time. As the European Union, the United Nations, is a project of hope, founded in the wake of the horrors of 2 world wars. A few days ago, my 6-year-old daughter all of a sudden told me and her mother that she was afraid of war. And it made my hair stand on end, because no parent in the world can stand it when the child says they're afraid of war, or that they're facing war, or that they are hungry, or that their children cannot be provided with care. No parent in the world can stand a situation where their child does not have a hope for a dignified and happy life. Preventing or stopping horrors in Borodyanka, in Yemen, or elsewhere, giving hope, as was the case with the doctors I saw in Dakar and elsewhere. That is the very nexus of our responsibility as leaders representing people in the world. And above and beyond our many differences, but above and beyond them, we all have red blood coursing through our veins. We all have hearts beating in our chests, and we have the same dreams of education and freedom for our boys and girls. I believe in collective wisdom. I trust that science and knowledge will give the world hope again. We need an awakening, and this awakening is now, and it needs to be together. And you can count on the European Union for that. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the European Council of the European Union for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Josiah Voreke Bainimarama, Prime Minister and Minister for Itauke Affairs, the Sugar Industry, Foreign Affairs and Forestry of the Republic of Fiji. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
Tengo el placer de dar la bienvenida al excelentísimo señor Josiah.
I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Josiah Voreke Bainimarama, Prime Minister and Minister for Itauke Affairs, Sugar Industry, Foreign Affairs and Forestry of the Republic of Fiji. I invite him to address the Assembly.
The President of the UN General Assembly, Jaba Korosi, the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Bulavinaka, and good morning. First, I congratulate you, Your Excellency Jaba Korosi, on your election as the President of the General Assembly. I also commend your predecessor, Foreign Minister Abdullah Shahid of the Maldives. Excellencies, in a year of challenge, I'm here to condemn not one, but three great global conflicts. The first is Russia's war of aggression on Ukraine, a scourge that reflects a brutal mentality of conquest and empire. No matter their might, no matter their size, Fiji is unafraid to condemn any warring nation. We owe nothing less to the Fijian peacekeepers who have sacrificed and paid the ultimate price for peace's sake around the world. We in the Pacific, who have lived the horror of nuclear fallout, wholly denounce Mr. Putin's threatened use of nuclear weapons. And I appeal to him, give diplomacy a chance to bring this war to a speedy close. We too condemn another war, the climate war, that humanity is waging on itself, on our ecosystems and ocean. This war isn't fought with bullets and bombs, but apathy, denial, and a lack of courage to do what we all know what must be done. This is a war we are losing in every community, in city, and country of every size. But small states, those least responsible, stand to lose the most of all. Yet we are not heard, not even it seems, by the leadership of some multilateral development banks. And so lastly, I condemn the Cold War of indifference against the citizens of small islands and states who bear the brunt of this superstorm of global shocks, from rising commodity prices to the climate crisis and the pandemic. Surely, as leaders, we have the capacity to defend peace on all these fronts. I ask, where is the world's courage to do so? I see that courage in the Fijian people I serve as we build up our country undaunted by these challenges. Today, I will share this story, not for the sake of pride, but because leaders should know the lives, the progress, and the aspirations they threaten with their inaction. I arrived this week from the funeral of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, a leader who holds a special place in Fijian history and in the hearts of the Fijian people, including my own. My fondest memory of Her Majesty was in London 4 years ago at a welcome reception she hosted at the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting. She walked over to me from a greeting post to say that she had asked the then Prince Charles to look after their other guests so that she could personally welcome me and Fiji back into the Commonwealth. It was a simple gesture, but a special affirmation of all that we had worked to achieve for Fiji's new and true democracy. For we had done away with an undemocratic system that relegated hundreds of thousands of Fijians to the margins of society by design. We had adopted a new constitution that echoed the spirit of the UN Charter's promise to uphold equal rights for all peoples, regardless of background, regardless of religion, ethnicity, regardless of gender, age, or physical ability or province. It guaranteed common and equal Fijian identity and citizenship for all citizens. The strong and accountable institutions it established and the protection it upholds produced an electoral system in which every Fijian vote holds equal value. And the Fijian people have used that vote to elect my government twice in the last 8 years. In our service, we have worked to advance the civil, political, and socio-economic constitutional rights of every Fijian, from the protection of indigenous land ownership to the right to clean water and adequate sanitation, the right to a clean and healthy environment, and the right to education, among many more. Since 2014, we have built or replaced hundreds of kilometers of water pipelines and improved access to clean water to over 80% of all Fijians. Thousands of Fijian households have gained access to the electric power for the first time, propelling electricity access in the country upwards of 96%. We have replaced or outright built dozens of bridges and crossings and lit up the country with thousands of new streetlights. We have built, upgraded, or rehabilitated close to 1,000 kilometers of roads. Poverty is falling, incomes are rising. The cost of data has fallen by as much as 98%. 95% of the Fijian population have mobile phone connectivity. And a national digital television platform, Walesi, reaches all 110 populated islands in Fiji. We achieved the longest stretch of economic growth in Fijian history. Among these wins for sustainable development, the Fijian education revolution is my greatest pride as Prime Minister. For the first time in our history, primary and secondary education are free. Not free in name, but free in fact and accessible to all. Textbooks are free, whether they travel by road, river, or travel by or ocean. Disadvantaged students, transportation to schools is subsidized. We have extended opportunities for tertiary education beyond what was ever thought imaginable. And today, Fijian women outnumber men in our universities. In times of crisis, our constitutional commitments to every Fijian have served us best and mattered most. The COVID-19 pandemic contracted our economy by over 20%. It stole half of our government revenues, flung over 100,000 Fijians out of full-time employment, and pressed us to the precipice of a socio-economic crisis. Through decisive policy choices, we maintained the strongest possible focus on protecting people and communities. Through our tourism revenue was zero, we paid out income support to the unemployed. We did not slash a cent of our pensions and payments to elderly and disabled Fijians. In total, we paid out $500 million in social assistance, the equivalent of 10% of the value of our GDP. With our partners' support, we achieved the near universal vaccination of our adult population. We reopened Fiji's borders from this past December, and we have since welcomed hundreds of thousands of visitors and earned hundreds of millions in revenue. More of our people are working again, and we are set toward the record-breaking double-digit economic growth for the Fijian economy this year. The pace of our recovery is possible because we prepared for it. We kept our national airline, Fiji Airways, ready to resume full operations throughout the COVID crisis. We supported our tourism industry to weather the storm. That allowed us to set the terms of our reopening. With our steady recovery, we are now paying out tens of millions of dollars to help the most vulnerable Fijian families meet the global rising cost of food, fuel, and other essentials. Excellencies, our 8-year-old democracy has delivered the equality our people cherish. It has delivered services and infrastructure they depend on. It certainly has all shown its resilience. Our eyes are now on the next 8 years, the sprint from now until 2030. That will be most defining ever for our people's and planet's future. If we do not halve carbon emissions by that critical year, the crisis of our warming planet will imperil every gain that we and every nation has made. If we fail to secure our 1.5, we will crush any hope of improving our citizens' quality of life. We've been given glimpses of that doomsday proposition worldwide in the floods, in the droughts, storms, wildfires, dying coral, and melting glaciers. Ladies and gentlemen, we in Fiji have felt that devastation in the 14 cyclones that have struck us since 2014. These storms have stolen lives. They have leveled homes. They have destroyed schools. They have traumatized our young. The Pacific's children are the least to blame, among the least to blame for the climate crisis. Yet, our children are the most affected. I challenge leaders from the high-emitting nations to name a greater global injustice than the price that young Pacific Islanders pay for climate change. Since 2014, Fiji has rebuilt or repaired over 200 cyclone-devastated schools. We have built cement and nature-based seawalls to keep out the rising seas. We have stabilized vast stretches of riverbank. Where seawalls cannot suffice, we have relocated 6 communities, with over 40 more in the queue to be moved. We are building back better to the standards demanded by a warmer world. We are borrowing hundreds of millions of dollars to do this. The archaic architecture of multilateral development banks and global financial services gives us little to no access to grant or concessional climate financing, particularly for adaptation. Therefore, we are left with little to no choice. We have legislated a net zero commitment by 2050 through a climate change act that will make us more energy secure, protect us from energy price shocks beyond our control, and provide us with cleaner air, better health, and better jobs. Yet, despite the clear benefits, the imperative before us, and all the talk we hear of saving the planet, the world's collective commitments remain trifling. They simply will not keep us at well below the 2 degrees Celsius target, let alone 1.5 degrees. And I again urge developed nations to deliver on the $100 billion climate finance commitment at COP27 in Egypt this year. This is now 3 years overdue. Ahead of Glasgow, I told leaders not to bother packing their bags if they did not come with serious carbon slashing commitments. I have a new ask before they arrive to Sharm el-Sheikh. Only come if you plan to arrive true to your climate finance commitments. Only come to Sharm el-Sheikh if you are ready to agree to a loss and damage mechanism in addition to a post-2025 financing framework. This must be in the order of 750 billion, with at least 10% of climate finance destined for small island states. Excellencies, this is our story, a Fijian story in every sense. It is the story of David against Goliath, a small state facing nations, corporations, and interests far bigger than we are. On behalf of every family who is watching us from home and praying for our success, we are unrelenting in this fight for your future. We are determined to provide you with opportunities to do well for yourselves and your families. We are determined to create new jobs in nature, in technology, in sustainable tourism, and our blue and green economy. Today, we ask the world to join us. This is not the time for war. This is not the time for words. This is a time for will and a time for courage. Fiji is ready to make the coming years count for our people and for the planet. Our question to you is this: are you with us? Don't tell us yes unless you plan to show it. Thank you.
En nombre de la Asamblea,
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Itoke Affairs, Sugar Industry, Foreign Affairs and Forestry of the Republic of Fiji for the statement just made. And I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Xavier Bettel, Prime Minister, Minister of State, Minister for Communications and Media and Minister for Religious Affairs of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Xavier Bettel, Prime Minister, Minister of State, Minister for Communications and Media, and Minister for Religious Affairs of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. I invite him to address the Assembly. Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, dear colleagues, at the outset, I wish to align myself with the words of my colleague Charles Michel earlier on behalf of the European Union, because I'm part of a generation which has never known war, and we thought that war was relegated to the history books. However, my continent is now seeing war on its own soil, and our strength and our solidarity, our union, I believe, is our unity. I am proud, therefore, that the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg is contributing with its partners to the resolute action of the European Union to promote our shared values: human dignity, liberty, democracy, equality, the rule of law, and human rights. As Europeans, we commit decisively to defend these values, which are principles enshrined within the Charter of the United Nations, and to bolster multilateralism, working together with the United Nations at the heart of this. You have attributed the theme of your presidency to a watershed moment and the need to find transformative solutions to interlocking challenges. And we are indeed at a watershed for the world and for the United Nations. For almost 7 months now, a permanent member of the Security Council, the Russian Federation, has been waging a large-scale war of aggression against Ukraine, a sovereign neighborly country, with the involvement of Belarus. And this unprovoked, unjustified war has, for many people, and perhaps in many other countries in the European continent, this has revived the fears of war. And we are once again beginning to ask ourselves, is this possible? Might it happen? Recent threats and measures announced by Moscow merely exacerbate this situation, and we categorically condemn them. We do have a situation here with the Russian veto and with a Security Council which is blocked, and that is difficult. The Secretary General has condemned the manifest violation of the Charter of the United Nations by Russia, and on the 16th of March, the International Court of Justice indicated precautionary measures requiring that the Russian Federation should immediately suspend military operations. And this assembly also met in an extraordinary session and adopted 3 resolutions in this context. A great majority of the members of this assembly condemned Russia's aggression against Ukraine and required and called that Russia should immediately cease fire. Upon the demand of President Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, I participated as Prime Minister in these efforts. I held interviews with the Russian president and the representatives of the Russian Federation here in this room as well, and I do not regret my attempts. I am disappointed regarding the result. When I hear President Erdogan, for example, saying that last week that perhaps we would see peace, and then the same day President Putin announced the organization of referendums. And we know how long that takes, and if we try to organize referendums during wartime and we go to people's doors and ask them to put ballot papers into boxes, or however we organize it, it's impossible to organize referendums during circumstances such as those in existence today. I fear, indeed, Madam President, that this referendum is merely an excuse to justify further actions, to say that this is Russian territory and therefore Donbass must now be protected by Russia, thus justifying the even more brutal use of means than is currently happening. And I regret that. And my discussions with President Putin were an opportunity where I did appreciate the frankness and the discussions. But I do see that today starting a war seems to be easy, but the greatness of a political figure is marked by their abilities to end a war and to get out of it. And I do not know how President Putin can explain recent announcements and mobilizations and explain recent demonstrations. How can we explain to mothers who are going to lose their children or women who are going to lose their spouses to participate in a war that has no sense? As a politician, I have not been at the head of my country for a number of years now, and I always try to find responses to the questions I ask myself. And this is the first time, representatives of the Russian Federation, that I cannot find a response. I cannot understand this. So once again, I launch a call to your president for a ceasefire and diplomacy. I launched appeals, but in the end, I couldn't launch any more. I admit I didn't understand this, particularly having heard about members of the military who committed crimes. Saying that this is intolerable is not strong enough a word. This is intolerable. The war continues and has claimed 14,000 victims, civilian victims in Ukraine, including over 1,000 children. There are mass graves with people who have been slaughtered. I saw this in Bucha. There were summary executions. And every day is a day too many. And this also imperils Ukrainian nuclear plants, and many countries are afraid of that. This is an intolerable risk for Ukraine, but also for other European countries. And as I said, I went to Ukraine around 3 months ago, and I visited the cities of Borodyanka, Bucha, and Irpin. And I'm speaking about a personal experience here, but I met a woman who had lost everything. But she retained hope and a determination to believe in peace. She was there with her son, who had gone deaf as a result of the bombings. So I'm sorry, representatives of the Russian Federation, but we cannot. Nobody can condemn a country or a generation or kill innocent people. I cannot find the words to express this. And when I saw the atrocities committed by the Russian military forces, I could not but bow my head in the memory of children, innocent people whose lives were cut short by war. They had paid with their lives. I say this here, and I said this in Kiev as well, President. Ukraine can continue to count upon us to help them in defending their independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within their internationally recognized borders. And the right to legitimate defense as enshrined in Article 51 of the Charter. It is our responsibility to help Ukraine. We cannot accept a larger neighbor. And I admit this. I do not belong to one of the largest countries in terms of size or army. But I cannot imagine living in a country where I would have to worry about the action or inaction by my neighbors. And I think that one of the greatest achievements of my continent is the European Union. And if since then we've been living in peace, it's because we have managed to build something together. My country is between France and Germany, and at the Second World War, they were enemy countries. Now we are partners and are building something together. I would not be here before you or be living in a democracy if countries which were not my neighbors but other countries had not helped me as a country. And as Luxembourg, we have also opened our doors to those fleeing war. These people do not want a better life, they just want to live. And we welcomed over 1,000 Ukrainian pupils into our schools. Whether this is in Kiev or at home in Luxembourg, the courage of these mothers, these families, these children, these men in Ukraine, they are starting to rebuild their country and breathe new life into their liberated towns after the barbarity visited upon them. And we must honor this courage by tirelessly supporting investigations carried out by national and international actors, and I'm thinking of the International Criminal Court, so that those responsible for crimes and war crimes and other crimes in Ukraine are identified, prosecuted, and punished. There can be no impunity for war crimes, crimes against humanity, genocide, or the crime of aggression. And allow me to take this opportunity to applaud the courage in Russia. President Putin has called for a mobilization now, and there are young Russian people who are leaving their country. As Jean-Michel was saying earlier, we cannot talk about war without condemning it today. Is it too late? Perhaps it is too late. What has already happened is unforgivable. There must be a ceasefire. There must be a halt to the killing of innocents. And to the representatives of the Russian Federation, this is something that I hold very dear myself, and which is why I'm very sensitive to this topic. I have a grandmother who is Russian and a grandfather who was Polish. I have a Luxembourgish grandfather and a French grandmother, Orthodox and Jewish. One was an atheist, the other Catholic. And even in my country with Jewish blood and as a liberal and married to a man, I would be condemned to death in my own country. Let us accept differences and the wealth of diversity. Let us live in peace and no longer commit the same errors. And I launch an appeal to President Putin. Starting a war is not the difficult thing, as I said earlier, but stopping it is where true greatness lies. And this war began at a time when most of us were beginning to feel the relief of the end of the COVID pandemic. We thought that we would be able to move on, and now we are faced by issues of food security, particularly those in vulnerable situations in Africa and in the Middle East. And I repeat to our African colleagues, I know that there's a narrative saying that European sanctions are causing the problems and the food crisis, but this is false. It is the war, the aggression in Ukraine, which is responsible for the problems we are facing. And I should like to thank President Erdogan, who sat down at the table to try to find a way to get Ukrainian grain out of the Black Sea and the exports. And that is crucial for millions of people. We've seen an increase in energy prices with repercussions which are extremely harsh for many Europeans as well. So it's easy to say that sanctions should be abandoned. I would like to see the war being abandoned. Not us, but you, our Russian colleagues. I would also like to welcome the initiative of the Secretary General to bring together a response group for the food and energy and financing crises to identify short, medium and long-term solutions. And I should like to thank Antonio Guterres and his teams for their tireless efforts, as I was saying, regarding the agreement with Turkey. We also wish to support the World Food Programme, the FAO and the IFAD to strengthen food and nutritional resilience. The Sahel region is suffering from food insecurity, amplified further by climate change and the effects of the war in Ukraine. I was also recently in Niger, and I should like to express gratitude for the leadership of President Bazoum there. Niger is a cooperation partner country, and we are committing to bolster stability in the region. I also want to say I remember when I was with Mr. Roche, and leaders have changed since then. Stability in Africa is, I believe, crucial. And it's another crisis alongside others. I'm proud, President, to be Prime Minister of a country which devotes 1% of its gross national income to official development assistance. And when we talk about public assistance, about official development assistance, there are countries or citizens indeed who might say, well, why do you help other people? There are problems at home. And I am proud that we devote 1% to help others when some of the problems we face at home are minimal compared to those elsewhere. We also wish to contribute to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. And in order to do this, our partnership with Africa is crucial. And we intend to bolster this at continental level with the European Union and African Union and bilaterally. And this goes beyond conventional cooperation centered around social areas such as health or education. It also extends to renewable energy, combating climate change, as we are doing with our partners in Cape Verde, and in the fields of ICT. I was recently in Kigali, where we are continuing to develop such partnerships. If we wish to be credible partners, we must commit ourselves. We can all hold meetings about commitments, but we fulfill those commitments. If you pledge something, then not do it. So with regard to climate financing, my country has decided to apply the principle of additionality. So our climate financing comes on top of our ODA. During the COP26 in Glasgow, I announced that the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg would increase its climate financing to 220 million euros over the 2021 to 25 period, and half of that will be used for adaptation to climate change in the most vulnerable countries. We also intend to invest increasing shares of this in innovative instruments to mobilize private financing instruments. We are European chef de file in the area of sustainable finance, and we are increasing the major role of private capital in order to move towards carbon neutrality. Along with the EIB, we are working on this in the field of sustainable finance. In the face of climate urgence, we are somewhat reticent. We wonder if perhaps we should or should not act. I've heard a number of speakers today. We're wondering about whether the temperatures will go up by 2 or 3 degrees and what the consequences may be. But there are countries who are asking themselves how long they will even exist. They may be removed from the map because of these increases in in temperature. In Luxembourg, we have launched a Citizens' Council for the Climate, where citizens will meet together and come up with proposals. And we realize that our citizens' proposals are often more courageous than ours as politicians. So we must listen to them. This is an interesting experience. We're going to meet in Sharm el-Sheikh, many of us, and we must mobilize to steer a steady course towards the objective of 1.5 degrees Celsius, which we signed up to in Paris. It is only by achieving this objective that and by pooled efforts, that we will reduce the impact of climate change. Allow me to think of our friends in Pakistan here and what is happening in Pakistan, which has an impact on human rights as well, and particularly the rights of children, which is therefore one of the priorities of Luxembourg in the Human Rights Council. We commit in the Council also to promote gender equality, to combat discrimination, to the rule of law, to bolster civic spaces and combat impunity. I also wish to think about Mahsa Amini in Iran and what happened there. The morality police were deciding about the fate of a woman. Is it justifiable, President? And I said this last year as well, that according to where I was born, my rights differ. Depending on where I was born, if I'm a member of a certain religion, I have no rights. If I am of a differing political opinion, I lose my rights. If I'm of a different sexual orientation, I lose my rights, or even may be condemned to death. And if I'm a woman, I have fewer rights than a man. That is a reality today in 2022. So it is extremely important that we continue to hold these independent international commissions of inquiry with regard to the violations of human rights. And their work, unfortunately, is increasing across the world. We also are committed to ensuring our actions are commensurate with the responsibility conferred upon us by our election to the Human Rights Council for 2022 to 24. It is the first time we've had the honor of sitting in this council, and I take this opportunity to express my own warm gratitude and that of the Luxembourg government and my country for having placed this trust in us. As you said, President, we are at a watershed moment. We must address the threats we all face, war or climate deregulation, and we must find shared responses and work together. To those who say the UN is powerless, I would respond that the United Nations is whatever we make it. It all depends upon our own ambition and what we manage to do. We need to mobilize to find solutions, forge alliances and commitments which allow us to bolster multilateral cooperation. This spring, for example, Luxembourg had the honor, along with Bangladesh, of facilitating negotiations which resulted in the adoption by consensus of the first declaration on progress made towards the implementation of the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly and Regular Migration. We also participated in efforts which allowed for the adoption by consensus of the Liechtenstein initiative on the veto. This establishes a permanent mandate for this assembly to hold a debate if the veto is used in the Security Council. We have a system. The system is what it is, but let us make the best of it. We do need reforms of the Security Council. The United Nations can't be a dog whose bark is worse than its bite. We must have a UN that functions. This is a body. Remember why we're here. After the Second World War, we wanted to sit around a table to find solutions, to work together. The United Nations must not today be a place where a veto can block a desire to build something together. We therefore welcome the work underway to follow up on proposals made by the Secretary General in his report. And the Transforming Education Summit was held a few days ago, where the decision was taken to create a UN Youth Office. It's very important to involve young people because the errors we make today will be paid for by them tomorrow. We must have the courage to realize that Politics may just be about the next mandate, but above all, it's about what we leave to future generations. So, President, I can assure you that Luxembourg will continue to serve the United Nations to champion our shared values, the values of humanity. This is why Luxembourg is also a candidate to the Security Council for 2031 to 32, and why we'll continue to work for peace and security in Ukraine, Mali, and the Middle East, which is why we continue to commit to uphold the rights of all human beings and humanitarian action for the people of Sahel, Syria. And we also step up when it comes to defending the Charter of the United Nations. Thank you very much for listening, Madam President, and I hope that next year, when we come here, the current atrocities in Ukraine will be part of history. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister, Minister of State, Minister for Communications and Media, and Minister for Religious Affairs of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mark Rutte, Prime Minister and Minister for General Affairs of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Mark Rutte, Prime Minister and Minister for General Affairs of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Growing up in Europe as a child of the Cold War, the Iron Curtain was a fact of life. I still vividly remember when the first breaches began to appear in the mid-1980s. The credit for that shift, which made a profound impression, was largely due to Mikhail Gorbachev, who passed away a few weeks ago. Although he represented a dogmatic, undemocratic and oppressive system, he had the courage, as a matter of principle, to choose freedom and humanity. I mention that memory here for a reason. As Russia's recent past and Mr. Gorbachev's legacy have shown, we always have to make a choice. The choice between might is right and, in the words of the great Dag Hammarskjöld, an international community living in peace under the laws of justice. That is my message today. Working together under the laws of justice is and will remain the only path to a safe and prosperous world. That is why Russia's aggression must be stopped. And right now, Russia stands on the wrong side of history. It is hard not to think of historical analogies where one powerful country with expansionist ambitions invades other countries under false pretense of victimhood and security. Let me be very clear. Russia is not the victim here. It is the aggressor. And the whole world knows it. No one was invading Russia. No one was threatening the Russian people. The people of Ukraine wanted only to be left in peace, to decide their own future. Again, there's only one aggressor here, and that is Russia. For too long, we assumed that it was pure rhetoric when Mr. Putin said that the end of the Soviet Union was the greatest geopolitical catastrophe. In hindsight, we all should have paid heed to his words, because they reflect a dangerous worldview. He won't stop at Ukraine if we don't stop him now. This war is bigger than Ukraine itself. It's about upholding the international rule of law. It is about a sovereign people's right to choose its own path. It's about freedom, theirs and ours. So this war is about our common future. And there's only one path for us to follow, one right choice to make. We must uphold the fundamental principles of the UN Charter. Principles we agreed to after the painful lessons of history learned from a past aggressor. This year, the NATO and European Union allies are more united than ever in our determination to stop Putin. And all UN member states should be united in condemning this unprovoked war. Because Russia's unbridled aggression is an assault on the UN Charter and the international rules-based order, an assault on the very foundations of our partnership, and so an assault on the security of us all. The Ukrainian people are fighting for their freedom, one stride at a time. I have great admiration for Ukraine's achievements on the battlefield. Ukraine is gaining ground. This shows that our military assistance is working, and it motivates us to do even more. In the past week, Putin made a speech that can only be described as a sign of panic, a sign of weakness. He is losing his own ill-thought war, and he knows it. That's why he clutches onto his delusionary narrative, full of lies and deceit. His words were meant to intimidate, but they leave us cold. Putin's latest threats to invoke its nuclear capabilities are intended to sow division in the growing unity that the world is showing, but he will not succeed. Together with our allies, the Netherlands will continue supporting Ukraine in any way we can, however long it takes, every inch of the way. So I call on each of you, all the UN member states, to stand firm for the principles we collectively laid down in the UN Charter, and to stand firm until peace, freedom, and territorial integrity are fully restored in Ukraine. That must be followed by rebuilding the country and achieving justice for those who have suffered from the war and the crimes and human rights violations arising from it. From sexual violence to deportation, torture, and random killing. The horrific crimes committed in Bucha, which I visited, and other places, must not go unpunished. I reiterate, the empty Russian threats leave us cold. But what does not leave us cold is the suffering of the people of Ukraine. And frankly, also the suffering of Russian people who are called up to fight against their will. Every week, we are seeing more evidence of atrocities, like in the recently liberated city of Izium. The world cannot and will not stand by and do nothing. There can be no justice without accountability. The Netherlands and the city of The Hague, the legal capital of the world, feel a special responsibility in this regard. We have already supported fact-finding missions by sending forensic experts to Ukraine in close cooperation with the International Criminal Court. And last July, we hosted the Ukraine Accountability Conference, where 45 countries agreed on key priorities in guaranteeing justice for Ukraine. We know from experience that achieving international justice can be a long and painstaking process. For more than 8 years now, we have been closing in on the Russians responsible for the downing of flight MH17 in eastern Ukraine. I'm grateful for the unwavering support we have received from Ukraine and many other countries in our fight for justice for the 298 victims and their families. And I promise you this, the Netherlands will continue working hard to ensure justice for Ukraine as well. By the same token, we stand firmly with those in Russia who oppose the war, who long for peace and justice, who do not want to send their children into a senseless war, and whose voices are not being heard. And we will also support those people all over the world who are suffering the effects of the war indirectly. Putin's war has created not only thousands of victims in Ukraine, but also hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions of victims of hunger and poverty around the world. Here too, the UN family must hold Russia to account. Putin's cold-blooded power politics, exploiting the most basic human needs of so many people, provides an extra argument for ending the fossil fuel era even faster than we planned. It makes tackling that other great global issue, climate change, even more urgent. And here too, worldwide cooperation is an absolute must. Together, we all have made pledges aimed at keeping global warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius. And around the world, we all feel the urgency of this task. The Kingdom of the Netherlands, which is made up of 4 very different countries, is also feeling the effects of climate change. From heavier rainfall and worsening drought in the European part of the kingdom to more severe hurricanes and rising sea levels in the Caribbean part. Small island developing states are at the forefront of the world's climate adaptation strategies. And Curaçao, Aruba, and Sint Maarten, the island countries of our kingdom, are no exception. We are experiencing both the challenges confronting mainland Europe and those which small island states face every day. Rising ocean temperatures, coral bleaching, loss of biodiversity, and ocean pollution. As one kingdom, we know that water is the factor linking all the great challenges of our time, from food and energy to migration and urbanization. What's more, 90% of all climate disasters manifest themselves through water via flooding, drought, or pollution. Many parts of the world are already facing the reality of having too much or too little water, or water supplies that are too polluted. Recent events in Pakistan are a sobering reminder. Devastating floods, disrupting the lives of more than 30 million people. This illustrates once more that water is at the heart of many global problems. It has the power to turn our lives upside down, to threaten our health, our safety, our food, and our living environment. But at the same time, collaborating
protocol to the Convention on the Rights of the Child on the involvement of children in armed conflict within the coming weeks. Mr. President, we join international community in reiterating the call for the lifting of the economic embargo imposed on Cuba. We commend Cuba's resilience and urge the United States of America to take the initiative and normalize relations between the 2 close neighbors. I also wish to convey my deepest appreciation to Cuba for the training of our medical students. More than 100 Solomon Islands medical doctors have graduated from Cuban medical schools over the years. Solomon Islands also closely follows the outcome of the 3rd referendum in New Caledonia, which took place in December 2021 with an air of uncertainty. Solomon Islands subscribed through Resolution A/AC 109/2022 L22 and supports the call for all relevant parties to ensure that the next steps for the self-determination process are transparent and inclusive. Mr. President, in relation to our successful fight against COVID-19 pandemic, we express our heartfelt gratitude to our partners, including Australia, China, Japan, New Zealand, and the United States of America, and the United Nations agencies, World Bank, and other multilateral agencies who stood with us and provided us with tremendous support and much needed COVID-19 vaccines through the COVAX facility, as well as bilaterally. Solomon Islands is also extremely grateful for employment opportunities provided by Australia and New Zealand through their respective labor mobility programs to accommodate some of the unemployed 20,000 youths who enter our labor market every year. In conclusion, Mr. President, let me conclude by thanking you again for the theme of this year's General Assembly session. Our world is at a crossroads. It is feeling the strain of divisive elements that can divide us. We must not allow that to happen. We have been weighed down by the COVID-19 pandemic. We are feeling the negative impacts of geopolitical conflicts and wars. The time has come for our world to rally and focus on what unites us rather than what divides us. For the world will be always stronger if we are together. We must foster friendship and solidarity through genuine and durable partnerships. We must commit to work together with each other to ensure we can leave behind a legacy of a more peaceful, just, and brighter world for the younger generations that will come after us. Mr. President, the key questions we must each ask ourselves is: one, what legacy do we as leaders today leave behind for those that will come after us? And two, how do we wish to be remembered by generations that will follow? I am sure we would all wish to be remembered as the generations of leaders that uplifted our world, that united our people and our countries to live together and in peaceful coexistence. Mr. President and fellow leaders, if we can leave a legacy that safeguards the survival and freedom of our future generations, we will have done our jobs well. To God be the glory. Great things He has done. Thank you, Mr. President.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Solomon Islands for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Jacinda Ardern, Prime Minister and Minister for National Security and Intelligence, Child Poverty Reduction and Ministerial Services of New Zealand. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency.
Я с большим удовольствием приветствую.
I have great pleasure in welcoming Her Excellency Jacinda Ardern, Prime Minister and Minister for National Security and Intelligence, Child Poverty Reduction and Ministerial Services of New Zealand. I invite her to address the Assembly.
Ina mana, ina reo, raurangatira mā, kua hui hui mai nei I tēnei whare nui o te ao. Nā mihi mai aha kia koutou katoa, mai I tōku whenua o Aotearoa. Tuia ki runga. Tuia ke raro, ka rongo to pō ka rongo te ao. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, friends, I greet you in Te Reo Māori, the language of the tangata whenua or First People of Aotearoa, New Zealand. I acknowledge the leaders who are here, gathered in person after a long and difficult period. And as is tradition in my country, I also acknowledge those who have passed. Loss brings with it a chance for reflection. And as leaders between us, we each represent countries and communities who have lost much in these past few years, through famine, severe weather, natural disasters, and a pandemic. COVID-19 was devastating. It took millions of lives. It continues to impact on our economies and with that, the well-being of our people. It set us back in our fight against the crisis of climate change and progress on the Sustainable Development Goals while we looked to the health crisis that was right in front of us. And while we enter a period now where the crisis is subsiding, the lessons cannot. COVID schooled us. It forced us to acknowledge how interconnected and therefore how reliant we are on one another. We move between one another's countries with increasing ease. We trade our goods and services. And when one link in our supply chain is impacted, we all are. The lessons of COVID are in many ways the same as the lessons of climate change. When crisis is upon us, we cannot and will not solve these issues on our own. The next pandemic will not be prevented by one country's efforts, but by all of ours. Climate action will only ever be as successful as the least committed country as they pull down the ambition of the collective. Now, I'm not suggesting, though, that we rely on the goodwill of others to make progress. We need a dual strategy, one where we push for collective effort, but where we also use our multilateral tools to make progress. And that's why on pandemic preparedness, we support efforts to develop a new global health legal instrument, strengthened international health regulations, and a strong and empowered World Health Organization. It's why we're such advocates of the World Trade Organization and its reform to ensure supply chains remain open and critical goods and services are not subjected to protectionism in times of need. It's why we've worked so hard within the Paris Agreement to see the action we need on climate, while also doing our bit at home, including putting a 1.5-degree warming limit into law, increasing our NDC to 50% below 2005 levels by 2030, and quadrupling our climate finance commitment. Now, whether it's climate, trade, health crises, or seeking peaceful solutions to war and conflict, New Zealand has always been a believer in multilateral tools. We were amongst the founding members of the United Nations as governments of the day recognized the perils of war would only be avoided through a greater sense of shared responsibility. The basis on which this institution was formed remains as relevant today as it was then. But without reform, we risk irrelevancy. Now, there is perhaps no greater example of this than Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Let us all be clear. Russia's war is illegal. It is immoral. It is a direct attack on the UN Charter and the international rules-based system and everything that this community should stand for. Putin's suggestion that it could at any point deploy further weapons that it has at their disposal reveals the false narrative that they have based their invasion on. What country who claims to be a liberator threatens to annihilate the very civilians they claim to liberate? This war is based on a lie. But I recognize that for the people of Ukraine who have lost loved ones, their sense of peace and security, their livelihoods, these are all just words. They need us as a global community to ask one simple question: what if it was us? Our ability to answer that question with any confidence that we have the tools as a global community to act swiftly and collectively has been severely undermined. In March, when we most needed the UN Security Council to act in the defense of international peace and security, it could not. It did not fulfill its mandate because of one permanent member who was willing to abuse its privileged position. That was wrong. We will not give up on the ability of our multilateral institutions to stand up against this illegal war or to take on the many challenges we face. These institutions are the ballast we need, but it's a ballast that requires modernization fit for the tumultuous waters we all face. That is why New Zealand was pleased to champion the veto initiative. Not only does it provide an opportunity to scrutinise the actions of the permanent member who cast a veto, the veto initiative gives the whole UN membership a voice where the Security Council has been unable to act. But we continue to call for more than that. For the United Nations to maintain its relevancy and ensure that it truly is the voice of the breadth of countries it represents, the veto must be abolished. Permanent members must exercise their responsibility for the benefit of international peace and security rather than the pursuit of national interest. There are other battles that we continue to wage as a nation, including our call for a global response to the use of nuclear weapons. Our history of championing not just non-proliferation, but a prohibition on nuclear weapons is grounded in what we have witnessed, but also what we have experienced. We are a nation that is both of the Pacific and within it. It was in our region that these weapons of war were tested. Those tests have left a mark on the people, lands, and waters of our home. And the only way to guarantee our people that they will be safe from the catastrophic humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons is for them not to exist. That's why New Zealand calls on all states that share this conviction to join the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Now, some will call such a position naive. Some believe that we are safer as a result of nuclear weapons. In New Zealand, we have never accepted the wisdom of mutually assured destruction. It takes one country to believe that their cause is nobler, their might stronger, their people more willing to be sacrificed. And none of us can stand on this platform and turn a blind eye to the fact that there are already leaders amongst us who believe this. Nuclear weapons do not make us safer. There will be those who agree, but believe it's simply too hard to rid ourselves of nuclear weapons at this juncture. There is no question that nuclear disarmament is an enormous challenge. But if given the choice, and we are being given a choice, surely we would choose the challenge of disarmament than the consequences of a failed strategy of weapons-based deterrence. And this is why we will continue to advocate for meaningful progress on the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Progress and consensus that was recently blocked by Russia and represented a backward step to the efforts of nearly every country in the world to make even some limited progress on nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation. None of this will stop New Zealand's advocacy. We will remain a strong and passionate advocate for efforts to address the weapons of old. But we'll also be an advocate to address the weapons that are new. After all, the face of war has changed, and with that, the weapons used. The tools used to challenge the statehood of others are hidden and more complex. Traditional combat, espionage, and the threat of nuclear weapons are now accompanied by cyber attacks, prolific disinformation, and manipulation of whole communities and societies. Now, as leaders, we have never treated the weapons of old in the same way as those that have emerged. And that's understandable. After all, a bullet takes a life. A bomb takes out a whole village. A lie online or from a podium does not. But what if that lie, told repeatedly and across many platforms, prompts, inspires, or motivates others to take up arms, to threaten the security of others, to turn a blind eye to atrocities, or worse, to become complicit in them? Then, this is no longer a hypothetical. The weapons of war have changed. They are upon us and require the same level of action and activity that we put into the weapons of old. We recognize the threats that the old weapons created. We came together as communities to minimize these threats. We created international rules, norms, and expectations. We never saw that as a threat to our individual liberties. Rather, it was a preservation of them. The same must apply now as we take on these new challenges. In New Zealand, we deeply value our right to protest. Some of our major social progress has been brought about by hekoi or people power. becoming the first country in the world to recognize women's right to vote, movement on major Indigenous and human rights issues, to name but a few. Upholding these values in a modern environment translates into protecting a free, secure, and open internet. To realize all of the opportunities that it presents in the way we communicate, the way we organize, the way we gather. But that does not mean the absence of transparency, expectations, or even rules, if we correctly identify what it is we are trying to prevent. And surely we can start with violent extremism and terrorist content online. On the 15th of March 2019, New Zealand experienced a horrific terrorist attack on its Muslim community. More than 50 people were killed as they prayed. The attack was live streamed on a popular social media platform in an effort to gain notoriety and to spread hate. At that time, the ability to thwart those goals was limited, and the chances of government alone being able to resolve this gap was equally challenging. And so that's why, alongside President Emmanuel Macron, we created the Christchurch Call to Action. The core community has worked together to address terrorism and violent extremist content online. And this important work progresses. We have demonstrated the impact we can have by working together collaboratively. We've improved crisis reactions, stymieing the ability to live stream attacks. We have crisis protocols that kick in to prevent proliferation. We're also focused on prevention, understanding the interactions between online environments and the real world that can lead to radicalization. This week, we launched an initiative alongside companies and nonprofits to help improve research and understanding of how a person's online experiences are curated by automated processes. This will also be important in understanding more about mis- and disinformation online, a challenge that we must, as leaders, address. Sadly, I think it's easy to dismiss this problem as one in the margins. I can certainly understand the desire to leave it to someone else. As leaders, we're rightly concerned that even the most light touch approaches to disinformation could be misinterpreted as being hostile to the values of free speech that we value so highly. But while I cannot tell you today what the answer is to this challenge, I can say with complete certainty that we cannot ignore it. To do so poses an equal threat to the norms we all value. After all, how do you successfully end a war if people are led to believe the reason for its existence is not only legal but noble? How do you tackle climate change if people do not believe it exists? How do you ensure the human rights of others are upheld when they are subjected to hateful and dangerous rhetoric and ideology? The weapons may be different, but the goals of those who perpetuate them is often the same: to cause chaos and reduce the ability of others to defend themselves, to disband communities, to collapse the collective strength of countries who work together. But we have an opportunity here to ensure that these particular weapons of war do not become an established part of warfare. And so, we once again come back to the primary tool we have: diplomacy, dialogue, working together on solutions that do not undermine human rights but enhance them. For those who have not sought out the Christchurch Call to Action, I ask that you consider it. As with so many of the challenges we face, we will only be as strong as those who do the least. In these times, I'm acutely aware of how easy it is to feel disheartened. We are facing many battles on many fronts, but there is cause for optimism, because for every new weapon we face, there is a new tool to overcome it. For every attempt to push the world into chaos is a collective conviction to bring us back to order. We have the means. We just need the collective will. Mai e toku ukaipo o Aotearoa, kara hui hui mai tātou, nō reira, tēnā tātou katoa.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for National Security and Intelligence, Child Poverty Reduction and Ministerial Services of New Zealand for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort Her Excellency.
Ассамблея заслушает выступление премьера.
The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Mohammad Shehbaz Sharif, Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
Я с большим удовольствием.
I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Mohammad Shehbaz Sharif, Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Qul ya ibadiyallazina asrafu. Qul ya ibadiyallazina asrafu. La taqnutu min rahmatillahi. Inna Allah yaghfiru zanuban jamia. Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, as I stand here today to tell the story of my country, Pakistan, my heart and mind have not been able to leave home. Standing here, I still feel that I am visiting one of the flood-affected areas of Sindh and Balochistan of my country. No words can describe the shock we are living through or how the face of the country lies transformed. I have come to explain firsthand the scale and magnitude of this climate catastrophe that has pushed 1/3 of my country underwater in a superstorm that no one has seen in one's living memory. For 40 days and 40 nights, a biblical flood poured down on us, smashing centuries of weather records, challenging everything we knew about disaster and how to manage it. Even today, huge swaths of the country are still underwater, submerged in an ocean of human suffering. In this ground zero of climate change, 33 million people, including women and children, are now at high risk from health hazards, with 650,000 women giving birth in makeshift tarpaulins. More than 1,500 of my people have been gone from this world in this great flood, including over 400 children. Far more are in peril from disease and malnutrition. As we speak, millions of climate migrants are still looking for dry land to pitch their tents on, with heartbreaking losses to their families, their futures, and their livelihoods gone for long times to come. Early estimates suggest that more than 13,000 kilometers of metal roads have been damaged, over 370 bridges have been swept away, 1 million homes have been destroyed, and another million damaged. More than 1 million farm animals have been killed. 4 million acres of crops have been washed away, stripping the people of their breadbasket, and damage of an unimaginable scale. Mr. President, Pakistan has never seen a more stark and devastating example of the impact of global warming. Life in Pakistan has changed forever. I have visited personally and spent time in every corner of my devastated country. People in Pakistan ask, Why? Why has this happened to them? When global warming rips apart whole families and an entire country at this ferocious speed, it is time to ask why, and time to ask not what can be done, but what must be done. The undeniable truth is that this calamity has not been triggered by anything we have done. Our glaciers are melting fast, our forests are burning, and our heat waves have crossed 53 degrees Celsius, making us the hottest place on the planet. And now, Mr. President, now we live through an unprecedented monster monsoon. It is literally a monsoon on steroids, as the UN Secretary General described it most befittingly. It is on steroids. One thing is very clear. What happened in Pakistan will not stay in Pakistan. As the Secretary General so candidly says, hotspots like Pakistan fall in the 10 most climate vulnerable list of countries, but emit less than 1% of the greenhouse gases that are burning our planet. It is therefore entirely reasonable to expect some approximation of justice for this loss and damage, not to mention building back better with resilience and strength. Clearly, the time for talk about action has passed. At this point, I am profoundly grateful that the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres visited Pakistan, where he spent time with climate refugees, with mothers and children in the tents, and repeatedly assured us of his support and assistance. At this point, I want to thank each and every one of the countries that have sent help to Pakistan and their representatives to Pakistan to stand in solidarity with us in our most trying hour. On behalf of my nation, I once again express my sincerest appreciation to all of them. Excellencies, the impacts on the health and wealth of my country are beyond calculation at this point. So my real worry is about the next stage of this challenge, when the cameras would have gone or left this August assembly and the story just shifts away to conflicts like the Ukraine. My question is, will we be left alone, high and dry, to cope with a crisis which we did not create, not of our doing? Where from and how to begin with to rehabilitate and reconstruct after the rescue and relief effort, which is still going on for 12 long weeks? For many of the lives we have saved, the future is dimmed by new fragility, lost homes, decimated livelihoods, deluged croplands, permanent food insecurity, and exposure to uncertain futures. Some 11 million people will be pushed further below the poverty line, while others will drift to cramped urban shelters, leaving little room for climate-smart rebuilding. Mr. President, for now, we have mobilized all available resources at our domain, squeezing resources from left and right towards the national relief effort, and repurposed all budget priorities, including development funds, to the rescue and first order needs of millions, cash transfers to the most affected 4 million women, heads of household, had begun weeks ago via our social security program, the Benazir Income Support Program. It has been established in the name of former late Prime Minister Benazir Bhutto. And her son is our foreign minister today. 70 billion rupees, or almost $300 million from our own pocket we are spending on this program. But at this point, the gap between our urgent needs and available resources is increasing by the day and amplified by the sheer unprecedented scale of this disaster. Our manpower and resources are totally overwhelmed and overstretched. The question to raise here is quite simple. Why are my people paying the price of such high global warming through no fault of ours? We have no contribution in this. Nature has unleashed her fury on Pakistan without looking at our carbon footprint, which is next to nothing. Our actions did not contribute to this. The dual cost of global inaction and climate injustice are having a crippling effect on both our treasury and our people, right here, right now, over there. Mr. President, this is going to be a long haul, and under these most trying circumstances, hope is the best enemy of darkness. And Pakistanis are known to be exceptionally resilient people. For my part, I am fully committed, fully geared to fighting this battle for our survival in the tents, in the trenches with my people until we have rebuilt Pakistan to face the growing challenges of this century. It is high time we took a pause from the preoccupations of the 20th century to return to the challenges of the 21st century. The entire definition of national security has changed today, and unless the leaders of the world come together to act now on an agreed common agenda, there will be no earth to fight wars over. Nature will be fighting back, and for that, humanity is no match at all. Mr. President, Pakistan's urgent priority right now is to ensure a rapid economic growth and lift millions out of poverty and hunger. To enable any such policy momentum, Pakistan needs a stable external environment. We look for peace with all our neighbors, including India. Sustainable peace and stability in South Asia, however, remains contingent upon a just and lasting solution of the Jammu and Kashmir dispute. At the heart of this long-standing dispute lies the denial of the inalienable right of the Kashmiri people to self-determination. India's illegal and unilateral actions of 5th August 2019 to change the internationally recognized disputed status of Jammu and Kashmir and to alter the demographic structure of the occupied territory further undermined the prospects of peace and inflamed regional tensions. India's ruthless campaign of repression against Kashmiris has continued to grow in scale and intensity. In pursuit of this heinous goal, New Delhi has ramped up its military deployments in occupied Jammu and Kashmir to 900,000 troops, thus making it the most militarized zone in the world. The serial brutalization of Kashmiris takes many forms: extrajudicial killings, incarceration, custodial torture and death, indiscriminate use of force, deliberate targeting of Kashmiri youth with pellet guns, and collective punishments imposed on entire communities. In a classic settler colonial project, India is seeking to turn the Muslim-majority Jammu and Kashmir into a Hindu territory through illegal demographic changes. Millions of fake domicile certificates have been issued to non-Kashmiris. Kashmiri land and properties are being seized. Electoral districts have been gerrymandered, and over 2.5 million non-Kashmiri illegal voters fraudulently registered. All this is in blatant violation of Security Council's resolutions and international law, particularly the 4th Geneva Convention. For our part, the Pakistani people have always stood by our Kashmiri brothers and sisters in complete solidarity and will continue to do so, no matter what, until their right to self-determination is fully realized in accordance with the relevant UN Security Council resolutions. I assure the World Forum and this august platform that we in Pakistan remain consistent in our commitment to peace in South Asia. India must take credible steps to create enabling environment for constructive engagement. We are neighbors and we are there forever. The choice is ours, whether we live in peace or keep on fighting with each other. We have had 3 wars from 1947 onwards, and as a consequence, only miseries, poverty, unemployment increase on both sides. It's now up to us to resolve our differences, our problems, our issues, like peaceful neighbors through peaceful negotiations and discussions, and save our scarce resources for promoting education and health and employment to millions of people, young boys and girls on both sides of the divide, and not waste our resources in buying more ammunition and trying to promote tension in this area. I think it's high time that India understands this message loud and clear, that both countries are armed to the teeth. War is not an option. It is not an option. It is not an option. Only peaceful dialogue can resolve these issues so that the world become more peaceful in times to come. Mr. President, Afghanistan today presents a unique challenge. 30 million Afghans are left without a functional economy. And banking system that allows ordinary Afghans to make a living, to be able to build a better future. Pakistan would also like to see Afghanistan, which is at peace with itself and the world, and which respects and nurtures all its citizens without regard to gender, ethnicity, and religion. Pakistan is working to encourage respect for the rights of Afghan girls and women to education and work. Yet, at this point, isolating the Afghan interim government could aggravate the suffering of the Afghan people who are already destitute. Constructive engagement and economic support are more likely to secure a positive response. A peaceful, prosperous, and connected Afghanistan in our collective interest. As a neighbor, Pakistan has a vital stake in peace and stability in Afghanistan. We have led the humanitarian efforts to help our Afghan brothers and sisters. We must avoid another civil war, rising terrorism, drug trafficking, or new refugees, which none of Afghanistan's neighbors are in a position to accommodate. Pakistan urges the international community to respond in a positive way to the UN Secretary General's appeal for $4.2 billion in humanitarian and economic assistance to Afghanistan, release Afghanistan's financial reserves, essential to revive its banking system. Pakistan shares the key concern of the international community regarding the threat posed by the major terrorist groups operating from Afghanistan, especially ISIL-K and Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, as well as Al-Qaeda, ETIM, and IMU. They all need to be dealt with effectively and comprehensively, with the support and cooperation of the interim Afghan authorities. In turn, the international community should address Afghanistan's dire humanitarian needs. Mr. President, Pakistan strongly condemns terrorism in all its forms and shades and manifestations. Terrorism does not have a religion, ladies and gentlemen. It is based on dogma, fueled by poverty, unemployment, deprivation, injustice, and ignorance, and fanned by vested interests. Pakistan is the principal victim of terrorism. Over the last 2 decades, we have suffered more than 80,000 casualties and over $150 billion in economic losses due to terrorist attacks. Our armed forces, with the support of our people, mothers, traders, students, teachers, engineers, doctors, have broken the back of terrorism within Pakistan, yet we continue to suffer terrorist attacks from across our borders, sponsored and financed by our regional adversary. We are determined to defeat such cross-border terrorism. And I must say loud and clear that the amount of sacrifices Pakistan has made to defeat terrorism over the period of time has been unprecedented in the contemporary history of Pakistan. I tell often to my friends, if you see somebody, a mother or a child or a boy limping on the streets of Pakistan, maybe he was a victim of terrorists years back. That is the kind of sacrifice Pakistan has paid. Our generals, our soldiers, our doctors, mothers, teachers, students, and traders, they all paid their lives for Pakistan's well-being and defeated terrorism. And this peace which was restored back in Pakistan after great sacrifices is not only for Pakistan, it is a peace for global countries and global community. And we are very proud of it. And this is the biggest manifestation of our commitment, our concern, and our continued efforts to defeat terrorism wherever it is. Mr. President, Islamophobia is a global phenomenon. Since 9/11, suspicion and fear of Muslims and discrimination against them have escalated to epidemic proportions. The officially sponsored campaign of oppression against India's over 200 million Muslims is the worst manifestation of Islamophobia. They are subjected to discriminatory laws and policies, hijab bans, attacks on mosques, and lynchings by Hindu mobs. I am particularly concerned by the calls for genocide against India's Muslims by some extremist groups. Earlier this year, this assembly adopted a landmark resolution introduced by Pakistan on behalf of the OIC, designating 15th March as the International Day to combat Islamophobia. It's my sincere and ardent hope that this should lead to concrete measures by the UN and member states to combat Islamophobia and promote interfaith harmony. Mr. President, Pakistan is deeply concerned by the numerous conflicts across the Middle East, including in Syria and Yemen. We support all possible efforts to promote their peaceful resolutions. We call on Israel to put an immediate end to the blatant use of force and flagrant violations of human rights of the Palestinian people and the repeated desecration of the holy Al-Aqsa Mosque. The only just, comprehensive, and lasting solution of the Palestinian question is the acceptance of a viable, independent, and contiguous Palestinian state with the pre-1967 borders and Al-Quds Al-Sharif as its capital. Mr. President, the Security Council and the General Assembly must be empowered to play their respective roles under the UN Charter. The Security Council must be expanded by adding 11 new non-permanent members to make it more representative, democratic, transparent, effective, and accountable. Adding new permanent members will paralyze the Council's decision-making, enlarge its representational deficit, and create new centers of privilege in violation of principle of sovereign equality of member states. The nations of the world must step back from the precipice. We must restore peace in Europe, avoid a war in Asia, and resolve festering conflicts across the world. We must revive the vision which created the United Nations, a vision which is often blurred by national interest and hegemonic designs. Pakistan is a partner for peace. But, Mr. President, peace can only be ensured and guaranteed when rights of communities who have been suffering over decades and subjugated over decades get their freedom, earn their freedom, and are respected. In this behalf, before I conclude, Mr. President, I would once again repeat at the cost of repetition that we want to have peace with India, but long-lasting, enduring peace can only be ensured and guaranteed through a just and fair solution of Kashmir, providing rights to the people of Kashmir under UN Charter, according to Security Council resolutions, the right of self-determination, and I will be most forthcoming to sit down then and talk to our Indian counterparts to pave the way forward for future so that our generations do not suffer, so that we spend our resources on mitigating miseries, on building structures to face these floods and outbursts of clouds. We are developing societies. We don't have unlimited resources. We must deploy our resources for the well-being of the people, for our children, for their promotion, for their empowerment, for their employment, for health, for education, and make Pakistan, and of course other developing societies must find their own place in community of nations through hard work, untiring efforts, and sacrifice. That is the only way forward. Therefore, we will work with all those committed to the United Charter's principles to restore the vision which created the United Nations and to equip this organization with the capacity to preserve global peace and promote universal prosperity. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by by His Excellency Samdech Aka Mohasena Padei Techo Hun Sen, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Cambodia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
Я с большим удовольствием.
I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Samdech Aka Mohasena Padei Techo Hun Sen, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Cambodia. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, the Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Excellency Shehbaz Sharif on his election as President of the 77th United Nations General Assembly session. At the same time, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to His Excellency Abdullah Shahid for his efforts in leading the work of the 76th UNGA session during a very tumultuous time. Our theme of the 77th UNGA session, a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges, is indeed relevant to the current context. Global uncertainties have been exacerbated by the escalation of armed conflicts, arms race, the rise of mini security alliances, technology and trade wars, the imposition of economic sanctions, and the mounting threats to multilateralism. In fact, the war in Ukraine has complicated not just international relations in Europe, but caused serious economic disruptions and exacerbated our food and energy security. The escalation of the hostilities involving more and more actors, directly or indirectly, and with no end in sight, coupled with the threat of a nuclear war, have serious impacts on the world at large. The situation in the Korean Peninsula remains alarming due to preparation for a 7th nuclear test this year. North Korea has launched dozens of ballistic missiles in response to military drills. In addition, the US-China tension over the Taiwan issue has also posed a concern. Overall, in this very challenging environment, as a country that has experienced a hard-earned peace in our own history, Cambodia is making great efforts to engage constructively with the United Nations in upholding international peace and security, as well as promoting respect for the fundamental principles and values of the UN Charter and international laws. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the present gathering reflects remarkable success of our collective efforts to overcome the unprecedented pandemic. Yet, the battle against this global health crisis is not yet over. New forms of variants and other infectious diseases are emerging. What else could come out in the future? A strong global health system, particularly the World Health Organization, with its central coordination role, could assist in building up a resilient and sustainable national health system. An open and transparent multilateral engagement in the distribution of vaccines, driven by a true principle of shared responsibility, is the only way to prepare for and prevent future pandemics. Coupled with the sharing of lessons learned and best practices, the transfer of technologies in vaccine research and development. Besides that, the existential threat facing humankind is also our vulnerability to climate change. We need to change the process of addressing the climate change issues today, not tomorrow. It has been 50 years already since governments were warned about changing our production and consumption patterns to avoid disaster. Sadly, ever since, we only see more losses of biodiversity, more land degradation, and a growing scarcity of fresh water. Our collective action must focus on global mitigation efforts to promote climate resilient development. Our commitment to lowering the global temperature by 1.5 degrees Celsius requires dedicated climate financing and technology transfer to facilitate meaningful transition in mitigation and adaptation efforts. The Glasgow outcomes adopted at the COP26 must be implemented with great urgency, bearing in mind the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. Moreover, the threat of the trade and economic decoupling arising from the US-China rivalry will certainly dampen the prospects for global growth. Therefore, the fundamental transformative solution of social, economic, and political process is to strengthen the rules-based multilateral trading system with the World Trade Organization at its heart that can promote an open international trade, reduce trade barriers, and ensure the resilience of regional and global value chains. Meanwhile, we need to pay greater attention on inclusive digital policies and conducive regulatory frameworks that lead to greater investment in digital infrastructure, as it is so essential in bridging the growing digital divide and generating new sources of growth. Enhancing green economic development is also an indispensable part of nurturing sustainable socio-economic development. we need to provide a policy conducive to regulatory frameworks that lead to greater investment in digital infrastructure, as it is essential to bridging the growing digital divide and generating new sources of growth. Enhancing green economic development is also an indispensable part of nurturing sustainable socio-economic development through the expansion of cooperation in building green infrastructure, promoting energy transition, and leveraging green technology. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this year, Cambodia is honored to hold the chairmanship of ASEAN. So far, this organization is 55-year old, and we are proud to celebrate our historic milestone and the remarkable achievements we have made along the way. Throughout the years, ASEAN has been able to navigate through the constantly changing geopolitical landscape to emerge as one of the most prominent and successful regional organizations, while making great strides in advancing its credibility and relevance in world affairs. Our theme, ASEAN Act, addressing challenges together, highlighting the strong spirit of togetherness, encompasses all the key pressing issues I have mentioned earlier. Of course, these challenges do have far-reaching implications on the ASEAN community building process and our external relations. But as of the chair of ASEAN, Cambodia is committed as ever to consolidate our efforts to address our shared goals of bringing benefits to our peoples based on the spirit of ASEAN centrality, unity, and solidarity. Madam Chair, I should inform the meeting that ASEAN success is to coordinate toward accepting Timor-Leste to become the 11th member. Just now, President of Timor-Leste expressed a sincere aspiration to become the ASEAN member, and I hope that at the end of this year and later on next year, Timor-Leste will become the 11th member of the ASEAN with other 600 million population in the region. I would like to express my thanks to the President of Timor-Leste for coming to listen to my speech, and I hope that Timor-Leste will become our member. Madam Chair, indeed, the situation in Myanmar is worrisome, with its direct implications on the security and stability of the whole region. But we must recognize that the crisis is complex with deep-rooted causes. As the ASEAN chair, Cambodia is fully committed to helping Myanmar resolve the crisis, and all our efforts are aimed at seeking for the cessation of violence, the delivery of humanitarian assistance, to those in need and the pursuit of building trust among all parties concerned to enable an inclusive political dialogue as mandated by the ASEAN 5-point consensus. Madam Chair, over the past 2 years, the Royal Government of Cambodia has made great efforts in a proactive manner to prevent the spread of COVID-19 virus through the introduction of health measures, social and economic interventions, and administrative measures. The Royal Government has set COVID-19 vaccination as a key strategic measure. As a result, Cambodia has become one of the countries with the highest coverage rate of vaccinated population globally, particularly achieving strong herd immunity and enabling the country to fully reopen in late 2021, as well as resuming all socio-economic activities in the new normal. Taking this opportunity, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all our friendly countries who have provided vaccines to Cambodia through both bilateral and multilateral frameworks. On social sector, the Royal Government of Cambodia has worked with development partners such as the UN agencies to launch and scale up a number of important programs such as 1. Cash for Work program, aimed at improving community infrastructure and providing additional employment opportunities, and 2. Cash transfer program for the poor and vulnerable households to help alleviate hardship and maintain the livelihood of the poor. On economic sector, the Royal Government has made unremitting efforts to address chronic structural problems, competitiveness, and promote economic diversification. In fact, the Royal Government has addressed major challenges faced by businesses through the implementation of the new investment law, Cambodia Digital Economy and Society Policy Framework 2021-2035, strategic framework and programs for economic recovery in the context of living with COVID-19 in a new normal 2021-2023, law on public-private partnership, and the adoption of free trade agreements such as Cambodia-China FTA and Cambodia-Republic of Korea FTA, and regional comprehensive economic partnership. Overall, Cambodian economy is estimated to achieve a growth rate of 5.4% by 2022, supported by a strong recovery in manufacturing, tourism, and agriculture. In terms of the democratization process, the recent commune election held last June has reflected our continued efforts, as more than 80% of registered voters went to cast their ballots in a free, fair, peaceful, and transparent manner. The appreciation and full support of Cambodian people for the unremitting efforts of the Royal Government in preserving peace, political stability, socio-economic development, and the successful fight against the COVID-19 pandemic resulted in an overwhelming majority vote in favor of the ruling party. Furthermore, On peacekeeping mission, Cambodia has continued deploying thousands of her peacekeeping forces to undertake missions in countries in crisis. More than 15% of Cambodian peacekeepers serving in UN missions are women. They are the role models, inspiring women and girls in often male-dominated societies to perform their rights and participate in the peace process. On the cooperation with the United Nations, I wish to note that just yesterday, the Supreme Court chambers of the extraordinary chambers in the courts of Cambodia issued a judgment to uphold the life sentence of the former Khmer Rouge head of state for genocide, crimes against humanity, and grave breaches of the Geneva Conventions. This historical moment highlighted the great cooperation between Cambodia and the United Nations through the hybrid court and bringing justice to the people of Cambodia who had suffered the heinous crime of auto-genocide. We could tell the world of the truth that is found and justice that is served, and propagate to the world that this crime should never happen again in human history. I take this moment to express appreciation to all donors for providing supporting budget, and to our Cambodian compatriots for their cooperation in consolidating national reconciliation process. In conclusion, Madam Chair, despite many challenges impacting our political, social, and economic progress, we remain as committed as always to attaining the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Cambodia for his statement, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Philip Joseph Pierre, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Economic Development and Youth Economy of St. Lucia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Philip Joseph Pierre, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Economic Development and Youth Economy of St. Lucia. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, distinguished heads of state and government, other distinguished heads of delegates, cherished citizens of our distressed planet, I bring you greetings from St. Lucia. Let me join in the congratulations to you, Mr. President, on your election to lead this august body, and assure you of St. Lucia's support as you preside over our deliberations at one of the most critical moments in the history of our organization. Mr. President, I address this distinguished body with the democratic permission of the people of St. Lucia, a small but proud state in the Eastern Caribbean. We insist, Mr. President, that our history and present circumstances place upon us the responsibility of serving as voices of redemption and hope at times of crisis. Mr. President, I agree with the theme under which the 77th session of the General Assembly is being conducted. A watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges. Because given the morbid developments in the contemporary global political environment, it is responsible to conclude that we deviated to our detriment from the course that the frameworks of the UN Charter had set for us. It is for this reason that we have arrived at a watershed moment in our history. Mr. President, we have arrived at this watershed moment in history because we, the members of the United Nations, have not adhered to the rules and principles of the organization that we created 76 years ago. As a multilateral answer to mankind's propensity to use arms against his fellow man, instead of joining with him to turn them into tools for peace and development. We have arrived at this watershed moment because we have failed to adhere to the arrangements we have negotiated multilaterally to solve the problems that have confronted us, problems invariably of our own making. We have come to this watershed moment because small developing countries continue to suffer from inequitable world order in which the rich and powerful do not right the wrongs they commit against the weak. Mr. President, despite our small size, despite our deliberate desire to be a source of peace and friendship to all, despite our democratic traditions, and despite our earnest efforts to make the development of our people our primary objective, we find ourselves in a world stacked against us and frustrating our development at every turn. Sadly, Mr. President, a survey of the global political economy of the last 4 decades reads like a cascading series of crises and a frustrating tale of arrested development and dashed hopes for the people of the Caribbean. In every decade since 1980, we have faced the ill wills of a harsh and global environment to which we are forced to change course without reward and with little to show for our efforts. In the 1990s, it was the entry of the United Kingdom into the European single economy which removed any lingering protections from which we benefited and which placed us at greater exposure to a world of liberalized trade with no consideration for our specific historical circumstances. Then came the decade of the 2000s, in which the WTO was formalized, and in which came an even harsher reality of trade liberalization that has not lived up to its promise of cheaper goods and services for all. Instead, we have mostly witnessed declines in the demand for our primary commodities like bananas, sugar, and rum. If anything, the new rules of trade have taught us harsh lessons on how global arrangements are designed to punish us when we are accused of wrong, but fail to reward and protect us when we are wronged. The experience of Antigua and Barbuda is instructive in this regard. In the year 2001, we witnessed a terrorist attack on the United States of America, which brought with it another round of negative economic circumstances. 9/11 was followed by the global financial crisis of 2008, a crisis not of our own making, but one for which we in the Caribbean were amongst the hardest hits. Our tourism industry suffered tremendously as the financial losses in the main source markets resulted in a reduction of tourism traffic to our countries. This tale of frustrated development continued in 2016 with Brexit and was worsened by the COVID-19 pandemic. Presently, the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine has brought with it unseen hikes and uncertainty in the price of oil and has wiped out all our hopes for a smooth recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition, 20 years after the first conference on financing for development in 2002, the mechanisms and global frameworks we established for the United Nations Financing for Development process tell a damning story of gaps and shortfalls, commitments not kept, systematic barriers reinforced, and negative challenges. Had all our partners lived up to their commitments, our current circumstances of economic distress may not have been as dire. Our diversification into financial services is also threatened by an uneven regime of negative regulations. And overarching all of this are the continued challenges of climate change, with its fierce occurrences of floods, droughts, and hurricanes, adding yet more uncertainty to our economic projections and aspirations. Mr. President, it is no longer breaking news or matter of debate that climate change is one of the biggest crises facing mankind today. But the solutions to the universal climate change emergency are not mystifying. From 2015 Paris Agreement, where we agreed that limiting global warming to below 1.5 degrees centigrade would help us stay alive, to COP26 in Glasgow, we have followed the science, negotiated, compromised, and agreed upon the solutions. The problem is, these arrangements have been broken or simply ignored. Those who are the biggest sinners of the climate crisis and who were supposed to take the corresponding greatest action have not followed through on their commitments. The quantum of financing for climate justice needed for developing countries and agreed upon by developed countries has not materialized. Other issues of the Paris Rulebook are still to be implemented. The multilateral development financial institutions have yet to change their systems to make it easier for developing countries to access the financing required to adapt to climate change and build climate resilient countries and economies. Mr. President, developing countries already saddled with debt must be given the means to be able to deal with climate change. We must act together to save our people and our planet. It is regrettable, therefore, that recent political differences between two of the biggest polluting countries have led to a halting of cooperation between them on climate issues. The future of our planet must never be held hostage to the politics of superpower rivalry. Mr. President, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the government and people of Grenada on the appointment of its former Environmental Minister, Simon Steele, as Executive Secretary of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. The appointment of someone from a small island state is hopefully a signal that the world is listening to the pleas of the most vulnerable for positive and urgent action in this climate crisis. We urge the developed world to act upon the solutions to climate change that they have agreed upon. For decades, Mr. President, we have called on global financial institutions to carve out a special regime that takes into account our smallness and vulnerabilities to climate change. This is not an unreasonable demand. We have insisted that many of the challenges that we face have come from the external environment and are not of our own making. Given our small size and minuscule levels of industrial pollution, we are among the least responsible for global warming. But given our small size, our vulnerable economies, we are among the most defenseless to the ravages of climate change. A single hurricane which destroys our entire agricultural crop or destroys our tourism plant and infrastructure can set us back for decades. We are simply asking that these vulnerabilities be considered when our financial obligations for development assistance are being negotiated. This will result in the mutual beneficial solution of ensuring that the wheels of the global economy keep on turning, while at the same time allowing us the breathing space to participate meaningfully with a renewed sense of faith in the legitimacy of the global financial system and its institutions. For 3 decades, from the adoption of Agenda 21 through the several General Assembly resolutions and to the Samoa pathway, there have been calls for the adoption of a multidimensional vulnerability index, MVI for states. The MVI will replace the unreliable and unfair gross national income index that precludes states from accessing badly needed, low-cost, and concessional financing for their development. The work on the MVI by the UN and other institutions like the Caribbean Development Bank must now be accelerated and finalized. A reform of the regime can no longer be ideological or political. We need to include the vulnerabilities of small states like St. Lucia when calculating the value of their economies. This is a matter of survival for our people. Mr. President, we are disappointed that in another area of vital importance to small island developing states, ocean governance, we have failed to adopt the first ever multilateral maritime biodiversity treaty stalled in August because the developed countries of the North were once again unwilling to accommodate the needs of the developed world of the South. Protecting the oceans is an imperative. An agreement on the sharing and sustainable use of the marine resources that are beyond national jurisdiction is essential. Bearing in mind that these areas do not belong to one country, but are the heritage of all mankind, St. Lucia therefore calls for the urgent resumption of the fifth session of the Intergovernmental Conference on the Treaty so that its text can be finalized, taking into account the special circumstances of small island developing states. Article 2 and 23 of the UN Charter are unambiguous in binding member states to refrain from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any states, and to negotiate and settle all international disputes by peaceful means. In the declaration of the commemoration of the 75th anniversary of the UN, heads of state and government reaffirmed these principles when they said, "We will promote peace and prevent conflict, will abide by international law and ensure justice." Mr. President, the war in Ukraine not only unleashed death and horrendous destruction, but has plunged the world into an economic crisis of runaway inflation, food shortages, and energy supplies, and worsened a global supply chain crisis that had been triggered by the COVID-19 pandemic. The world could have been spared this humanitarian and economic agony if once again countries and their leaders had respected and adhered to the principles of the Charter of the United Nations. We therefore call upon all parties involved to immediately end the conflict in Ukraine by undertaking immediate negotiations to permanently settle all disputes in accordance with the principles of the United Nations. The billions and billions of dollars being spent in Ukraine in wanton destruction and war could have transformed for the better the economies, the livelihoods, and the lives of millions and millions of people in the developing countries of the world, if spent on poverty reduction and economic transformation. It is from this perspective, Mr. President, that St. Lucia also laments the recent escalation of military tensions in the Taiwan Straits that threaten regional and international peace and security. And so St. Lucia calls upon those responsible to observe the UN rules on peaceful settlement of disputes and respect for the territorial integrity and political independence of all countries. The people of Taiwan have freely determined their political status and ought to be allowed to continue their chosen path to economic, social, and cultural development and to confirm their right to self-determination. St. Lucia calls for the meaningful participation of Taiwan in the organs and agencies of the United Nations. Further, in the interest of peace and stability in the contemporary global political environment, we continue to call for the reduction of tension and normalization of relations with our regional neighbors of Venezuela and Cuba. And in this regard, Mr. President, in keeping with the Charter of the United Nations on the people's right to self-determination and political independence, we once again call for the immediate removal of the inhumane economic embargo against Cuba. Given the devastating impacts of the sanctions on the Venezuelan people, coupled with the COVID-19 pandemic, and compounded by the expanding crisis of the world economy arising out of the war in Ukraine, let us also use this moment as a watershed for lifting the painful sanctions against the people of Venezuela. Let us work together, opening up a new period of prosperity for Latin America and the Caribbean. In that vein, St. Lucia wishes to raise its grave concern over the situation in Haiti. We will continue to engage the rest of the CARICOM family and the global community to facilitate a process towards the normalization and ultimately the holding of free and fair and credible elections in Haiti. While St. Lucia and the rest of the Caribbean are not manufacturers of conventional weapons, our countries have been plagued by a proliferation of illegal small arms and light weapons, resulting in a surge in criminal activity and gun violence. St. Lucia has always been a strong advocate for the national frameworks, such as the United Nations Program of Action to prevent, combat, and eradicate the illicit trade in small arms and light weapons in all its aspects, and the Arms Trade Treaty, which are two examples of multilateral instruments aimed at mobilizing international cooperation to curb the illicit trade in conventional arms and ammunition. St. Lucia calls on all the major manufacturers, exporters, and importers of conventional weapons in our hemisphere to live up to their commitments under these instruments, to lend the necessary expertise and technical assistance, and cooperate in good faith to stem the tide of unregulated conventional arms and ammunition. Mr. President, in his report, Our Common Agenda on the Future of Global Cooperation, the UN Secretary General has proposed several significant initiatives with regard to the youth of the world. The report recommended more meaningful and effective engagement with the youth, including better political representations, transforming education, skills training, and lifelong learning, and it proposed the establishment of a United Nations Youth Office and the appointment of a special envoy for future generations. St. Lucia welcomes these recommendations and is encouraged by the adoption of the resolution to establish a youth office, as they are in keeping with our key priorities of my administration, which I highlighted in my inaugural address to this General Assembly: the creation of a youth economy. I said then that this novel youth economy, which will be formalized in a new government department under the purview of the Prime Minister, will be a catalyst for propelling our young people to turn their talents, skills, and hobbies into economic enterprises for their own empowerment. I'm therefore pleased to announce that legislation establishing our Youth Economy Agency has been passed and will be formally launched this year. As we call upon member states to support the UN Youth Office and Secretary Generals and the Secretary General's other proposals on the youth, we once again invite the international community to discuss and engage with St. Lucia on the mutually beneficial relationships and projects to promote the youth economy. In the face of today's just interconnected crises, let us all together harness the immense energy, enthusiasm, and creativity of our young people. Let us capitalize on their resourcefulness. Let us see them as assets and not as problems to be solved. Let us consider the aspirations for the future is theirs, not ours. Mr. President, in this watershed moment, as we have described it, of interlocking challenges, we must all accept the truth that it is the ordinary people of this world who matter, the youth in particular. It's about the people whom we serve, who made us their leaders. It is they, the people, who must come first in all that we do. And so, Mr. President, we have gathered in this 77th session under the theme of a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges, a lofty and noble theme indeed, pregnant with hope and towering expectations. If we truly think of the people of this world, if we truly dedicate ourselves to serving them, then our words, our decisions, our actions will deliver better healthcare, decent employment, and decent housing. As world leaders, let us practice servant leadership by faithfully adhering to and fulfilling the obligations of the Charter of the United Nations, to which we all agreed to abide when we became its members. Let us truly be nations united. Let us transform our attitudes and approach to the less privileged The more powerful among us must honor international obligations and responsibilities. Despite our small size, Mr. President, St. Lucia stands here with the self-confidence of a people assured that our history and our own struggles for freedom have earned us the right to be a voice for all the developing and oppressed peoples of the world, and we are confident that we have something to share with the world at this time of crisis. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Economic Development and Youth Economy of St. Lucia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Alexander De Croo, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Belgium. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Alexander De Croo, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Belgium. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I want to begin with the story of Karina, 22 years old. 8 years ago, Karina, a teenager, was forced to flee Donetsk when Russia invaded eastern Ukraine. In spring this year, the family once again was forced to flee. But this time, Karina, now in her early 20s, did not follow her parents. For the first few days, she stayed in touch by phone, but soon things went quiet. After the Russian barbarians retreated from Bucha, Karina's horrible fate was revealed. Her body was found, and her stepfather shared with the Kiev Independent what had happened to her. And I quote, "There were cuts and lacerations. There was a piece of flesh torn off from her ribs. Half of her nails were torn off. Her leg was shot. They tortured her and most likely raped her." Haunting and horrifying words. And sadly, only one of thousands of stories that mark that we are living in one of the darkest moments since the birth of this United Nations. Out of the destruction and devastation of the Second World War, the UN emerged to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, as the preamble of the UN Charter begins. Never again war in Europe. That was the mission. Never again were schools to be bombed on the European continent. Never again were hospitals to be hit. Never again were cities to be cut off from food and medicine. Today, we are witnessing all of these in Ukraine. The mass graves and folter chambers in Izium are the latest signs of the utter brutality of this unnecessary and illegal war, all gross violations of everything the UN stands for. Faced with this Russian aggression and, indeed, war crimes, the UN is challenged to fulfill its calling. Everyone in this room, every single country will be asked one day, what did you do to stop this? What did you do to protect the people of Ukraine? Did you look away or did you act? In this conflict, there is no room for neutrality. It was the late Mikhail Gorbachev who said, "The victor is not the one who wins battle in a war, but the one who makes peace." And to win this peace, we must place the principles of the UN Charter at the forefront again. The principles of territorial integrity and national sovereignty. Indeed, if today the world is less stable and less secure, it is because of the sheer scandal that one of the founding members of the United Nations has trampled on these principles and unleashed a war that reminds us of Europe's darkest hours. And the statements of the past days and the threat to launch a nuclear war against an independent country have demonstrated Russia's ruthlessness once again. It is reminiscent of medieval barbarism, much more than of Russian greatness. We should be clear. This war will not go without consequences for those who are waging it. There will never be peace without accountability. That is why Belgium has always supported the International Criminal Court. And that is why we support the ICC to fully investigate and prosecute all serious crimes committed in Ukraine. There is no room for impunity, not for the butchers of Bucha, and definitely not for the leaders in Moscow who are calling the shots and bear the ultimate responsibility. And I specifically want to highlight the importance of the fight against sexual violence, one of the most destructive weapons of war, punishable under international law. Women who are exposed to acts of sexual violence suffer irreparable damages. And let's not forget that boys and men too are victims. They all deserve truth, justice, and reparation. Excellence.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this war is not just affecting Ukraine. It is sowing instability, famine, and poverty all around the world. We've all seen the images of blockaded Ukrainian ports, bombed grain silos, and even pillaged Ukrainian grain. The images speak for themselves. They speak of chaos brought by Russia and Russia alone, which is jeopardizing the lives of hundreds of millions of people in Africa, in Asia, and in Latin America. As though the COVID-19 pandemic weren't enough. In the midst of this chaos, the Black Sea Grain Initiative, signed in July in Istanbul, looked like a ray of hope. It demonstrated the convening power of the United Nations, and I would in particular like to thank UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres and Turkey for having made this agreement possible. I would also like to commend the positive role played by the African Union, whose leadership and mediation were fundamental in reaching this agreement. We, European countries, spared no effort to address this food crisis. We have maintained the export of foodstuffs. We are helping Ukraine through solidarity corridors, and we are providing emergency assistance to the most vulnerable in the worst affected regions. Belgium has considerably increased its humanitarian budget in recent years and will continue to work hand in hand with its humanitarian partners to meet the most pressing needs. And yes, this food crisis is forcing us to look at the structural weaknesses in our agro-food systems. If we want to keep our promise and reach the goal of zero hunger by 2030, our second sustainable development goal, we must put in place sustainable and resilient food systems, systems which combine traditional knowledge of local farmers with scientific knowledge produced through research and innovation.
This food crisis, the Russian war, is also causing a deep energy crisis with global fallout. People, also in Belgium, have difficulties to pay their bills. Small businesses are forced to pause because of spiking energy prices, and workers are losing their jobs. How should we deal with this? First, we must continue to support our families and businesses. That is why the Belgian government is releasing unprecedented support plans. After all we've done to cope with the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, once again, we stand ready to protect our people. We are not leaving anyone behind. But that is only part of the answer. We should also be honest. We live in wartime, and governments by themselves will not be able to absorb the full weight of this war. I know it's a tough message, but it's the only honest one. We will have to bear the weight of this war together, in solidarity. Equally important is the action we take. We need to disconnect from unreliable energy suppliers. We must strengthen our energy independence, diversify energy supplies, and transition faster to locally produced green and fossil-free energy. And that's what we are doing. Belgium is one of the world leaders in offshore capacity. And with other European partners, we are investing to transform the North Sea into Europe's biggest green power plant, quadrupling wind power in the North Sea. We are building a hydrogen hub in the heart of Europe for the import and transit of green hydrogen. And we are reaching out to partners in Africa and the Middle East to team up. Energy transition is a common challenge that needs common answers from the North and the South. And we keep investing in nuclear energy, safer than today, with less waste than today. If we want to bolster our energy independence and deliver on the promises of a green and sustainable world, we will need all of these. Belgium brings innovative solutions and expertise to the table, with universities and research centers that are world-leading, and it will help us to change and to adapt. It is this spirit, this can-do mentality that we will take to COP27. Last year, in this room, I spoke about the deadly floods in my country. This year, along with many other countries, Belgium again suffered the effects of climate change and global warming, with persistent drought that endangered drinking water and destroyed crops. War in Europe should not let us look away from the biggest challenge of our time. First and foremost, climate change. We cannot let one autocrat's warmongering distract us from our common agenda, from the Sustainable Development Goals, an agenda that has not become less relevant, quite the opposite. Our generation faces a gigantic task, but I remain confident that we will succeed. To destroy progress, you only need one man. That's what we have learned this year. But to achieve progress, you need many hands. Never before, cooperation, international cooperation, has been so important. And regardless of all obstacles, of all pain and struggle, we have today perhaps the biggest opportunity humanity has ever had to create an inclusive community where every citizen has a say and a stake, where progress is attainable for all. Let us embrace this opportunity instead of destroying it with bombs and hatred. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this brings me to my final point, a fight close to my heart, the fight for human rights and liberal democracy. On the eve of the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration for Human Rights, we see human rights under increasing pressure. It is for this very reason that Belgium is running for a seat in the Human Rights Council for 23-25. Our candidacy reflects a commitment to multilateralism and our support to international order based on the rule of law and on respect for human rights without distinction. A stronger focus on human rights is urgently needed. Take, for example, women's rights. After years of steady progress, we are fighting an uphill battle again. And I am sickened to see the fate of women and girls in Afghanistan. What we all feared has become true. Despite all the promises, Afghan women and girls have been systematically excluded from public life over the last years. Girls are no longer allowed to go to school. They are forced to get married at an age when children should still be playing with their friends. Their mothers no longer allowed to go to work. But as one young Afghan woman wrote, "I am heartbroken, but hopeful. When this woman, whose rights are being crushed, does not give up, then we too, we must keep fighting. For going to school is not a privilege, it is a right for each and every child, for boys and girls." The Transforming Education Summit was a clear reminder that we must continue to fight for accessibility and quality of education for all. Just as we must keep fighting for the right of women to equally participate in all domains of decision-making and public life. There will never be sustainable stability, let alone peace, when women are forced to take the back seat. Not only human rights are under pressure, democracy itself is targeted. The Russian bombs and missiles directed towards the people of Ukraine are also aimed at causing conflict in other countries. Just recently, it was exposed that Russia has spent $300 million to influence foreign officials, to replace their free will by Russia's will, their own interest by Russia's interests, a new form of colonization. In Africa, for example, ever more countries are becoming a target and a victim, like the Sahel or in Central Africa. And I want to be clear to our partners, we will remain on your side. But also in Europe, where Putin is financing his puppets to carry out his agenda of division, mistrust, and unrest, organizing disinformation campaigns, cyber attacks, and illegal interference in free elections. It should be clear, we will not back down on democratic principles and individual rights. We will not allow Russian Trojan horses to undermine our democracies with disinformation and with fear. When the fight for democracy is to be fought, we will and we shall stand up. Mr. President, a founding member of the United Nations, a permanent member of the UN Security Council, is waging a hybrid war on the international community. We cannot stand by. We cannot look away. We must protect the people of Ukraine. We must do everything we can to help Ukraine win this war. And we will. We will also protect our own people who are struggling to heat their homes and pay their bills. And we will work hand in hand with the Global South. That is our mission today. For millions of people all over the world, the United Nations remain a beacon of hope, not least for the younger generation. Let us respond to their call and let us act. People are counting on us. I thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Belgium for his statement, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Javier Espot Zamora, Head of Government of the Principality of Andorra. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
J'ai le plaisir de souhaiter la bienvenue à son
I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Javier Espot Zamora, Head of Government of the Principality of Andorra. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Señor Presidente,
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. After 2 years of absence due to the COVID-19 pandemic, it is an honor once again to take part in person at this General Assembly. I would like to start this address by congratulating His Excellency Mr. Saba Korosi on his election as President of the 77th General Assembly of the UN. Thank you, Mr. President, for the motto you have chosen, solutions through solidarity, sustainability, and science, which we shall assume as our own and which is aligned with the principles applied in Andorra, both from a domestic and an international political perspective. You may depend on Andorra's loyal support for the 77th session, and we wish you every success. Please allow me also to express my acknowledgement of the presidency of Mr. Abdullah Shahid and of the innovative and action-oriented initiatives he has encouraged over the course of a year, in which there has been no shortage of challenges. These have once again emphasized the essential role of the United Nations and the multilateralism it embodies. A year ago, when the COVID-19 pandemic was still very much determining the social and economic policies of many countries, the Secretary General of the UN, Mr. Antonio Guterres, warned us that the global and multidimensional crisis generated by COVID-19 once again underlined global fragilities and structural inequalities. Global governance neither knew how to respond nor provided the appropriate means for vaccines to reach all countries, which left millions of people in a situation of extreme vulnerability. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Secretary General on his excellent work in what remains a very delicate context, which unfortunately has many points in common with the reasons for which the United Nations was founded. Indeed, today the world continues to experience a succession and accumulation of different crises, accentuated by the devastating impact on the planet of an economy that is nearing the end of its cycle and that has based its productivity on excessive use of raw materials. The planet is exhausted, and the symptoms are all too evident. The climate emergency is being felt in the form of heat waves, wildfires, water shortages, and extreme phenomena that lead to catastrophes. The planet's triple crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution affects everyone. We now have the last opportunity effectively and forcefully to address the climate crisis, which is the most global and important challenge we are facing. Unfortunately, climate change is not the only transnational challenge that besets us. Just as we were starting to discern an improvement in the circumstances created by the pandemic, the war in Ukraine, a clear violation of the UN Charter, has exposed cracks in the international order and corroborated the loss of respect for the common values that sustain our peaceful coexistence and that are the essence or the raison d'etre of this assembly. This conflict is having a devastating impact on the civilian population and is causing one of the worst refugee crises on the European continent since the Second World War, which is why Andorra once again has shown its solidarity by welcoming numerous Ukrainian families to whom it has given the chance to live and work in our country. This is also what we did in 2018 during the humanitarian crisis caused by the war in Syria. As I explained in the political orientation debate held last week in the Conseil Général, our parliament, although our voice in the world does not have the backing of a large population, armies, natural resources, or a strategic geographical location, it is sustained by the fortitude of principles and values, values that inspire our model of society and the order by which we would like international relations to be governed. The impact of the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, moreover, is not limited solely to our region. The threat of a food crisis due to a shortage of distribution of agricultural resources on other continents has required negotiations to prevent it. The energy crisis and rising prices are also generating economic difficulties beyond Europe, which need to be rectified. The situation is not hopeful. Yet we should not allow it to bring an end to real politics, politics that makes what is necessary possible. We cannot allow unilateralism to prevail over multilateralism. This is how we understand it in Andorra, because a world without international rules or consensus would be a world governed by the law of the strongest. Our adherence to multilateralism is based on the conviction that tackling crises, challenges, and common threats requires a strong multilateral system, based on the universal values that inspired this organization's founding document. One may wonder, what can a country of just over 80,000 inhabitants and a mountainous territory half the size of New York City do for a planet that will soon have a population of over 8 billion? Well, belief in our ability to set an example, in our role to face global and common challenges based on the responsibility and commitment we assumed 29 years ago when, with the approval of our Constitution, we entered the international scene and joined the United Nations. Andorra believes in multilateralism, its values, and its capabilities as an essential way of engagement and of working to identify challenges, come up with solutions, propose consensus, promote fresh cooperation, and keep lines of dialogue and action open. When we are all in attendance, as we are now at the United Nations, we can listen to everyone's voice and establish truly successful proposals and action. This conviction means our country is and wishes to take an active part in numerous multilateral organizations, as we understand that recovery and change can only be achieved through a spirit of collaboration and by encouraging synergies among peoples, however far apart they may be in every sense. In fact, 2023 will give the Principality of Andorra an excellent chance to celebrate the multilateral order and to reiterate our firm and constant commitment to this order, as it will be the 30th anniversary of Andorra joining the United Nations and UNESCO. This anniversary also coincides with the 30th anniversary of our Constitution, which will provide an opportunity to familiarize our fellow citizens with multilateral institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, throughout our history, geography has shaped our character. Andorra is a high mountain region and therefore particularly vulnerable to climate change. We understand that the impact of this change has unleashed an existential struggle that must be overcome if we are to protect our territory. No issue has ever yielded such consensus among our parliamentary forces, a consensus that has made it possible to create a solid framework for action and continuity. We were one of the first parties to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to submit a national contribution in 2015 and to update it in 2020 with a view to achieving carbon neutrality by 2050. The Conseil General, our parliament, unanimously approved the declaration of a state of climate emergency and the law on promoting energy transition and on climate change. We have indeed acted. I shall cite one example. Advances introduced in eco-taxation have led to the creation of a green fund that is allocated entirely to encouraging ecological transition and ensuring that the economic sectors with the greatest environmental impact contribute most. We have pioneered in introducing a green tax and established a carbon price of 30 euros per ton, which will lead us towards more sustainable mobility. This has practical and clearly beneficial effects for our citizens, as the Green Fund has enabled us to finance more and better energy efficiency programs and to become one of the world's first countries to offer free public transport, a milestone reached just a few months ago with indisputable success. Another law recently passed, the law on circular economy, is also a remarkable and pioneering initiative that establishes 2035 as the deadline for changing from the current linear production model to a circular production model in which most waste becomes a byproduct that is reintroduced into the production chain. Special emphasis is placed on combating the waste of resources and specifically of food. This is because we carefully monitor the FAO's reports on the basic issue of the right to food, the second Sustainable Development Goal. We took an active part at the 2021 Food Systems Summit, which I had the chance to highlight, where I had the chance to highlight our fight against food waste and move towards sustainable food systems, which alongside San Marino, we have had the honor to make a priority policy. Likewise, to mark the International Year of Sustainable Mountain Development, and since we are mentioning the FAO, I would like to mention the Mountain Partnership and its members, which raise awareness and offer insight, tools, and action for the development of mountain regions. Andorra has the highest capital city in Europe at an altitude of over 1,000 meters and an average altitude of around 2,000 meters. Mountain regions are of vital importance in natural systems, with their water cycles, influence on the climate, natural resources, biodiversity, and meanwhile, they are highly vulnerable environments. In Andorra, for years, we have therefore been committed to caring for our natural heritage and making environmental protection one of our priorities. Mr. President, most countries have reappraised their actions or have observed how some processes of change which were half-heartedly introduced before the COVID-19 pandemic now need to be accelerated, while others require strengthening. The 2030 Agenda, the Sustainable Development Goals, and over and above that, our common agenda proposed by the Secretary-General are powerful instruments that provide collective and holistic solutions, establish a deadline by which the goals must be achieved in order to build a better world in which human rights, a pillar of the United Nations, are the cornerstone for all of our actions. Andorra, which is firmly committed to the 2030 Agenda, presented the second voluntary national review last July. The report features a detailed analysis of the 17 SDGs and describes the policies being implemented to guarantee Andorra's sustainable, resilient, and inclusive recovery through the Horizon 23 Action Plan, the government plan that, following the outbreak of the pandemic, we formulated for this legislative term and which ends next year. Globally, COVID-19 has had a negative impact on the progress and achievement of the 17 SDGs. In some cases, we have even strayed from the targets. SDG 4, which calls for quality education and the priority objectives of which include the completion of free primary and secondary education for all girls and boys by 2030, is unfortunately far from a reality in many parts of the planet. The education of almost 90% of students around the world was interrupted at the end of April 2020, which was detrimental to over 1.5 billion children of school age. Many have not set foot in a classroom since then. The collateral impacts of the pandemic have therefore been particularly intense in the field of education and have highlighted the need to give fresh impetus to schooling. I therefore wish to highlight the Secretary-General's role in making education one of the core values of the United Nations system. A good example of this is the Transforming Education Summit, which was held in New York on September 19th. There is certainly no better tool for overcoming discrimination and prejudice than giving all children access to schooling, lifelong education, and quality education. Our country is fully committed to education as an essential tool for achieving a fairer, more responsible society based on ethical values, critical vision, and cooperative and supportive attitudes. Andorra's educational structure is one of the country's finest assets, as 3 plural and diverse public education systems, the Andorran, French, and Spanish, coexist, thus allowing us to ensure higher levels of tolerance, freedom, and democracy in the education of our children and young people. Specifically, multilingualism is one of the characteristic differentiating elements of the Andorran education system. We therefore wish to give our support and commitment to action promoted by the United Nations on multilingualism as a tool for dialogue, communication, exchange, and in short, as a vehicle for peace. We share the Secretary-General's view of the need for solidarity with the young generations so that they may be involved in decision-making. All Andorran institutions, therefore, work with young people so that they can take an active part in political life, and they are endowed with the skills they need to manage their futures. As political leaders, we are responsible for creating opportunities for future generations. And this is one of the goals that we work hard to achieve, so that our country will be able to offer opportunities for progress to new, increasingly well-trained generations, and they need not envision a future a long way from home. In our country, we believe that the creation of these new opportunities for the future is an inevitable step in completing the process of economic diversification that we started in 2012, and that because of the pandemic, we have wished to intensify by prioritizing key strategic sectors of sustainability and of innovation and research. The culmination is linked to the strengthening of our relations within the European Union through an association agreement that we have been negotiating since 2015, which has allowed us progressive, structured participation in the European internal market. It will therefore be possible to promote the internationalization of our companies and encourage mobility among our young people, and thus also contribute more to global prosperity. Mr. President, I now wish to mention another global challenge that we have considered and that relates to SDG 5, achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. Observation everywhere of persistent gender-based violence, a growing number of sexual assaults, murders of women, increasing job insecurity and wage gap shows that inequality still leads to vulnerability and excludes half of humanity. Feminism is one of the great challenges of the present moment, and it is absolutely essential for us to invest all our efforts in developing active, determined measures to build a new reality in which the equality of women and men is not only a right, but also a fact, whereby the collective imaginary cannot conceive of or accept discrimination against women. Last spring, the Conseil Général, our Parliament, approved the law for the effective application of the right to equal treatment and opportunities and non-discrimination between men and women. It is a pioneering law that provides essential tools for breaking down the invisible barrier that still prevents full equality. Some of the aspects regulated by this law, such as co-education as a guiding principle for the entire education system, the requirement to draw up annual records of gender-related data, a determined commitment to eliminate the wage gap, and the coordination of equality plans in companies are the first of their kind. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, a year ago, in the report, Our Common Agenda, Antonio Guterres delivered a very clear message. The United Nations' ability to fulfill the objectives established by its founders depends entirely on the collective political will of all its members and commitment to the pillars of the United Nations. This message has been understood, and Andorra fully supports the roadmap, which urges us to intensify action to strengthen and coordinate the global health architecture, to address the climate emergency, to renew solidarity among peoples, to provide space for youth, to encourage a new social contract on human rights and an approach to global commons. In assuming our responsibility, we must now work to achieve all this, and now, I dare to say, we have a historic opportunity to do so. We come from a very small country in which years ago we pledged to do things right, and in which everyone can express themselves freely, with an over 600-year-old parliament, depository of the people's sovereignty, and in which for over 7 centuries we have fortunately known only peace. You may therefore depend on our help based on the values that have shaped us over history to defend globally a fairer, more equitable world with a more efficient and sustainable economic development. As political leaders, we cannot afford to look back and see how our inaction led to catastrophic and irreversible damage to our planet and to humanity. No individual effort will be enough, but it will be necessary, as the struggle facing us and in which we are now immersed requires everyone to contribute. Andorra is willing to take part and to act with determination to be part of the solution. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Head of Government of the Principality of Andorra for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
L'Assemblée générale va maintenant.
The General Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Pravin Kumar Jugnauth, Prime Minister, Minister for Defence, Home Affairs and External Communications, and Minister for Rodrigues, Outer Islands and Territorial Integrity of the Republic of Mauritius. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Pravin Kumar Jugnauth, Prime Minister, Minister for Defence, Home Affairs and External Communications, Minister for Rodrigues, Outer Islands and Territorial Integrity of the Republic of Mauritius. I invite him to address the Assembly.
The President of the General Assembly, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. At the outset, let me congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election as President of the 77th session of the General Assembly. I wish to assure you of the full cooperation of my delegation in the fulfillment of your important duties. Mr. President, we are at a watershed moment in human history, when mankind is facing interlocking challenges which threaten peace, increase the level of poverty, and are likely to considerably delay the achievements of the SDGs. At this particular session, your proposed theme, Solutions through Solidarity, Sustainability and Science, can provide us with some transformative solutions to address them. Multilateralism continues to be under threat, yet there is no other body or entity more representative and likely to strengthen global cooperation than the United Nations. After the last 3 years of reeling from the pandemic, we were hoping that the availability of vaccines against COVID would stop bleeding our economy and that we would return to normalcy. Instead, the situation has worsened due to the conflict in Europe, which is having far and wide ramifications around the world. Conflicts and political instability have led to more crises, and the human tragedy of war has worsened. The profound economic impact is slowing growth and exacerbating the cost of living crisis. There is uncertainty as to when and how the conflict will end. But what is clear is that the massive influx of funds needed for recovery and reconstruction will necessarily draw from the much-needed assistance to countries seeking to recover from COVID. Millions of people will continue to suffer worldwide, and millions more will be left behind. While we are still confronting an uneven recovery of the global economy, the pandemic recovery gap between countries is widening, creating economic and social reverberations around the globe and injecting more uncertainty into global markets. The rising cost of commodities and energy, and in some cases their scarcity, will further weaken our economies and delay the achievement of the SDGs. Small island developing states like Mauritius, which are highly vulnerable, will be particularly affected. We make an urgent appeal to all players and the international community as a whole to work towards a cessation of hostilities and seek to resolve differences through peaceful means. Mr. President, this is the time when we should be seriously thinking of saving our planet, slowing down the effects of climate change, preventing a worldwide recession, and most importantly, preventing a nuclear catastrophe. Mr. President, we are witnessing more and more extreme weather events, higher than ever temperatures, droughts, fires, and floods are causing unprecedented challenges across the globe and a heavy toll on human life and material damage. I take this opportunity to express my government's sympathies and solidarity to the populations affected throughout the world, especially in Pakistan. COP27 gives us another chance to globally agree and commit to yet unprecedented measures to keep the temperature rise below the 1.5 degrees target. Our responsibilities as leaders and our state responsibility should guide us in ensuring that our own future and that of our children are secure and refrain from any action that is tantamount to ecocide. Access to climate finance is essential to address these existential threats. Mauritius is keen to implement its nationally determined contributions, which is estimated to cost around $6.5 billion US. Despite the huge costs to our economy, Mauritius has pledged to finance 35% of the projects. We appeal to the international community to support us for the remaining part. The financing needs for development projects in SIDS, like Mauritius, should be demand-driven and based on the prevailing economic conditions, especially in the light of the budgeting stress created by the pandemic. We must also address the inequities, and in this respect, the United Nations development systems, together with our development partners, should use a unified compass and a refined and more comprehensive vulnerability index, which accurately captures SIDS vulnerabilities to prioritize allocation of funds and increase the funding of development activities. Ocean-based economies are being deeply affected. Restoring the health of our oceans is crucial to preserve our biodiversity, community livelihoods, and climate resilience. Negotiations for a binding global treaty to end plastic pollution and the consensus reached on banning harmful fisheries are important steps in the right direction to turn the tides and make our oceans healthy for our sustainable development. Mauritius is committed to protecting our oceans, and in this context, it announced during the Lisbon Ocean Conference the creation of an MPA around the Chagos Archipelago. We invite states, NGOs, and other stakeholders to support this initiative and assist in this creation, management, and enforcement of this marine protected area, which will be among the largest in the world. Mr. President, the world is getting increasingly connected digitally, and cyberspace is invading almost all areas of modern life. However, while it is providing new opportunities, it is also creating new challenges. The pandemic has brought to light the role of ICT as a crucial enabler of economic and social development, but we need to be cautious of the misuse and abuse of this technology as well. Mauritius' socio-economic vision, multicultural and societal values take into account and encourage the pursuit of a secure and safe digital world for all as we strive to undermine disinformation with accurate information. We strongly value the respect and promotion of human rights, both online and offline. We are equally keen to protect human values and promote tolerance and avoid hate speech. In this respect, we support the efforts of the international community to elaborate a comprehensive international convention on countering the use of information and communications technology for criminal purposes. Mr. President, implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in its totality is in the benefit of all for today's and future generations. Mauritius strongly believes that we must address the concerns of our youth for the future. Even though we are constrained by our insularity and limited means, we are striving to increase opportunities for our youth. Providing social protection and promoting social justice remain a key priority for our government. Despite very difficult economic challenges, we are maintaining our social welfare state, inter alia, by providing free health coverage, free education, and basic pension to the elderly. Economic empowerment of women is at the heart of various policies that we have adopted in Mauritius. Our government program is paving the way for society where gender equality is adhered to, ensuring fairness and equity among all, as well as the human and social development of women. And in this respect, Mauritius has made significant progress towards achieving gender equality. Mr. President, we reaffirm our full solidarity with the Palestinian people and strongly condemn the senseless acts of violence against its vulnerable population. Mr. President, the recent development on the world scene is again pointing to the need for us to improve our ability to respond to crises, be them man-made or natural. In this regard, we believe that the UN system, particularly the Security Council, needs the necessary reforms to make it more representative of the world today and thereby render it more effective. In that regard, we again reiterate the importance of expanding the Security Council with members of the African continent based on the Eswatini Consensus and the Seattle Declaration, as well as members from SIDS, amongst others. Mr. President, the fundamental pillars of the United Nations, such as development, human rights, and international peace and security, are grounded in the respect and promotion of international law. This essential bond between states enables the rule of law and global good governance to flourish, and without which there would be chaos. When the United Nations and the institutions which we have created for upholding international law are not respected, democratic governance and our universal values are undermined. International law cannot be applied selectively. It is universal, indivisible, and essential to promote multilateralism and international cooperation and strengthen faith in a fair and equitable global order. Mr. President, the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice of 25th February 2019, UN General Assembly Resolution 73/295, and the judgment of the Special Chamber of the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea of 28th January 2021 have confirmed with crystal clarity that international law recognizes the Chagos Archipelago to be and to have always been an integral part of the territory of Mauritius. Yet, despite UNGA resolution, which required the colonial administration to withdraw within 6 months of the date of its adoption, that part of our territory remains occupied today. This situation further delays the implementation of our resettlement program, especially for those Mauritians of Chagosian origin who were forcibly removed from there in the 1960s. It ill behoves to the United Kingdom to call on Mauritius and other African countries to respond to other allegations of illegal occupation when it illegally occupies a part of Africa. The new government of the United Kingdom has an opportunity to place itself on the right side of history and bring to a close this dark chapter of history involving the lost colony in Africa and the last colony it ever created, as well as the shameful, forcibly displacement of people. Such a move would be fully consistent with the values and principles of the beloved late monarch, who we honor today and pay homage to. Mr. President, what more fitting tribute to the memory of this great monarch who dedicated her life to service, to uphold values of democracy, human rights, and international law, sovereignty and territorial integrity, than to bring this history to an end and to do so in a manner that respects sovereignty, matters of security, environment, and the fundamental rights of human beings. We urge the new United Kingdom Prime Minister to act with statesmanship and work with us to implement UN Resolution 73/295, support the completion of the decolonization of Mauritius and the resettlement of the former inhabitants of the Chagos Archipelago. I wish to report that there has indeed been some attempts to start such a conversation. We reached a point where it would have been possible to agree on a way forward, but it appears that the United Kingdom is having some difficulty in accepting the proposal that any final agreement must be based on international law. It would be most disappointing if the inability to reach a final settlement was coupled by its unwillingness to express a commitment to respect the international rule of law. The more so that Mauritius has over the years confirmed that it is prepared to enter into long-term lease to protect the continued operations of the military base on Diego Garcia, given its contribution to regional peace and security. Mauritius is deeply grateful for the support it has been receiving from other countries and for actions taken by international and regional organizations, including the United Nations and its specialized agencies, to implement General Assembly Resolution 73/295. We are particularly thankful to the United Nations for amending its world map to include the Chagos Archipelago as a part of Mauritius, to the Universal Postal Union for ceasing to recognize the so-called BIOT-issued stamps, to the FAO for upholding the ICJ advisory opinion and the UNGA resolutions, and to ITLOS for proceeding to delimit the maritime boundary between Mauritius and Maldives in the region of the Chagos Archipelago. I must, however, deplore the decision of the North Indian Ocean Hydrographic Commission, which, at its last meeting held in Bali, violated its legal obligations by failing to recognize the legal entitlement of Mauritius, which satisfies all the criteria for full membership of that organization. In this regard, it is with much regret that Mauritius has decided to suspend its participation in future activities of the North Indian Ocean Hydrographic Commission until its legal entitlement to full membership of that regional organization is fully recognized. Mr. President, As regards Tromlin, which also forms an integral part of the territory of Mauritius, we look forward to the early resolution of the dispute over the island in the spirit of friendship that characterizes the relations between Mauritius and France. Mr. President, we have reached a once-in-a-generation moment, and we must make critical choices that will determine our future. The vicious cycles of violence must stop. Divides and distrust must end. We should not allow the winds of discord to draw back the Iron Curtain. The winds of peace should flow smoothly. Mankind's aspirations and yearnings for peace are resonating strongly on the world stage. Current geopolitical tensions should be de-escalated. It is time for decisive action and stronger international cooperation. More than ever, the promise to leave no one behind must guide our actions and forward path. It is only by working together that we can begin to weave a stronger and more inclusive global economy and build a better world for our shared prosperity. We can and we must act now. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank Prime Minister, Minister for Defense, Home Affairs and External Communications, Minister for Rodriguez, Outer Islands and Territorial Integrity of the Republic of Mauritius for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Siaosi Ofaki Vahafola Usovaleni, Prime Minister and Minister for Education and Training, Minister for Police, Fire Services and Emergency Services, and Minister for His Majesty's Armed Forces of the Kingdom of Tonga. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have the great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Siaosi Ofaki Vahafola Usovaleni, Prime Minister and Minister for Education and Training, Minister for Police, Fire Services and Emergency Services, and Minister for His Majesty's Armed Forces of the Kingdom of Tonga. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege to address the United Nations General Assembly for the first time as the Prime Minister of Tonga. I offer my warmest congratulations to you, Mr. President, on your election as President of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I assure you of our delegation's full support. May I also thank your predecessor, Mr. Abdul Shahid, for his leadership of the Assembly at the 76th session. He led a presidency of hope during unprecedented times. I also wish to commend the tireless effort of our Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres. Thank you, Secretary General, for your leadership during these most trying times. Mr. President, before us is a crucial theme, a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges. Our shared planet, our people, face complex and multifaceted challenges, and we must act now. We have the responsibility, the duty to find common ground. Together, we must deliver the transformative solution needed to build peaceful, inclusive, healthy, and resilient societies. Societies looking with hope to their future because they can live in a planet which sustains in peace and health for current and future generations to come. Yours, ours, is a timely and relevant theme to guide our work during this session. The global challenges are vast. They are many. They are interlinked. They are all ultimately about maintaining international peace and security. With urgency, we must, among so many other issues, overcome the severe economic, financial, social impacts of the COVID-19 global pandemic, accelerate actions on climate change, ocean health, energy transformation, the sustainable use of natural resources, cybersecurity, and I could go on. For this, we must unite. We must be determined to work together for solutions. The very peaceful existence of humanity and that of the planet hosting us are at stake. We must unite to find a way forward in an equitable multilateral system and a cooperation fit for purpose, fit for the future, and respectful of our differences, but united by our shared desire for an inclusive, hopeful, and sustainable future for all. Mr. President, earlier this year, Tonga co-sponsored several UN General Assembly resolutions in support of the people of Ukraine. Tonga continued to urge a peaceful resolution of the conflict to save unnecessary loss of lives and minimize any further devastation. Tonga is far away from this conflict, yet its ripple effects are felt by all of us. Tonga, like so many others, are faced with higher costs of fuel, food, and basic supplies. Inflation is double-digit. These are inflation rates that we have not experienced in decades. Mr. President, more than ever, it is urgent that we progress toward implementing the goals of the Agenda 2030 set 7 years ago. At halftime, the reality is that the existential threats from climate change, pandemics, and conflicts have increased. This is not some temporary inconvenience. This is about our survival. And let us admit that situations have worsened since we last met. This is also why we thank the Secretary General for his Sustainable Development Goals Report 2022. I believe this provides a roadmap out of crisis. The promises of the global agenda we agreed to risk to be a promise we did not keep. We must keep our promises, especially to the vulnerable populations, such as those of small island developing states. We must focus. There are areas which need immediate action to rescue the SDGs and deliver meaningful progress for people and the planet by 2030. Mr. President, the successor agreement to the Samoa pathway will be critical, and notably in regard of the support by the international community for small island developing states. SIDS are and must remain a special case for development. We are not a footnote. We face unique vulnerabilities. Once again, it is with urgency that we call on all states to show solidarity with the peoples of the SIDS. We call on your support, especially so during the preparatory process for the Samoa successor agreement. Only a few short years remain to implement the Samoa pathway. Mr. President, Tonga welcomes the UN Secretariat work on a monitoring framework for the Samoa pathway implementation. Already 3 decades have elapsed since small island developing states called for an index recognizing our special circumstances and vulnerabilities. The international financial system has used measures not necessarily adapted to our special circumstances, our challenges, and our ecological and economic vulnerabilities. This has limited our access to appropriate financing, debt relief, and aid. Greater responsiveness to our special circumstances has come about over time by taking into account the unique factors affecting the entire range of our political, social, economic, and environmental development issues. we express appreciation to the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda and the UN High-Level Panel for the release of the interim report on the development of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index. We look forward to its finalization and its adoption by December 2022. Mr. President, Tonga, like so many of our Pacific neighbors, faces natural disasters of unprecedented severity and frequency. This threatens our very existence and certainly our efforts for an inclusive and sustainable development of a small economy like Tonga. All Tongans will forever recall the 15th of January 2022, the Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'apai volcanic eruption. The explosion was of an intensity so great that some research compared to the impact of a nuclear explosion. We made the news of the world, not the news we look for. Research documents the explosion may have created a tsunami almost as high as the Statue of Liberty. Plumes of hot gas, ash, and water vapor were projected into the atmosphere, reaching a height of 36 miles. The ensuing tsunami devastated our economy. Several islands were completely or severely destroyed. People were displaced and then evacuated to neighboring islands. The volcanic eruption and tsunami cut access to basics for people and cut a precious lifeline for an island nation, our communications. The widespread economic and social damage and sadly loss of life is estimated by the World Bank at 36.4% of Tonga's GDP. In our hour of need, we recognize with our deepest appreciation the response from member states and their peoples. We recognize the support of the philanthropic institution, the United Nations system, and other intergovernmental organizations, development partners, the private sector, non-government organizations, and individuals. Thank you, Malo Aupito, for standing in solidarity with Tonga at our hour of difficulty. My government has renewed our national priorities. We must build back better and build national resilience to external threats and risks. We must improve the quality of services and affordability to the community and achieve progressive and sustainable economic growth. We are committed to reduce the risk and the harmful effects of natural disasters, particularly through risk-informed development efforts, through enhancing disaster preparedness for effective response. Mr. President, then in February of this year, after 2 years of keeping COVID-19 at bay through the closure of our border, and 2 weeks after the volcanic eruption, Tonga experienced its first community outbreak. Fortunately, over the previous 2 years, we vaccinated our people, and we now have 90% fully vaccinated. I must thank Tonga's development partners for providing support, both directly and through the COVAX facility. We also acknowledge the support provided by UNICEF and the WHO on infection, prevention, control, risk communication, and surveillance. This support was critical to Tonga's preparedness and response plan. Finally, on the 1st of August this year, we could again open our borders. We do so emphasizing preventative health measures to mitigate risk and ensure a safe reopening. Mr. President, Tonga has one of the world's highest rates of NCTs globally. NCTs such as cardiovascular disease, cancers, diabetes, account for approximately 80% of deaths in Tonga. We must provide continuous support to meet our current goal, in line with the SDG goal of reducing NCT-related deaths by 1/5 by the year 2030. Mr. President, climate change continues to be the single greatest existential threat facing the Blue Pacific. The adverse impact of climate change makes Tonga the third most vulnerable country in the world. This threatens our territorial integrity, our land, water, health, infrastructure, food security, biological diversity, livelihoods, and ecosystems. It threatens people's mental health and our sense of nationhood. Climate change is an existential threat to people and our desire for international peace and security. We must keep global warming to 1.5 degrees. We reiterate our call for this issue to be a permanent item on the Security Council's agenda. The Security Council must be seized of the matter because of its clear links to the traditional threats to international peace and security. Whether it is sea level rise, loss of territory, and the mass migration it leads to, this is a trigger for violence and a threat to peace and security. Mr. President, Tonga is a small island developing state, but it's a large ocean state. 99% of our sovereign territory is the ocean, and through generation we have shown a serious responsibility to protect the ocean. The ocean is our beating heart. It serves as the foundation for our economy and a lifeline for sectors from tourism to fisheries, ocean transport, and international shipping. The conservation and sustainable use of the ocean and its resources is at the forefront of our concerns and interests. Tonga joins member states that argued for the importance of the ocean and seas to global sustainable development. Tonga aspires to play its role in the fight against illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing activities, particularly in responding to mitigating IUU risks. We must achieve the goals outlined in SDG 14 if we are to survive. Anything less is unacceptable. We were pleased to participate at the 7th Our Ocean Conference in Palau and the 2nd United Nations Ocean Conference held in Lisbon, Portugal. And we look forward to continuing such conferences to ensure that ocean and seas are a priority in the global sustainable development agenda. It is through such engagement that partnership were formed and resulted in Tonga producing its first ever Tonga Ocean Management Plan 2021. Mr. President, Tonga continues to recognize the importance of the legal mandate provided by the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. As a member of the International Seabed Authority, Tonga continuously engages in the work of the authority. We must expeditiously conclude those exploitation regulations, which ensure that appropriate conservation and environmental management practices are in place when exploitation activities begin. Mr. President, the conservation and protection of our high seas remain a priority for Tonga. I refer in particular to the negotiation to conclude an internationally legally binding instrument under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. Tonga is optimistic that the considerable amount of work that has gone into this process, along with further progress on resolving key issues of divergence, will enable us to come to a positive conclusion. Let us conclude this historical instrument to support our obligation under UNCLOS. Mr. President, Tonga has a large proportion of our people living in diaspora near and far, with 2 out of 3 Tongans living overseas. Remittances equal some 40% of our GDP. This is why it is of concern to us to find ways to reduce the cost of remittances. Mr. President, I am honored to be appointed as President of the 6th session of the Assembly of SIDS-TOC. In this capacity, I launched the Global Ocean Energy Alliance, or GLOIA, on the 29th of June, 2022 in Lisbon, Portugal. The CROIA is an initiative focused on accelerating the development of ocean energy technologies and projects through partnerships that mobilize technical, human, and financial resources and aim to establish a global community of shared interests. A community capable of developing a pipeline of bankable ocean energy projects to serve islands, cities, and coastal nations. As the 2022 events so cruelly showed us, internet connectivity is a lifeline for Tonga. Our economy and our society are dependent on well-functioning domestic and international communication. The security required to protect such connectivity is therefore vital for our sustainable development. And in this regard, I would like to recognize the work of New Zealand, Australia, ITU, and UNESCO's Broadband Commission. Mr. President, education is at the core of peace and sustainable futures. Tonga recognizes and welcomes the opportunity to share in the Transforming Education Summit held earlier this week. The summit provided an opportunity to once again reiterate our collective goal to put education front and center for our inclusive and sustainable development for all. We must build future-proof, sustainable, and resilient education system. For this, we must scale up financial investment. Mr. President, the Pacific Island Forum leaders have committed to strong regional action for a shared stewardship of the Pacific Ocean. They endorsed the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. The Pacific Ocean covers 1/3 of our planet, and it is our desire to act as one Blue Pacific continent. We continue to note with grave concern the threat posed by sea level rise to our Blue Pacific. We commit ourselves to ensure that climate change-induced sea level rise must not challenge our maritime zone delineated under UNCLOS as reflected in the 2021 Declaration on Preserving Maritime Zones in the face of climate change-related sea level rise. We note the invaluable work of the International Law Commission, in particular, the study group on sea level rise, for its work in advancing deliberation on this topic with a view to strengthening the UNCLOS framework, particularly in addressing the modern realities of sea level rise. We further note that high-depth sustainability analysis of Forum Island countries and emphasize the need for depth instruments to be simple, manageable, and implementable given countries' limited resources, the time-bound nature of that instrument, and the increasingly constrained development finance landscape worldwide. We also committed to revitalizing the Pacific Leaders' Gender Equality Declaration in 2023. Mr. President, our Pacific collective will and remain our strength in our advocacy for faster and more action by the international community. Vanuatu's initiative to seek an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice on the obligation of states under international law to protect the rights of present and future generations against the adverse impact of climate change, clarify the legal consequences of climate change. Tonga joined all of the other Pacific leaders in supporting this initiative and a step in the right direction. The initiative by Tuvalu and Antigua and Barbuda to establish a commission of seats on climate change and international law that will be tasked with developing and implementing fair and just global environment norms and practices is also a step in the right direction. Mr. President, I conclude by reiterating Tonga's support for your important work. May we show resolve, courage, and partnership to meet the challenges before us and turn the needle to hope for present and future generations. May God guide and bless this August General Assembly and all its members, observers, and staff in our shared journey during this session to the destination of finding solution through solidarity, sustainability, and science. I thank you. Malo aupito.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Education and Training, Minister for Police, Fire Services and Emergency Services, and Minister for His Majesty's Armed Forces of the Kingdom of Tonga for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Kyriakos Mitsotakis, Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Kyriakos Mitsotakis, Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, Mr. Secretary General, heads of state and governments, excellencies, mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen. 77 years ago, this organization was founded out of the chaos of war with one stated aim: the harmonization of relations among nation states in pursuit of lasting peace and security, the defense of human rights, and the inviolability of international law. It was the world's first multilateral response to the aggression of the few at the expense of the many. And yet, in spite of all of its successes, today our United Nations stands at a crossroads. As the theme of this year's General Assembly suggests, we face a watershed moment in world history. We face a choice, and that choice is simple. We can come together to face down the forces of authoritarianism and violence of today, in full cognizance that there is a price to pay for defending our common human values, or we can show indecision, we can waver, and ultimately we can fold. Choose the former, however painful in the short term that may be, and the values that underpin these United Nations will prevail. Choose the latter, and the consequences are, I believe, unimaginable. For our societies to survive and thrive, they have to be willing to fight when faced with unprovoked aggression. Pericles, in his funeral oration, made that absolutely clear 2,500 years ago. At no time after the Second World War have his words echoed more relevant. Today, the memories of the Dark Continent have resurfaced after the unprovoked invasion of Russia into Ukraine. What we considered unthinkable in Europe has happened. For many years, we believed that international cooperation and a shared commitment to the rule of law had prevailed over guns and armies. We believed that given the tragic, the devastating experiences of the 20th century, no one would venture to suppress another people's right to exist or alter borders by force. Unfortunately, we were wrong. Nevertheless, as Europeans, we have every reason to be proud of our response. We have stood by Ukraine, equipping it with the means to defend itself against the aggressor. We have imposed punitive sanctions that are beginning to take a toll on the Russian economy. And the tide is beginning to turn. This clear and strong position against an unjustified war is a reflection of a new geopolitical vision for the European Union. We don't want a world in which power is for the strong state and not for the weak, and where disputes are settled by generals rather than diplomats. Russia's invasion must not succeed, not only for the sake of Ukraine, but also because it is imperative to send a clear message to other authoritarian leaders that open acts of aggression which violate international law shall not be tolerated by the global community of democratic states. And this message has been sent loud and clear by many heads of state and government who have taken the floor at this year's General Assembly. Across Europe, we face the prospect of a difficult winter. The impact of the war in Ukraine has sent the price of gas soaring and has unleashed a spike in inflation, the like of which we have not seen in more than 4 decades. Russia has weaponized its natural resources to cause pain on European societies and destabilize democratically elected European governments. Again, it will not succeed. We will support our citizens to cope with high energy prices. We will pool European resources to promote energy efficiency and rapidly diversify away from Russian oil and natural gas. And we will further accelerate the push towards renewables, which are not just the cleanest and cheapest form of energy, but also the safest ones from a geopolitical perspective. Never again must we mortgage our prosperity only to be blackmailed by those who are willing to exploit our dependencies. This is, after all, what European strategic autonomy is all about. We know that there is a price to be paid for being on the right side of history, and it is our obligation to keep our societies united, but also informed about what is really at stake in Ukraine. The fight against disinformation and fake news must continue with increased vigor. Pericles, in his funeral oration, was correct when he said that it is not easy to find the right measure of words when one cannot quite rely on a common perception of the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, Ukraine is not the only country in post-war Europe to have been attacked. For nearly 50 years, Cypriots have lived on a divided island as a result of an illegal invasion and a military occupation. Ankara and the Turkish Cypriot leadership, isolated and alone in the international community, continue to insist upon unacceptable demands for a two-state solution. They refuse to resume negotiations for an agreed settlement on the basis of successive Security Council resolutions. Greece strongly supports both the Secretary General's efforts to resume negotiations for a mutually acceptable settlement and the confidence-building measures proposed by the President of the Republic of Cyprus, Mr. Nikos Anastasiadis. But the international community must not ignore illegal Turkish attempts to impose a new fait accompli on Cyprus, in particular in the fenced area of Arosha, as well as new and repeated violations of Cyprus' maritime zones and airspace. Which brings me, ladies and gentlemen, to an issue even closer to home for my country. And I'm referring to Turkey's continued and even more aggressive revisionist agenda vis-à-vis Greece. This is my 4th address to the General Assembly as Greek Prime Minister. You have heard me say before that I'm always open to dialogue and to the settling of differences in an open, respectful manner and in accordance with international law. And this is still the case. Turkey, after all, is an important country, a NATO member, which can be a partner and ally of Greece and the European Union if it so chooses. Turkey has the capacity to play a constructive role. For example, Ankara's recent efforts that led to a successful UN brokering of a grain exports deal between Ukraine and Russia is an important contribution to global food security. But at the same time,
Turkey continues to play a destabilizing role in the Eastern Med, the Middle East, and the Caucasus. It is also the only NATO country not implementing sanctions against Russia. And when it comes to Greece, Turkey's leadership seems to have a strange fixation with my country. The language is increasingly bellicose. They threaten that Turkey will come at night if it so decides. This is a language of an aggressor, not a peacemaker. Sadly, there's nothing new. And what of Turkey's challenge to the sovereignty in the Aegean itself? Again, this rhetoric is not new. Turkey has been incrementally building a comprehensive narrative of false claims in the Aegean that stretches from the EMEA islet crisis in the mid-90s to the present day. It has been threatening Greece with a casus belli, should we choose to exercise our sovereign right to expand our territorial waters in the Aegean. And this narrative has unfortunately culminated in Turkey's preposterous challenge last year of Greek sovereignty over the eastern Aegean islands, including large islands such as Chios and Rhodes, a sovereignty which was established by international treaties 100 years ago. And what is particularly alarming is the growing intensity of the threat. It is characterized by an escalation in aggressive rhetoric, combined with a massive disinformation campaign, multiple violation of Greece's sovereignty and sovereign rights at sea and in the air, the instrumentalization of migration flows, and unfortunately, a unilateral decision to refuse all high-level contacts. And I ask, is this behavior compatible with a well-established international actor, a UN member state, bound by the UN Charter and principles? Such actions undermine peace and stability in the Eastern Mediterranean at a time when the international community is faced with a war in Ukraine. And if President Erdogan wants to talk about red lines, then I say this. Turkey's claims over the sovereignty of Greece's islands are baseless and unacceptable. Questioning the sovereignty of Greek territory crosses a red line for all Greeks. And as Prime Minister of Greece, I will never compromise on my country's territorial integrity, security, and stability, and Greece will not be bullied by anyone. And yet it does not have to be that way. There is another path forward. Greek people and Turkish people have a long history of peaceful coexistence. 8 years after the tragic events of 1922, Greek and Turkish leaders had the courage to sign a peace and friendship agreement. That is why today, from the United Nations, I would like to address not just the Turkish leadership, but also the Turkish people directly with this message. Greece poses no threat to your country. We are not your enemies. We're neighbors. We value the many friendships between ordinary Greeks and Turks. And I know that the vast majority in our two countries do not want political conflict and hostility. So let us move forward in a spirit of cooperation and friendship with mutual respect and in accordance with international law. Let me also make a specific reference to the tragic migration situation in the Aegean. Turkey has been instrumentalizing migrants since March 2020, when it actively encouraged and facilitated tens of thousands of desperate people to illegally cross into Greece in order to put pressure on the European Union. And I want to be absolutely clear, Greece will continue to protect its borders with full respect to fundamental rights. Our Coast Guard has saved tens of thousands of people at sea. It did so again yesterday, when we rescued more than 130 people, including many children, from 2 sinking boats in the Aegean. It would be much more useful for Turkey to cooperate actively with Greece and Europe on the issue of migration. After all, the boats carrying the same desperate people President Erdogan keeps referring to leave the Turkish coast in broad daylight. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude with a point about meeting the momentous challenges of climate change. The green transformation sits at the heart of my government's reform program. Our national climate law aims to mobilize all sectors of the economy as we establish a roadmap for our transition to net zero by 2050. The conversion of a number of Greek islands into green innovation hubs is up and running. And for Greece, there is another fight very close to our hearts: the battle to protect cultural heritage, not just from climate change, but from armed conflict, from illicit trafficking and its interconnection with terrorist financing, and from religious fundamentalism. Greece, in partnership with UNESCO and the WMO, has launched Addressing Climate Change Impacts on Cultural and Natural Heritage. It's an initiative supported by more than 100 member states, the Secretary General, the Council of Europe, and the UNFCCC, and we invite all member states to join us in this effort. And I'm pleased to say that our long and continuing effort to reunite the Parthenon sculptures back in Greece, in this effort we have received support from the vast majority of member states, as well as from UNESCO's Intergovernmental Committee. We thank you for that support. No matter how long it will take, the Parthenon sculptures will eventually be coming home. Distinguished delegates, I'm immensely proud of the fact that Greece is one of the countries that has not deviated from the UN's 17 sustainability goals for 2030. Let me highlight in particular our commitment to transforming public education in line with goal number 4. Our efforts have been recognized at this year's Assembly. And as the world's leading shipping nation, we understand that the sustainability of our marine environment is of paramount importance, which is why in 2024, we will be hosting the 9th International Our Ocean Conference, which will build upon our ambitious plans to promote sustainable fishing and protect 30% of our land and sea by 2030. All these initiatives prove that collective multilateral solutions can make a significant difference in the battle to protect our natural world. But as many of you have pointed out, we are clearly not there yet. Whether it be the terrifying wildfires we witnessed in Europe this summer, or more recently, the unprecedented flooding that affected large parts of Pakistan, or the continued loss of critical ice caps, glaciers, and rainforests, without multilateral cooperation, these events may soon be the norm rather than the exception. And Greece is taking the lead in making sure that European countries cooperate more effectively in the field of civil protection through the RescueEU program. And as a United Kingdom, hands on the baton and the work of COP26 to Egypt for COP27, we have a final chance to get this right. And let us not be asking again at the next General Assembly why we are still talking and not acting. The challenges our world faces are complex and multifaceted. The solutions are far from simple. They require compromise and effort and will. They require resolve and determination. And above all, they require us to work together and stay the course. That, after all, is the spirit of these United Nations. And in pursuit of freedom, in the preservation of democracy and the rule of law, in the fight against climate change, there is indeed a long road ahead, and the next generation will judge us very harshly should we fail to rise to the occasion. Thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. The 11th plenary meeting will continue with the general debate immediately following the adjournment of this meeting. The meeting is adjourned. The 11th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. Before proceeding further, I would like to remind members that masks are to be worn by all attendees at all times when indoors, except when directly addressing a meeting. We shall now continue the general debate. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Gaston Alfonso Brown, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Corporate Governance and Public-Private Partnerships of Antigua and Barbuda. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Gaston Alfonso Brown, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Corporate Governance and Public-Private Partnerships of Antigua and Barbuda. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Mr. President, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As high representatives of our world's nations gather at this 77th session of the UN General Assembly, our peoples would have been right to expect great achievement of global peace and prosperous development. Unfortunately, it has not happened. 77 years ago, or 77 years have passed since the leaders of the world's big powers promised the international community that they would save succeeding generations from the scourge of war and promote social progress and better standards of life in larger freedom. The 5 victorious nations of the Second World War, they assigned to themselves permanent membership of the United Nations Security Council. They assumed the responsibility to implement the promises of the Charter, not only in their own interests, but also on behalf of the many nations which did not choose them and which had no option but to trust them. Mr. President, the state of today's world does not readily inspire such trust. Instead, it arouses an overwhelming sense of disappointment. It is a disappointment that small countries such as mine would be less than candid, less than honest, if we did not convey our sentiments to the permanent members of the Security Council. We are obliged to ask, what happened to the commitments which were chiseled into the UN Charter as binding obligations and all, but particularly those in the Security Council who took to themselves the task of guardianship of peace and development? Lest we have forgotten, let my small nation remind all here gathered of those commitments. For they are commitments we took seriously and expected to be fulfilled. Commitments to practice tolerance and live together in peace with one another as good neighbors, and to unite our strength to maintain international peace and security, and to ensure by the acceptance of principles and the institution of methods that armed force shall not be used, save in the common interests, and to employ international machinery for the promotion of economic and social advancement of all peoples. Mr. President, our world is now gripped in a fearful atmosphere of economic and financial instability and the worry of expanded warfare. Every nation, without exception, is confronting escalating inflation, food shortages, high prices, and increasing debt. But the worst effects are being suffered by the poor and powerless, the small and exposed. There should be no doubt in this assembly that trust in the Security Council has been diminished by the actions taken within its membership. Many small and defenseless nations now feel gravely unprotected by the weakening of the international legal order, which was our first, last, and only defense against aggression. Even worse, our developmental prospects and our hard work to rise up from poverty have been retarded by the high prices and severe disruptions that began with the COVID-19 pandemic and that are being exacerbated by the war on Ukraine. Therefore, Mr. President, we call on the permanent members of the Security Council to recommit themselves to the role which they assumed and pledged to safeguard. Peace must be restored for the world's sake and should be restored soon. It is the permanent members of the Security Council, all of them, which have that primary obligation. To abandon that obligation in the pursuit of selfish desires legitimizes the call for reform and an expansion of the Security Council. Concerted action by the Security Council is necessary to prevent major human rights violations, to stop ongoing breaches, and address global conflicts. If this fails to happen with the urgency that is required, it may call for the General Assembly to initiate its own global actions and to authorize their implementation. I do not anticipate that this call for action by the General Assembly would be welcomed by the permanent members of the Security Council, and that is fine. However, each of them must understand the deep concern of other nations when the Council is dysfunctional on issues whose effects are global. Peace in the world is not a commodity to be traded. It is a right to be protected in the interest of all. This observation is also strongly pertinent to the issue of climate change, which poses an existential threat to small island states and countries with low-lying coastlines. We'll all recall that last December, due to a veto by one of the 5 permanent members, the Security Council had to reject a draft resolution framing the problem of climate change as a threat to international peace and security. That was extremely unfortunate. That draft resolution was co-sponsored by 113 member states, representing the second highest number of countries to support a draft resolution in the history of the Security Council. Yet, it was vetoed. Mr. President, is it fair that the evidence-based resolution, which emanated from the concerns and anxieties of so large a host of nations, should be vetoed by a single country? Climate change remains the single greatest common threat to all mankind, and more so for small island developing states, SIDS, which lack the financial resources to adapt to the mortal shocks and to rebuild in the aftermath. SIDS have a legitimate and urgent concern. For although collectively we contribute the least to CO2 emissions, a mere 0.2%, we are the greatest victims, not only because of unattended loss and damage to our lives and livelihoods, but also because the very existence of our countries is fatally endangered. Mr. President, the global effects of global warming are universal. They reach every country. But it is vital that we all understand that in as much as global warming is universal, its damaging effects are not the same. The burden falls mostly on the poor in small developing nations such as mine. And that is why, as the representative of the people of Antigua and Barbuda, I must stand up for their rights, including the right to livelihoods and to life. My voice cannot be stilled while danger gathers in the skies above my small and vulnerable country. I have no choice but to fight unrelentingly for climate justice. And that's precisely what I shall do. Distinguished colleagues, many are beginning to lose faith in the Security Council. We must not be forced to lose faith also in the collective authority of this UN General Assembly. And that's why my government urges this Assembly to act on behalf of the smallest and most powerless among us, and in the interests of global justice. Distinguished colleagues, an opportunity looms for action. It is a resolution being sought by Vanuatu from this Assembly in the coming months to request the International Court of Justice to give an advisory opinion that will clarify the legal obligations of states to protect human rights and environments from climate change. If our nations indeed gravely concerned about the ravages of climate change, which has spared no country, they will support Vanuatu's request. Not to support Vanuatu's resolution would be a vote to circumvent a decision on the legal obligations of each nation. Not to support Vanuatu's resolution would be a vote to prolong this period of abuse, thereby imperiling human civilization. I also draw attention to an initiative taken by my own country, Antigua and Barbuda, in solidarity with Tuvalu and Palau. We are three small island states which have been buffeted and battered by the effects of climate change. On the eve of COP26 in Glasgow last year, we launched the Commission of Small Island States on Climate Change and International Law, COSIS. The Commission's purpose is to develop and implement fair and just global environmental norms and practices. In this connection, it will seek an opinion from the International Tribunal of the Law of the Sea regarding the binding obligations of its member states to mitigate the effects of their greenhouse gas emissions or to pay for the loss and damage they cause. The polluter must pay. This effort is separate but complementary to the Vanuatu initiative. Mr. President, our small countries have talked ourselves hoarse since the 1980s, pointing to the parlous circumstances into which our people and our countries have been plunged, but with little avail. Mr. President, billions were pledged in climate finance and not delivered. Promises were repeated year after year, each with a zealousness that on the evidence was meant to placate and divert, but clearly not to perform and to deliver commensurate with the loss suffered and the damage caused. The stage now seems set for this year's COP27 to fail, despite the genuine efforts of some industrialized nations to address the grave concerns of the majority of the world's people to turn climate change into climate action. Mr. President, the group of 20 countries meeting on August 31st failed to produce a joint statement on climate change, sending an ominous signal that yet again, the meeting of the COP in November will be long in words, but very short in deeds. At the COP26 meeting in Glasgow last year, world leaders acknowledged that their pledges to reduce global greenhouse gas emissions have not met the previously agreed goal of pursuing efforts to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. They vowed to do better. It appears now that they will not. And this is despite the fact that, as Secretary General Guterres observed, we are in a climate emergency that is literally setting our planet on fire. In other words, they're burning down the planet. Therefore, small states, individually and collectively, under the Antigua and Barbuda's chairmanship of AOSIS, will attend COP27 in Egypt and argue strenuously to establish a new loss and damage response fund. But we recognize that reliance on the conscience of others will not be enough and may not produce the results we and the world urgently need. We have been patient. We have urged, we have pleaded, we have begged. And yet, year after year, small island states bear the overwhelming burden of climate change's catastrophic effects, including persistent destruction, repeated costs of rebuilding, and huge debts to finance resilience. This injustice must end, and it must end now. We insist that those states most responsible for this dire situation respect their obligations to stop global warming and to provide compensation to its victims. We will engage fully and constructively at COP27. We'll also use all means necessary to pursue the objectives of the Commission of Small States. And we invite all countries whose people's lives and livelihoods are at grave risk to join us. Mr. President, while I have focused my statements so far on the damaging effects of climate change on SIDS, let it not be believed that the industrialized nations, the rich and the powerful, are immune. The projections of our common future are deeply distressing. In this year alone, temperatures rose above 40 degrees Celsius in Britain, Spain, France, and Portugal. China recorded the most severe heat wave anywhere on Earth. Floods hit Pakistan with nearly 800% more rainfall than normal, affecting tens of millions of people and leaving a third of the country underwater. These are the realities that we have to deal with. Winter temperatures in the southern hemisphere rose above 45 degrees Celsius in South America, while temperatures in some parts of Antarctica were almost 40 degrees Celsius higher than average. Last year, natural disasters in the United States inflicted an estimated $145 billion in damage and killed nearly 700 people. And this year was no better. So the question is, what else needs to happen in order to force urgent action? So, Mr. President, even if some of the governments of the industrialized nations remain reluctant to curb greenhouse gas emissions for the sake of the most vulnerable globally, they should be motivated by the perils for their own people. At the end of the day, we are all in this thing together. And while SIDS will suffer more swiftly and greater, no nation will escape. A global, all-of-society response is required to effectively combat climate change. There's no other option. There's no other viable option. I therefore plead with all governments to act on the evidence and to do all in their power to curb greenhouse gas emissions to stop climate change. Mr. President, I turn now to other international conditions which have unfairly delayed economic development and social progress of SIDS. I'll start with the Cuban embargo imposed by the United States that is hampering the Cuban people in their collective efforts to achieve economic and social development. This unjust embargo is seriously undermining Cuba's efforts to eliminate poverty and improve the living standards of its people. The government of Antigua and Barbuda urges the United States to immediately lift the 60-year economic embargo against Cuba and allow the 11 million Cubans an opportunity to be prosperous and a fair chance at achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Antigua and Barbuda looks forward to the normalization of relations between the United States and Venezuela in the interest of hemispheric peace and prosperity. Mr. President, the incongruous criterion applied by international financial and development institutions and the governments that control their policies to classify some SIDS, such as mine, in the same category as the United States, Japan, and Germany because of the skewed measurement of high per capita income is one such condition that is undermining our development. For decades, my small country has been denied access to concessional financing because of this single criterion. The criterion of high per capita income also fails to take account of the structural limitations to include limited natural resources and the reality that we are compelled to import a large percentage of our goods for consumption. For our people to survive and to pay for the high cost of even basic imports. Their earning capacity must align with the costs they confront. In this connection, my government is thankful to the former president of this General Assembly, His Excellency Abdullah Shahid of the Maldives, for establishing the high-level panel of experts to, inter alia, provide recommendations on the potential development, finalization, and use of a multi-dimensional vulnerability index, an MVI, for small island developing states. We also thank Secretary General Guterres for the proactive stance that he has taken on the MVI in finding lasting solutions to the barriers that prevents access to concessional financing to SIDS. I was honored on behalf of the people of Antigua and Barbuda to be appointed as a co-chair of the expert panel, along with the former Prime Minister of Norway, Her Excellency Ms. Erna Solberg. It is our intention that the reports and recommendations of the panel will be factual and evidence-based, and it will open the way for indicators that better reflect the vulnerabilities and challenges faced by small island developing states. For too long, the persistent use of per capita income as the primary criterion for determining access to concessional or grant resources has denied small and vulnerable countries such as mine access to concessional financing and tailored debt relief measures. I call in this General Assembly and all its participants to seize the opportunity to correct a wrong that has persisted far too long, that has punished middle and high income SIDS that have performed well economically and politically despite the odds that are stacked against them. It is time to stop penalizing SIDS for good performance. It is time to reward and incentivize them so that they can improve their accomplishments to achieve the SDGs and the ability to respond to endogenous and exogenous shocks. Mr. President, a consequence of the disasters spawned by climate change and the locked door to concessional financing for many SIDS is high unsustainable debt. Many of our countries have been forced to the commercial lending market to borrow in order to rebuild after disasters. We have also forced to do so after the economic devastation caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. The international financial institutions and the governments that control them are well aware that our debt burden is unsustainable, and yet the Paris Club will not reschedule debt or engage about ways to ease the burden. Our options are more debt and more onerous interest rates from the commercial lending market, or to surrender literally burdensome taxing conditions on our people. Now, Mr. President, it is no choice at all. One is as difficult as the other, and each consigns our small nations to struggle. Many of us have done so, and we will continue to do so to survive and not to submit to demands to make the lives of our people harder. Mr. President, the international community bears responsibility for these blights upon our small countries, which we did not create. The time is upon us to change the direction in how the international community responds to SIDS. In 2024, Antigua and Barbuda will host the 4th UN International Conference for SIDS, a conference that must deliver for all small island developing states. A conference unlike any other. We can't do this alone. We need each and every member state, starting now, to begin the process of recommitting to SIDS and offer lasting solutions to our needs. Mr. President, Excellencies, we did not start wars. We created no pandemic. We did not cause climate change. Is it not right for the rich nations of the world to contribute to alleviating the problems that have been trusted upon small developing states? Mr. President, the theme of this General Assembly is a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges. This Assembly is indeed meeting at a watershed moment. The world is dominated now not by a conflict in the developing world, but very much in the developed world, and in an expression of the underlying suspicions that have continued to exist between the nations of the East and the West. The effects of the conflict exposed by the war in Ukraine have reached every nation. Therefore, we have a legitimate interest in it and a right to call on all the parties, Russia on the one hand, and NATO and the European Union countries on the other, to employ their diplomatic resources and skills to end this globally debilitating war. Interlocked with the severe challenges of the conflict, climate change, the lingering economic effects of COVID-19, growing economic inequality between nations, high debt burdens without relief, and persistent poverty. These interconnected challenges demand meaningful international cooperation, not just words, but deeds. At this watershed moment, I plead with this assembly, please let us turn words into collective action. I thank you, Mr. President.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Corporate Governance and Public-Private Partnerships of Antigua and Barbuda for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mustafa Al-Kadhimi, Prime Minister of the Republic of Iraq. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Mustafa Al-Kadhimi, Prime Minister of the Republic of Iraq. I invite him to address the Assembly.
In the name of God, most gracious and merciful, Mr. President of the United Nations General Assembly, Excellencies, may peace be upon you. It is my pleasure to greet you on behalf of Iraq, a founding member state of the organization that hosts us today. I congratulate Mr. Shaba Qureshi on his election as President of the 77th session of the UN General Assembly, confident of his expertise and competence in achieving the desired objectives of the session. I extend my sincere thanks to the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his vital role in leading this body over the past years and in supporting and assisting the government of Iraq. We will ever be grateful and appreciative of his efforts. Mr. President, Iraq is a country deeply rooted in history and human memory. It represents a living example of how hope prevails over significant challenges that may seem impossible, especially at the level of domestic political conflict. However, the spirit of hope embodied by the people of Iraq is able to snatch opportunities for life, progress, and peace from the clutches of conflict and crises. Mr. President, despite the difficult circumstances, Iraqis employed that spirit of hope to fight terrorism and ultimately defeat it on behalf of the entire world. That task was arduous. Our people made enormous sacrifices, not only to liberate their land from the terrorist gangs of ISIS, but also to prevent them from threatening people everywhere. We succeeded in uprooting its destructive ideology. Here, I would like to commemorate and pay tribute to the martyrs of Iraq, who sacrificed their lives in defense of the values of freedom, justice, democracy, and human rights. During that just war, our Iraqi military forces acquired unique skills in fighting ISIS, enforcing the rule of law, and peacekeeping. Iraq benefited from the expertise of our allies in the fight against terrorism, and we are thankful and appreciative to them. We all for sustaining the effort to confront the problem of international terrorism and those groups that back it. Iraq looks forward to receiving further United Nations support in reconstructing the areas liberated and affected by the occupation of ISIS terrorists. Furthermore, the potential United Nations aid to respond to the urgent and necessary humanitarian needs has to enhance Iraq's capabilities and efforts to rebuild the destroyed infrastructure in a way that would help our cities and their people, including ITPs, to return to normal life again. It is worth noting that Iraq's ministries and governmental institutions have continued their efforts to help repatriate Iraqi families in Al-Hol camp in Syria and reintegrate them into their hometowns. I want to point out to you here that we have developed a comprehensive governmental program for the reconstruction of those liberated areas, the rehabilitation of infrastructure, and the safe and voluntary return of displaced people. We would like to express our profound thanks and appreciation to donor countries and international organizations for their humanitarian support and assistance. Mr. President, as I address you from this platform, I reiterate Iraq's calls for its territories not to be used under the pretext of combating terrorism or protecting the national security of other countries in a manner that endangers our security and stability. Iraq stresses the need to respect the principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter and the rules of international law and international relations, the respect for the sovereignty of states, the principles of good neighborliness, and the strengthening of cooperative ties. The government of Iraq affirms its adherence to an approach that calls for resolving crises and differences through diplomatic channels. Mr. President, there is no doubt that Iraq, like the rest of the world, has been affected by the pandemic wave of COVID-19. The pandemic has impacted all aspects of life and has proven that international cooperation and solidarity were the most successful way to confront such a pandemic. The Iraqi government and its national institutions have taken many preventive and curative measures necessary to curtail and limit this pandemic and to provide treatment for the infected. Let me take this opportunity to express our deep appreciation to those countries, international organizations, the World Health Organization, and other humanitarian organizations for their sincere efforts in addressing the pandemic and assisting developing countries in confronting it and combating it. Mr. President, realizing the importance of national commitments, the protection of democratic processes, and the people's demands to democratically exercise their rights and freedom of expression, the Iraqi government has endeavored to establish free and fair elections with the support of the Security Council, the United Nations, and other international organizations, which have praised its integrity and professionalism. I want to extend my thanks and appreciation to everyone who helped support those elections. I want specifically to express my appreciation to those who have helped in these most successful of elections, and Mr. Sistani particularly for supporting the electoral process. Despite the success of those elections, the political forces could not agree on the government's formation, leading to a political impasse. My government has called for a serious and transparent dialogue between all political forces and parties to discuss ways out of the current political crisis in an effort by the government to meet the people's aspirations and hopes and achieve their goals to secure our people's future. The government of Iraq is working to build the state, to maintain its stature on the basis of coexistence among all the Iraqi people, all the while respecting diversity and ideological, religious, and sectarian pluralism under the rule of the values and principles of justice and equality. This is done through ensuring freedom of expression, the right to peaceful demonstration, and human rights, strengthening law enforcement agencies and accountability, ending violations against individuals, working to achieve a state monopoly on arms, preventing the possession and use of arms outside of the law and state institutions, investigating their use against citizens and members of the security forces, and holding the perpetrators accountable according to the law and applying justice, equal justice to all. Mr. President, Iraq is keen to be a source of stability, regionally and internationally. Iraq seeks to bring together different viewpoints and endeavors to find sustainable, peaceful solutions to regional crises, and mend ties between the region's countries by introducing a number of initiatives to ensure peace and security in our region, a region that has long suffered from wars and crises. The time has come to rebuild the region pursuant to that balanced policy. Baghdad has hosted many meetings for the region's countries. It is a consequence of the balanced policy pursued by this government and an approach for Iraqi diplomacy with neighboring countries, which serves the interests of all parties, as well as the interests of the peoples of the region, building on historical relations and encouraging regional cooperation, as well as diffusing crises. The Baghdad Conference on Partnership and Cooperation in August of last year witnessed a remarkable level of participation by the neighboring brotherly and friendly countries. The conference resulted in a number of important recommendations presented in the communique of the Baghdad Summit. Mr. President, it is no secret to anyone that Iraq is going through difficult climate conditions due to the scarcity of water resources, the change of rivers' courses that Iraq shares with neighboring countries, and the building of projects without taking into account their effects on water quotas, and the fair use by riparian countries. All of those conditions have combined and have led Iraq to become the fifth most vulnerable country to climate change. This has recently led to the drying up of most of the areas of the Iraqi marshes. It has caused damage to the livelihoods of hundreds of families living there. The marshes are natural reserves. They are part of the World Heritage List. These conditions have led to an increase in the rate of desertification and internal displacement. The loss of livelihoods of many families also led to a drop in the proportion of agricultural land. Iraq calls upon all the region's countries to enter into a dialogue to resolve these water issues in accordance with international laws and treaties. Iraq is an oil-producing country that has participated in the progress and development of the global economy since the beginning of the last century. As Iraq suffers from climate change, it will also suffer from all the measures taken to address this phenomenon and the reduction in dependence on fossil fuels. Nevertheless, this government has worked on important strategic projects in clean energy, associated gas extraction, and other areas related to the green economy. This requires international support in various fields in order to back Iraq's efforts and enable us to move forward in implementing national policies and strategies to mitigate and adapt to the adverse effects of climate change. Similarly, we have not neglected the necessity of developing the education and culture sectors. At the head of our priorities, we put the implementation of the National Strategy for Public and Higher Education 2030, which includes 100% school enrollment rate, upgrading the standards of public and higher education, developing educational techniques and technologies, and enhancing skills and competencies in accordance to the job market and economic development. We have also launched the National Initiative for Early Childhood Development, a policy that covers a period of 10 years, aimed at reducing the illiteracy rate in our society and provides an appropriate educational environment for our children, especially since many segments of our society suffer from the repercussions of wars, conflicts, and corruption, which have hit the foundations of the educational sector. We have embarked on a campaign to build hundreds of schools in various governorates after they suffered from a significant shortage during the past decades, in addition to facilitating the task of building universities and colleges in the country. Mr. President, allow me to assert Iraq's firm stance on the Palestinian cause and the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people. We stress the need to preserve the historical status of Jerusalem and its holy sites. While we affirm our commitment to Syria's territorial integrity and security, we support the holding of political talks between all Syrian parties, and we support the efforts of the Special Envoy of the Secretary General of the United Nations in accordance with relevant Security Council resolutions. Like other countries of the world, Iraq believes that regional crises and wars do have consequences for every country in the world. We also believe that ordinary people always pay the price for such wars. Wars impact all aspects of life, particularly energy supplies, food, and security. Accordingly, we stress the need to find peaceful and sustainable solutions to regional and international crises through dialogue. We call for avoiding the use of force. We call for the maintenance of international peace and security. The global economy and humanity must be saved from the repercussions of such wars. In conclusion, the challenges facing my country, Iraq, today are but the result of decades-long accumulation of political crises and conflicts, We are working to dismantle them, placing our hope mostly on our young society's aspiration to defend democracy, being a way of life and means for good governance. Our nascent democracy still has a spirit of courage and hope. It needs the understanding and support of the international community so that we can continue building the modern state, reconstruction, the provision of services, and the building of infrastructure destroyed by wars. We believe in the necessity of investing in our people and working on sustainable development in cooperation and comprehensive partnership with our regional neighbors and the international community. Thank you very much, and may God's peace and mercy and blessings be upon you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Iraq for the statement just made. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Ismail Sabri Yaakob, Prime Minister of Malaysia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Ismail Sabri Yaakob, Prime Minister of Malaysia. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greetings to the world family. First of all, I would like to congratulate Your Excellency on your election as the President of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I am confident that under the leadership of Your Excellency, this session will be conducted with efficiency and effectiveness. I would also like to express my appreciation to the previous President, His Excellency Abdullah Shahid, for his excellent leadership at the 76th session in the face of various constraints and challenges. Malaysia welcomes the theme chosen for this year's session of the UN General Assembly, which is a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges. We believe this theme is most apt for the situation that we are going through together. Mr. President, at the last General Assembly, we heard a high level of commitment and pledge to work together. That has given hope to the world. Numerous statements were issued, all giving hope, including for me, that the spirit of a world family will be able to put aside the differences that exist among us. That commitment enables us to rise from the pandemic and together overcome the challenges that we face. Even so, this spirit of optimism is fading. I'm concerned by the challenges that remained unaddressed and in fact are even worsening. Many challenges remain unresolved. A major lesson the COVID-19 pandemic taught us is that we cannot run away from every challenge that confronts us. Being selfish and not caring about the impact on others will only generate mistrust in international cooperation. In an interconnected world, the policies and decisions of some countries can affect other nations. For example, in tackling inflation that the world is suffering from, the monetary policy and determining of interest rates by one country also has an impact on other countries. This is where cooperation and coordination among countries need to be stepped up so as to achieve the goal of a more just economic well-being for all. In an international financial and monetary structure that is still dominated by a few major powers, as well as during the world economic recovery, domestic monetary decisions have to be adjusted by considering the reality and needs of developing countries. In this connection, Malaysia urges the UN member states to establish an international monetary cooperation mechanism to build a more effective and just system that is able to balance the needs of global development. Mr. President, the UN Charter and international laws are there to promote the peaceful settlement of disputes between countries. The charters and laws set the limits of a country in pursuing its own interest. Based on the principle, Malaysia opposes violations. This is the truth that we should not forget. Conflicts will only result in negative effects for the world. It is due to conflicts that we are now facing various problems, such as lack of nutrients and food resources. In facing this, Malaysia calls on all countries to emphasize the issue of food security to guarantee sufficient food resources for all. Mr. President, the UN Charter and international laws are there to promote the peaceful settlement of disputes between countries. The Charter and the laws set the limits of a country in pursuing its own interests. Based on that principle, Malaysia opposes violations of international laws, including the principle of sovereignty and territorial integrity of any nation. When a conflict erupts, all parties hold the responsibility of easing tension and giving priority to the safety and lives of civilians. At the same time, the conflicting parties need to return to the negotiating table to stop the conflict as soon as possible. Malaysia does not agree with the isolation of a country from international organizations. Such a measure is against the principle of multilateralism and hinders dialogue. The price to be paid for a war is high. This is proven by the situation experienced by Ukraine. The effects are felt not only by the people and the country, but also by the world. This conflict has threatened peace, global security, and the economy, and undermined food security. Malaysia welcomes the creation of the Sea Route corridor that allows for the shipment of grain from Ukraine. This is a positive step in addressing the food security problem. In this regard, Malaysia would like to reiterate its insistence that all countries, especially the major powers, refrain from creating isolation blocks that will only push the world towards a Cold War. The world needs to realize that peace can only be achieved through dialogue and negotiation. As for the occupied Palestinian territories, Malaysia is disappointed with the brutal occupation by Israel that has been going on for a long time. The Palestinian people continue to live under the shackles of Israel's discriminatory policies. Illegal settlements are becoming more widespread. This is against international law, including Security Council Resolution 2334. The most basic rights of the Palestinian people continue to be denied. Therefore, Malaysia is of the view that the major powers need to be honest in resolving the issue of cruelty faced by the Palestinian people. That firm stand should be taken by the UN to ensure that the crisis that has been going on in Palestine for a long time can be resolved quickly. What is happening today is that most countries are so quick to act in the case of Ukraine. Malaysia wants the same action to be taken to resolve the issue of Palestine. Israel needs to stop being an apartheid entity. Although we are still threatened by conflicts between countries, we cannot ignore the other crisis in the world. The pillar of strength for a conflict-free world is living together in a culture of peace. And Malaysia, as a multiracial, multicultural, and multi-religious country, always supports and strives for the concept of peaceful coexistence between various races, beliefs, and cultures. Mr. President, in the Southeast Asian region, Malaysia has played an important role in conflict resolution. For example, Malaysia has been involved in the peace process between the Philippine government and the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, MILF, since 2001. In addition, Malaysia has always been proactive in helping to resolve various regional crises and conflicts. However, Malaysia is disappointed with the situation in Myanmar since the coup in February 2021. It is very saddening when the Security Council does not take any serious action in dealing with the situation. Some even see the Security Council as having washed its hands off and handing the matter over to ASEAN. Malaysia is disappointed that there is no meaningful progress in the implementation of the ASEAN 5-point consensus, especially by the Myanmar junta. In its current form, the ASEAN 5-point consensus cannot continue any longer. Therefore, this consensus needs to be given a new lease of life and refined based on a clearer framework, time frame, and end goal. Indeed, what is more important is that the aspirations of the people of Myanmar must be fulfilled. The political crisis in Myanmar has also worsened the situation of millions of Myanmar refugees, including the Rohingya refugees. Although Malaysia is not a signatory of the 1951 Convention of the Status of Refugees and the 1967 Protocol, Malaysia, on humanitarian grounds, accepted nearly 200,000 Rohingya refugees. Therefore, it is the responsibility of all countries including the countries participating in the convention, to take in more refugees to be resettled in their respective countries. At the same time, Malaysia strongly emphasizes the importance of the world addressing the root cause of the Rohingya crisis. I believe that this issue will not be resolved as long as the crisis in the country continues. Mr. President, the conflicts and crises that occur in the world, including in Ukraine, Palestine, and Myanmar, cannot be resolved due to the debility of the global governance system and the UN. The biggest problem in the UN is the Security Council. The power of veto is most often misused to favor the world powers that have it. It is not democratic and violates the principles of democracy. This makes it impossible for conflicts to be resolved by any of the permanent members of the Council. In line with the principle of one country, one vote, now is the time to abolish the veto power. As an organization that brings the spirit and symbol of democracy to the world, the UN needs to return to its foundation. Mr. President, climate change is a universal problem that affects us all. Last year alone, Malaysia was struck by the most serious floods in its history, resulting in losses estimated at 1.4 billion US dollars or 6.1 billion ringgit. Many lives were lost and almost 100,000 people had to be moved to temporary evacuation centers. This situation happens not only in Malaysia, but in several other countries as well. Clearly, mitigation and adaptation measures need to continue. The fact remains that developed countries must bear the responsibility of increasing aid for developing countries by fulfilling their commitment to providing a yearly allocation of $100 billion unconditionally. This will help realize actions taken against climate change that should have been implemented since 2020. COVID-19 has slowed our efforts in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. I stand here as a developing country in asserting that the implementation and success of a greener and more sustainable socio-economic development will be achieved with fair and inclusive response to that pledge. The fact is that new technology is an incentive for nations to switch to renewable energy. However, this new technology must first be affordable for developing countries. In this regard, Malaysia is committed to carrying out its responsibilities and roles to ensure environmental conservation and sustainability. In this context, various measures have been implemented by Malaysia. For example, in the oil palm industry, Malaysia has introduced the Malaysian Sustainable Palm Oil MSPO standard to meet the requirements for the purpose of sustainable development. Malaysia is committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 45% based on the gross domestic product by 2030. In this regard, Malaysia has set a target of achieving 31% renewable energy used by 2025. Malaysia is also committed to achieving its goal of net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. The National Energy Policy 2022 to 2040 was implemented in Malaysia on September 19, 2022, to build a macroeconomic resilience and energy supply security. Next, Malaysia has agreed to establish a national SDG center to intensify SDG programs and monitor their progress. As one of only 17 biodiverse countries in the world, Malaysia is aware of its responsibility to maintain and preserve its natural resources for future generations. During the Earth Summit in 1992, Malaysia pledged to maintain at least 50% of its land mass under forest and tree cover. 3 decades on, Malaysia today still has 54% of forested areas in the entire country. This percentage will increase following ongoing aggressive reforestation measures. Not only Malaysia, but the world also needs to be more sensitive to efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals 2030. In this regard, Malaysia welcomes the High-Level Political Forum, HLPF, on Sustainable Development next year. This effort is timely because it gives us the opportunity to look back at what has been achieved and what can be improved for the benefit of the world family. Mr. President, we all share the same concerns on all the issues that I have raised. Malaysia remains optimistic. I call on member states to play their respective roles in overcoming the challenges we face. However, we have to do it together as one big family, the world family. United we stand, divided we fall, and as long as we are united and strong together in shouldering this burden, I am sure we will succeed. Today, I invite the international community to work together by practicing the spirit of the world family in facing global challenges. With Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, Mr. President, Malaysia will continue to give its full commitment. Thank you. Peace be upon you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Malaysia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina, Prime Minister of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina, Prime Minister of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. I invite her to address the Assembly.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. President, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. I heartily congratulate you on your election as the President of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I assure you of my delegation's full cooperation throughout the session. I also commend your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid. I would like to express my deep appreciation to the Secretary General Mr. Antonio Guterres for his strong commitment to making the United Nations more vibrant in its responsibilities. The theme of this year's general debate is a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges. Our planet Earth today is plagued by multiple complex and multidimensional challenges like climate change, violence and conflict, and the COVID-19 pandemic. This year's theme calls for united efforts to find ways to overcome these challenges and revitalize our economy to build a peaceful and sustainable world. And to achieve this goal, we need to act collectively without any delay. Mr. President, we believe the antagonism like war or economic sanctions, counter sanctions, can never bring good to any nation. Mutual dialogue is the best way to resolve crises and disputes. In this context, I thank the United Nations Secretary General for setting up the Global Crisis Response Group. As a champion of this group, I am working with other world leaders to determine a global solution commensurate with the gravity and depth of the current situation. Mr. President, the father of the nation of Bangladesh, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, formulated our foreign policy dictum, friendship to all, malice towards none. Bangladesh has been pursuing this principle of non-alignment since its independence. In his maiden address to this great assembly on 25th September 1974, he said, and I quote, "Our total commitment to peace is born of the realization that only an environment of peace would enable us to enjoy the fruits of our hard-earned national independence and to mobilize and concentrate all our energies and resources in combating the scourges of poverty, hunger, disease, illiteracy, and unemployment." We therefore welcome every effort aimed at advancing the process of détente, relaxation of tension, limitation of armaments, and the promotion of peaceful coexistence in every part of the world, whether in Asia, Africa, Europe, or Latin America. Unquote. This statement of Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujib is still equally relevant in the present global context. Bangabandhu believed that peace is the embodiment of the aspirations of all men and women in the world. As a result of war, human beings, especially women and children, suffer tremendously. Many people become refugees. Mr. President, since the beginning of the pandemic, we have taken strategies to contain this crisis, mainly focusing on the three aspects. First, we expanded national health care to prevent the transmission and spread of the infection. Second, we have provided strategic fiscal stimulus to safeguard our economy. And thirdly, we have secured people's livelihood. These initiatives have helped reduce the number of deaths due to pandemic as well as reduce public sufferings. Vaccination is the key to our safe transition from the pandemic. We thank the World Health Organization and its COVAX system and our partner countries for providing this vaccine. As of August 2022, 100% of the eligible population of Bangladesh has been vaccinated. Mr. President, We are working towards sustainable economic growth, creating equal opportunities for all, and realizing an inclusive, peaceful society and social harmony. Bangladesh is now one of the 5 fastest growing economies in the world. We are 41st in terms of GDP. We have reduced the poverty rate from 41% to 20.5% in the last decade. Our per capita income has tripled to $2,824 in just 1 decade. Before the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, our GDP growth rate in fiscal year 2018 and 19 was 8.15%. Earlier, we achieved GDP growth of over 7% for 3 consecutive years. Even in the midst of pandemic, the economy of Bangladesh expanded by 6.94% in the fiscal year 2020 and 2021. However, as a result of Russia-Ukraine war, economic sanctions and counter-sanctions, there has been a supply chain disruption, an exorbitant price hike of fuel, food, and consumer goods. This has brought the economy like ours under tremendous pressure. Inflation has been increased. We are taking various initiatives to overcome this situation. In 2026, Bangladesh is going to graduate from the less developed countries category to a developing country. We're working towards transforming Bangladesh into a knowledge-based society, knowledge-based developed country by 2041 and building a prosperous and climate resilient delta by 2100. Mr. President, Bangladesh has achieved significant progress in universal primary education, food security, reduction of maternal and child mortality, gender equality, women empowerment, etc. Literacy rate has increased from 50% to 75% in last decade. We have emphasized greatly on ensuring information technology-based education system. Our infant mortality rate has declined to 21 per thousand and maternal mortality rate has reduced to 173,000 live births. The average life expectancy of our people is now more than 73 years. We have paid special attention to the most vulnerable people in the society so that no one is left behind. The coverage of the existing social safety net has been expanded to ensure social and financial security of destitute women, widows, the elderly, persons with disabilities, third gender people, and other vulnerable segments of the society. Currently, 10.7 million people are receiving direct benefits under the social safety net. Improved physical infrastructure serves as the foundation for a strong economic structure. That is why we are building massive sustainable infrastructure, including underwater tunnels, elevated expressways, and mass rapid transit systems. Recently, we have added Padma Multipurpose Bridge, a self-funded asset to our road communications system. It will facilitate Bangladesh's local and international trade and enhance regional connectivity. This will ensure at least 1.23% growth in our national income. Mr. President, the impact of climate change is one of the biggest threats for the humankind. In the past, we have seen a vicious cycle of promises being made and broken. We must now change this course. In Bangladesh, we have led to many transformative measures to tackle perilous impacts of climate change, consistent with the implementing of the Paris Agreement and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. During our presidency of Climate Vulnerable Forum, we launched Mujib Climate Prosperity Plan, which aims to put Bangladesh on a sustainable trajectory from one of vulnerability to resilience and climate prosperity. Our national plans and policies on climate change and natural disaster have been made gender sensitive. We are ready to support other vulnerable countries to develop their own prosperity plans. I call on world leaders to promote inclusive climate actions. Mr. President, migrants continue to face precarious situations in their migration journeys. They are denied of their rights. To overcome this situation, we must enhance global partnership and solidarity. The Global Compact on Migration, along with its Progress Declaration, gives us an excellent roadmap in this regard. Today, the complex global crises have reversed decades of development gains of many developing countries. The realization of 2030 agenda appears to be far-fetched dream for many of them at this moment. They need targeted support in areas that are severely impacted, including health, education, decent job, and agriculture. There is no better way than harnessing the potentials of science, technology, and innovation now. We're witnessing how frontier technologies are rapidly changing the world. It is imperative that everyone, everywhere gets fair and equal access to these technologies. The burgeoning digital divide must be bridged. 16 countries, including Bangladesh, are now on track to graduate from the less developed countries. However, the evolving global crises have posed serious challenges to our sustainable graduation. We urge the development partners for enhanced and tailored support. In this regard, we welcome the Doha Programme of Action. Mr. President, after the peaceful settlement of maritime boundaries with the neighboring countries, the blue economy has opened new horizons for the development of Bangladesh. We are committed to working with global partners for the sustainable use, conservation, and management of our maritime resources to accelerate our social and economic development. Effective implementation of the provisions of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea is imperative in harnessing sustainable utilization of ocean resources. In this regard, I also call upon the Member States to work closely to bridge the gaps and conclude the much-needed international instrument on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, known as BBNJ. Mr. President, we are fully committed to complete disarmament, including the non-proliferation of nuclear weapons. We ratified the landmark treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons in 2019. We have consistently implemented our commitment to peacekeeping operations. As a reflection of our peace-centric foreign policy, we are contributing to the highest number of troops and police in the UN peacekeeping missions. They help maintain peace, support capacity building of national and local institutions, protect the civilians from harms, empower women and other vulnerable communities, and build a sustainable society. While performing these duties, many of them sacrificed their lives. We believe without addressing root causes of conflict, we cannot sustain peace. As the current chair of the Peace Building Commission, we are doing our part by creating a platform for multi-stakeholder engagements in support of the conflict-affected countries. We are committed to continue our efforts in strengthening the women, peace, and security agenda. We have adopted a zero-tolerance policy on terrorism and violent extremism. We do not allow our territory to be used by any party to incite or cause terrorist acts or harm to others. I also call upon member states to work together for conclusion of an internationally binding instrument to tackle cybercrimes and cyber violence. Mr. President, as a responsible member state, Bangladesh is fully committed to protecting and promoting the human rights of its own people. We have adopted a holistic and inclusive approach to ensure the political, economic, cultural, and social rights of the people. For example, we have adopted legal provisions to ensure the rights and welfare of the people belonging to third gender. We have been implementing a project, namely Astrayan, to provide free housing to all homeless and landless families of the country. Since 1997, during the tenure of my government for 18 years, we have provided housing to more than 3.5 million people. We believe continued democratic polity and norms can ensure people's socio-economic emancipation. Mr. President, we will continue to extend our support to the occupied Palestinian people. I reiterate Bangladesh's unequivocal support for the two-state solution based on pre-1967 borders and the establishment of a Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital. Mr. President, I shall now seek your attention to the forcibly displaced Rohingya people from Myanmar. Last month, we witnessed the 5 years of 2017 mass exodus of the Rohingyas to Bangladesh from their home country. Despite our bilateral engagements with Myanmar, discussions with partners in trilateral format, and engagements with UN and other member states, not a single Rohingya was repatriated to their ancestral homes in Myanmar. The ongoing political turmoil and armed conflicts in the country have made the repatriation of the displaced Rohingyas even more difficult. I hope the United Nations will play an effective role in this regard. Prolonged presence of the Rohingyas in Bangladesh has caused serious ramifications on the economy, environment, security, and socio-political stability in Bangladesh. Uncertainty over repatriation has led to widespread frustration. Cross-border organized crimes, including human and drug trafficking, are on the rise. This situation can even potentially fuel radicalization. If the problem persists further, it may affect the security and stability of the entire region and beyond. Mr. President, the greatest lesson we learned from the COVID-19 pandemic is that no one is safe until everyone is safe. We must use the hard-earned lessons to stimulate critical and much-needed reforms of our institutions, including of the United Nations, to better prepare for such calamities in the future. We're interested in looking for transformative solutions to poverty alleviation, mitigating adverse effects of climate change, preventing conflicts and economic, energy, and fuel crises that the world is grappling with now. However, we need to understand the fact that socioeconomic development cannot be achieved without ensuring peace and stability. We want the end of Russia-Ukraine war. Due to sanctions and counter-sanctions, not a single country, rather the entire mankind, including women and children, is punished. Its impact does not remain confined to one country. Rather, puts the lives and livelihoods of people of all nations in greater risk and infringes their human rights. People are deprived of food, shelter, healthcare, and education. Children suffer the most in particular, and their future sinks into darkness. My urge to the conscience of the world: stop the arms race, war, and sanctions. Ensure food, education, healthcare, and security to the children. Establish peace. We want to see a peaceful world with enhanced cooperation and solidarity, shared prosperity, and collective actions. We share one planet, and we owe it to our future generations to leave it in a better shape. Mr. President, I would like to talk about a cruel tragedy now. On 15th August 1975, my father, the father of the nation, the incumbent president of Bangladesh, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, was brutally assassinated, along with my mother, Sheikh Fuzilatun Nisa Mujib, my three younger brothers, freedom fighter Captain Sheikh Kamal and his newly married wife Sultana, freedom fighter Lieutenant Sheikh Jamal, his newly married wife Parvin Rozi, and my 10-year-old brother Sheikh Russell. Total 18 of my family members were killed, including my paternal uncle, freedom fighter Sheikh Abu Nasir, paternal uncle Abdul Rab Serniabad, his 13-year-old daughter Baby Serniabad, 10-year-old Arif Serniabad, and 4-year-old son Shukantu, my paternal cousin freedom fighter Sheikh Moni, and his pregnant wife Arju Moni, Brigadier Jamil, and police officer Siddiqur Rahman. May their soul rest in peace. August 1975. My younger sister Sheikh Rehana and myself survived the brutality as we were in Germany. After that, we spent 6 years abroad as refugees. In 1971, when the liberation war was going on, the Pakistan occupation forces killed 3 million innocent Bengalis. 200,000 women were heinously tortured and abused. I recall their sacrifices with deep homage. After my father was arrested in 1971, he was taken to an undisclosed location in Pakistan. In Dhaka, my mother, my younger brothers Sheikh Russell and Sheikh Jamal, younger sister Sheikh Rehana, and I were arrested too. And we were kept in a one-story damp house. My first child, Shojiboje Joy, was born in that prison house. There were no furniture in our house. There was no provision for medical facilities. Even getting daily food was uncertain. So, myself as a sufferer, I can rightly realize the pain and agony that people endure due to the horrors of war, killings, coup, and conflicts. Therefore, I do not want war. I want peace. I want welfare for the humankind. I want economic development for people. I want to ensure peaceful world, developed and prosperous life for future generations. My earnest appeal to you, stop war, stop arms race. May the values of humanity be upheld. Let us join our hands together and build a better future, leaving no one behind, so that our future generation can live in peaceful world. Thank you all. Joy Bangla, Joy Gobondhu. May Bangladesh live forever.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the People's Republic of Bangladesh for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Andrej Plenković, Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Andrej Plenković, Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Vice President. We have gathered this year as a brutal war with a multifaceted and global impact continues to rage in Europe. The Russian aggression against Ukraine has upended the rules-based order, multilateral system, and economic flows. It has brought about human suffering and refugee flows, destruction of civilian infrastructure, and war crimes. The latest announcements about partial mobilization in Russia, preparations for the organization of sham referenda, and occupied parts of Ukraine, and nuclear threats are another dangerous escalation in an already unprecedented crisis. While Ukrainian people are suffering the most in their struggle to defend their homes, the consequences of the Russian aggression are felt globally, and so it must be condemned worldwide. 3 decades ago, Croatia itself was a war-ravaged country in jeopardy, also facing armed aggression. Almost a third of its territory was occupied. Additionally, we had to fight for international recognition and were under an arms embargo. The Croatian people know what it means to be under attack and what it takes to defend their homeland. Against all odds, Croatia and the Croatian people prevailed. Many, especially our defenders, paid the highest price for our freedom and liberty. Stronger for its own experience, Croatia today is an exporter of peace and stability and a humanitarian donor worldwide, a popular tourist destination, and the country that produces the fastest electric car in the world. Success is possible if one is determined and has a vision of the future. Precisely because of our own experience, Croatia immediately and unequivocally extended support and solidarity to Ukraine, political, humanitarian, economic, and military. To do otherwise would be a betrayal of principles and values we all hold dear, particularly respect for human rights and responsibility to protect populations from atrocity crimes. This time around, Europe and its partners came together to stand up to aggression, show solidarity, and strengthen their own resilience. In October, we will highlight this unity once more in Zagreb, as Croatia prepares to host a first-ever parliamentary summit of the Crimea platform. Ladies and gentlemen, Croatia's transition was long and complex, but it was guided by a firm notion that democracy, human rights, and respect of national minorities is the best way for the Croatian society as a whole to further develop and prosper. Today, our democratic system are challenged by the fallacious and dangerous thesis that autocracy is ultimately a more efficient and a pragmatic way to govern. Our national dialogues are distorted by targeted disinformation, fake news, and hybrid attacks. Our trust in democracy is being undermined from both within and from outside of our societies. As fierce as these challenges are, our commitment to democracy, its procedures and values must remain strong. On the crossroad between democracy and autocracy, our choice should remain clear. In today's perilous moment, Croatia remains a staunch supporter of the international rules-based order and the United Nations at the center of global cooperation. Far from being ideal, this system, with all of its flaws, has still enabled the world to reach common ground and find some remarkable and inspirational results for local and global issues in the almost 8 decades of its existence. We live in a plurality of simultaneous and interconnected crises that affect us all. In order to overcome this perfect storm of crises, we need determined action now. Further erosion of our core rules and values should be halted and reversed, respect for international law upheld, and accountability ensured. We should also act to make our system fit for purpose. This is particularly true for the reform of the United Nations Security Council. The General Assembly intervened instead and offered a platform for an overwhelming majority of states to condemn the aggression against a sovereign and independent country. When the world is facing a geopolitical crisis of the scale, such as the one in Ukraine today, we must ensure that our policies and actions are predictable, reliable, and timely across the United Nations system. Croatia's adherence to promoting peace and security is evident also by its continuous participation in the United Nations, European Union, and NATO peacekeeping missions and operations. It is an investment we are readily willing to make. Ladies and gentlemen, as we were beginning to recover from COVID-19, the war in Ukraine has dramatically altered our perspectives and political agenda. It radically changed not only the security, but also the energy architecture of Europe and its threatening global food security. We must stand united and step up our efforts in reorganizing the energy supply lines. We cannot accept extortion, and we cannot be held hostage over food and energy, which all of us need. Therefore, we applaud the Secretary General and the UN for their role in brokering the deal to export Ukrainian grain. On the regional level, Croatia is contributing to energy security and diversification by its liquefied natural gas terminal on the Adriatic island of Krk. Beyond ensuring its own needs, Croatia is now able to supply its neighbors and other countries in Central Europe. Simultaneously, we are investing in renewable energy, with a third of our energy consumption and almost half of our electricity production already coming from renewables. We are ensuring a fair transition and preventing energy poverty, implementing financial measures that benefit both the citizens and the business sector. We must find a global solution to the price of gas, which threatens our households and our economies. It is intolerable for a minority of speculators to enrich themselves in these times by imposing exorbitant prices. What is more, we are also witnessing an intolerable imbalance in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. The richest 1% in the world are responsible for 15% of emissions, twice as much as half the poorest of humanity. This is not acceptable. It is up to those who pollute the most to provide the most effort. It is not only fair, but also the most effective if we are to achieve our climate objectives. Clean mobility and innovative technologies are an opportunity. New technologies, such as hydrogen, offer new horizons for stronger cooperation between Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. While we in Croatia successfully passed the test during the pandemic and avoided the social fracture with tailored national measures, global inflation and the rise of prices have to be tackled again. We as a government are continuing our interventionist policy to alleviate the burden of the energy crisis for our households and businesses, local governments and public institutions, schools and hospitals. Similar to our efforts during the pandemic, we are now implementing a strong national package worth more than 6% of our GDP. This includes financial measures, subsidies for vulnerable groups, and limiting prices of basic food items. Few words on climate change and biodiversity. Ladies and gentlemen, despite of enormous current challenges, we have a responsibility to also safeguard our commitments to the Paris Agreement and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Croatia welcomes the ambitious approach put forward in the United Nations Secretary General's report, Our Common Agenda, as a concrete roadmap towards its realization. Here too, a revitalized global action and political commitment is needed to ensure effective multilateralism. By integrating sustainable development goals in its national development strategy towards 2030, Croatia has proven its dedication to their full implementation. As a current member of the Economic and Social Committee, we will work closely together with our partners to ensure more sustainable, greener, inclusive, and equitable societies in which no one will be left behind. Ahead of the COP27 in Egypt, let us evaluate the implementation of our joint commitments from Glasgow. We need to strengthen cooperation in the effort to find mechanism and financial resources to fulfill the Paris Agreement and to continue the fight against climate change on national, regional, and global level. Ladies and gentlemen, in the year in which we are marking the 30th anniversary of our UN membership, Croatia remains constructive and responsible international actor. In the coming months, we will join a group of only 15 other countries which are at the same time members of the European Union, NATO, the Eurozone, and the Schengen area. This follows a sober and prudent decision in line with my government's policy of modern sovereignism. Through this policy, we have strengthened our international position by pooling resources with our allies and partners, furthering our national interest, and tackling economic and social challenges. Croatia also pays special attention to Southeast Europe, a region still not fully integrated into the European Union. The region's stability, development, and democratic progress is not only in our, but also in Europe's interest. We support a clear European Union perspective for candidates and aspirants based on the fulfillment of well-established and clear criteria, the implementation of reforms, and delivery of tangible results. The stability of neighboring Bosnia and Herzegovina, with which we share a 1,000 kilometers long border, is of particular importance for Croatia. We would like to see a prosperous and functional Bosnia and Herzegovina, progressing firmly on the path to EU membership. In light of the current situation in Ukraine and elsewhere, it is pivotal that international law and international treaties be respected. This includes in particular peace treaties such as the Dayton-Paris Accords, which brought peace to Bosnia and Herzegovina as the multinational and multicultural homeland of its three constitutive peoples, Croats, Bosniaks, and Serbs, as well as others. For the cohesion, stability, and progress of the country, their constitutional full equality must be ensured and respected. Given the fact that the Bosniak political leaders have publicly admitted that they had no true intention to come to a deal with Bosniak Croat political leaders over the electoral reform in line with the Constitutional Court's verdict, the only way forward remains for the High Representative, Christian Schmidt, to act and use his bond powers. As a friend of Bosnia and Herzegovina, I call upon him to use his powers to ensure legitimate representation and equality of Bosnian Croats in the country's institutions following the 2nd October general election. As the least numerous among the constituent peoples, the Croats in Bosnia and Herzegovina demand no favors, only equality. Ladies and gentlemen, we are mutually interdependent. Turmoil in one region has consequences for us all, no matter where we are on the globe. None of our national goals can be achieved without solidarity and the rules-based order, upon which not only our security, but also our survival rests. We must build, protect, and defend, and stand up to those who destroy, lie, and loot. As we witness aggression and atrocities on European soil again, and as the rule of power threatens to bring the world order down, we owe it to future generations to be on the right side of history. The international community must foster its unity and stand with Ukraine in the fight for its own existence. We have to unite in our respect of the international law, as well as in finding global solutions for solving overlapping crises, including rising inflation, energy, and food crisis. To achieve secure and affordable energy, we need a global solution for the gas prices, as well as to ensure sustainable energy transition. Our world has changed permanently. In these new circumstances, more international cooperation has no alternative. Let us commit to work jointly to the benefit of our common future. The approach of democracies in international relations is a cooperative one. The approach of the authoritarian regimes is a conflictual one. The global organization, the United Nations, must prove, and all of us within it, that the rules-based order and the cooperative approach will prevail. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Fiame Naomi Matafa, Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade of the Independent State of Samoa. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. I have the great pleasure in welcoming Her Excellency Fiame Naomi Matafa, Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade of the Independent State of Samoa. I invite her to address the Assembly.
O te tua mua ona o whātulou le paia man mamalu o Samoa I ona tūlanga whaalupe. Tāpua I maia le a whaise sao I a manubao a wāle whono usu a malo au whātasi. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I extend Samoa's congratulations to His Excellency, Mr. Saba Korozi, on your assumption of the presidency of the 77th session of the General Assembly. Please be assured of Samoa's full support in the successful execution of your mandate over the next 12 months. Mr. President, it is an honor for me to address this assembly in person as Samoa's Prime Minister as part of the year-long celebratory events of our 60th independence anniversary since we became independent in 1962. Samoa has for decades championed the importance of the rule of law and protection of human rights. Many have labeled the events that unfolded following our 2021 elections a constitutional crisis. While these were difficult times for Samoa, they were also key to our forward journey as a maturing democracy. It divided our country and tested the key pillars of our society: our faith, our culture, and the rule of law. However, my delivering this statement today as the first female Prime Minister of Samoa and bringing about a change in government after 4 decades are testament to the fact that the rule of law has prevailed. Samoa today remains peaceful and stable, despite all the challenges we lived through. My government will continue to safeguard the rights of all its citizens, especially the most vulnerable, by strengthening appropriate social protection measures and prioritizing assistance for those most in need. We have focused on people-centered development as pivotal to the implementation of our development agenda for over the next 5 years. Samoa presented its third Universal Periodic Review in November of 2021. We maintain that our Christian values, unique culture, and traditions complement our human rights obligations and fundamental freedoms, which we have committed to promote, respect, protect, and fulfill. Mr. President, as we take stock of the global challenges we face, we highlight the need for sustainable measures to address post-COVID economic recovery and urge all nations to resolve and work towards peace and security, enhance resilience from climate change impacts, as well as achieving our sustainable development goals and the 2030 agenda. The theme of this year's general debate, a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges, resonates with Samoa, as we clearly recognize that the world is at a critical moment in the history of the United Nations due to complex and interconnected crises. We need an effective United Nations to mobilize our collective efforts and to propel urgent actions to address these issues. The achievement of the SDGs must be the driving force in our collective efforts over the next 8 years. Together, we must elevate our actions with urgency to address the climate emergency, or our planet will be lost to us and to future generations. Though far removed from the centers of conflict, resultant escalating fuel and food prices and threats of nuclear weapons use have reached our isolation. Yet no one empathizes with the war climate is waging on atoll islanders, watching their maritime boundaries disappear fast with sea level rise. Samoa stands ready to meet its obligations and commitments in achieving the SDGs. There is a need to strengthen capacity building at all levels, enhance data and information collection and storage through national and regional climate change portals, as well as invest in robust systems and processes, including reporting and verification and knowledge brokerage. Improving resilience, actions through learning, and developing knowledge societies will enable adaptation and responsiveness to future crises. Mr. President, both the global financial and governance systems are desperately in need of reform. As the UN General Secretary General lucidly puts it, the global financial system is morally bankrupt, and it favors the rich and punishes the poor. This must change. The approval and effective implementation of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index will be a move in the right direction in addressing this imbalance and make the global financial architecture fit for purpose by tackling the SIDS financing gaps. The full support of all our development partners, international financial institutions, and multilateral development banks is critical in ensuring the effective implementation of the MBI. Mr. President, small island developing states face a unique set of vulnerabilities which impede their ability to achieve sustainable development. The COVID-19 pandemic exacerbated those vulnerabilities, with many SID countries being particularly affected by the drop in international tourism and remittances. Consequently, the timely call for and endorsement of a multidimensional vulnerability index will allow for the inclusion of more than just income-based criteria to assess eligibility for concessional finance. A universal MBI could be viewed as the foundation upon which the key principles guiding specific responses to our vulnerabilities are anchored. It is an option and not a hindrance. It should be perceived as the landing zone upon which specific responses could be framed depending on the circumstances involved. It is a tool that provides for a richer lens on vulnerability and resilience, hence its adoption and full implementation is critical for our economic recovery. Mr. President, climate change remains our #1 priority. The scientific evidence is clear and irrefutable. For Pacific communities, the main challenge is securing action for survival. And we all need to shoulder our responsibilities and play our part. The big polluters and emitters have a moral obligation and responsibility to meet their commitments ahead of COP27. Why? Because they hold the key to our achieving the 1.5-degree promise of the Paris Agreement. We call on all parties to commit to more ambitious NDCs to meet the Paris Agreement promise, as we are all part of the solution. Our global commitment to implement the Paris Agreement is critical. Even with limiting warming to 1.5 degrees, SIDS will continue to incur severe loss and damage. We must therefore promote recovery investments that are climate smart, resilient, and in line with net zero emissions by 2050. We are at the doorstep of COP27. We must work diligently to generate solutions to meet expectations. The achievement of a 50-50 split between mitigation and adaptation funding is paramount importance to Samoa and SIDS. We should not put out the flame for loss and damage. Natural disasters continue to devastate countless lives. Recent climate events are transboundary and drive home the reality that no country is immune to the impacts of climate change. These environmental threats will worsen. The triple planetary crisis is the alarm knell that is reminding us we are putting immeasurable pressure on the planet. Our relentless need to extract resources from nature is causing disruptions, propelling climate change, destroying nature, and raising pollution levels. Any response programs must be informed by our commitment to science for informed policy and law and institutions that strengthen environmental governance. We seek to further enable change through transformations in finance and economic systems, and by leveraging data and technology for the environment. Small island developing states like Samoa do not always have the requisite levels of capabilities and capacity to repurpose and redirect financial and economic systems towards sustainability, improve the effectiveness of legal frameworks, deliver science as the catalyst for action, and be digitally connected. Mr. President, the ocean is in us, and we are the ocean. It is the lifeblood of our blue Pacific nations, the lungs of our planet. But whilst its sustainable use provides a strategic pathway towards our sustainable development, we must also address the associated risks. The health of the ocean is a key priority. We must therefore continue to advance work on the ocean climate nexus, such as through empowering women, girls, and youth with relevant knowledge and skills to contribute to the health of the ocean. The recent Ocean Conference in Palau and the second UN Oceans Conference in Lisbon were opportunities to take stock of the SDG 14, and we welcome the call for more investment in making the ocean and its resources more sustainable. Of all the SDGs, life below water is the most underfunded. This must change. We need to attract and retain sustainable and innovative investment, including foreign direct investment through blending, guarantees, and other innovative financial instruments. Our global community must focus on the work that remains to be accomplished. Pledges and commitments made at these two conferences and COP26 are inconsequential if they are not delivered on time to effect actions on the ground. Samoa's marine protection goals, outlined in our first ocean strategy, are aligned to the Blue Leaders 30 by 30 campaign, as well as calls for protecting 30% of our global oceans by 2030. We welcome the complementarity of such initiatives and encourage others to join. The Pacific Ocean hosts a remarkable array of biodiversity. With our Blue Pacific family, Samoa continues to prioritize both marine and terrestrial ecosystems restoration. We remain engaged in the Convention on the Biological Diversity process. Together with the UNFCCC, COP27, 2022 is a critical year for aligning action to tackle the climate emergency and addressing the threats posed by biodiversity loss. The Pacific SIDS subscribe to the position that preserving maritime zones and the rights and entitlements that flow from them give expression not only to the foundation principles of equity and stability, but also to the notion of climate justice, deeply rooted in human rights and the principles of international law. In this vein, we urge all member states to inject urgency into efforts to conclude negotiations on the BBNJ instrument. Samoa pledges its support to the Vanuatu ICJ initiative for an advisory opinion on climate change. Mr. President, we must unite to prevent and reduce marine pollution, including plastics, oil spills, waste discharge, and nuclear contaminants. If we continue down this current path, we will fish out of our oceans more plastics than fish. Pacific SIDS contribute less than 1.3% of the mismanaged plastics in the world's oceans, yet are one of the main recipients of plastics pollution and its impacts. The effects of overfishing and IUU fishing is a major concern for Pacific economies. Lost revenues are in the billions. The increased acidification of our ocean is already destroying entire reef ecosystems. Reef damage affects fish population, which in turn affects entire fisheries upon which we rely for our livelihoods. Mr. President, the global food system is at a critical stage, made worse by the COVID-19 pandemic, the onslaught of climate change, and the ongoing war in the Ukraine. The Food Systems Summit held last year mobilized the global community to find transformative solutions. Samoa was pleased to be part of that important event, which encouraged shared exploration of potentials for collective action. Through organized dialogues, Samoa benefited from a comprehensive assessment of the issues involved in building the sustainability of our food systems. Access to a balanced and nutritional diet is crucial and requires a return to locally produced, quality fresh foods and less of processed imported foods. This will be key to addressing the rising burden of non-communicable diseases, which represent the single largest cause of premature mortality in the Pacific countries, including Samoa. With support from our development partners, the Samoa government launched the first comprehensive NCD control program among Pacific Island countries in May of 2020. Its aim was to build people-centered and systematic NCD service provision in Samoa to strengthen the primary health care, empower community participation, promote early detection and effective referral of NCDs, and increase population awareness of NCD risk factors. Mr. President, we continue to call for a future of peaceful and open societies, free from wars, nuclear weapons, and the threat of terrorism. The Boer Declaration defines for the Pacific what constitutes security concerns. These are primarily non-conventional in nature, ranging from climate to environmental and resource security, human and cyber security, and transnational crimes. The 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific, adopted by the forum leaders at their July 2022 meeting, will support and strengthen the key tenets of the Boer Declaration. While Samoa welcomes development partners on our terms, we note with concern the ongoing geopolitical posturing in our region and urge for our national and collective interests to be placed at the forefront for a peaceful and secure Blue Pacific continent. We are concerned about the serious shortfalls in the implementation of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, noting that nuclear weapon states have spent billions of dollars on modernizing and maintaining their nuclear arsenals, rather than spending on helping victims of past use and testing of nuclear weapons, and focusing on achieving sustainable development goals. The increasing use of ICT has raised issues of security and privacy. The online cyber criminal activities have increased, including the dissemination and misuse of information. We rely on our collective responsibility as a global community to prevent and combat high-tech cyber and electronic crimes. Samoa believes these are crucial processes at the multilateral level in ensuring that cyberspace is safe for all. We therefore need to work together to combat and eliminate these destabilizing activities. Mr. President, accelerated action to meet the promise of the 2030 Agenda and its SDGs is an imperative. COVID-19 and climate change have uprooted and even reversed hard-fought development gains. However, we must persist to meet the SDGs as they provide the best option for a brighter future and countering the threats posed by the climate crisis. We should not forget the commitments and undertakings made towards the full implementation of the Samoa pathway. I thank all SIDS partners, the Secretary General, for their continuous support and commitment to this task. The proposed monitoring framework for the Samoa pathway is a necessary tool for follow-up action and review, allowing for effective resource allocation and accountability. Outstanding issues relating to the framework must be concluded with urgency, considering the fast approaching timeline set out in the Secretary General's report on this matter, as well as the fast approaching timeline of the 2024 SIDS conference. Mr. President, no country should be placed in a situation of choosing between rebuilding their economy and servicing their debt obligations. The March 2021 IMF report noted that SIDS simply cannot support their SDGs and fund their core needs on their own under the prevailing conditions of economic contraction. Tourism may never return to pre-COVID-19 levels. Aviation services will be slow to recover, and one casualty of the pandemic, in our case, was the recent demise of our national airline, Samoa Airways. Many Pacific Island countries rely on remittances from diasporas and communities. Apart from being an important source of income for families and foreign exchange reserves for governments, remittances are an important buffer in periods of economic shocks and natural disasters. Yet the cost of sending remittances to the Pacific is over 10%, which is higher than the global average and 7% higher than the target set by the SDGs. Mr. President, according to the 2021 IMF report, the Pacific region is in a recession. Income demand for regional exports, tourism receipts have all recorded reductions, whilst public spending continues on an upward trajectory. The projected outcome is greater risk of debt distress. It is also the case that most of the Pacific debts are with multilateral agencies. Whilst the adoption of austerity measures is an option, there is also the real possibility that this may worsen poverty and undermine economic recovery. Multilateralism and united international cooperation are our best response to the many threats we face, and building resilience at the national level can only take us so far. Samoa is confident that despite all the challenges, even existential threats for some of us, there is still hope if there is unity amongst our UN family. We need to change our world for the better and leave hope for our future generations. Mr. President, the COVID-19 situation, forcing border lockdowns and state of emergency restrictions, further emphasize the importance of digitalization of SIDS to build resilience and meet the Sustainable Development Goals. Samoa will continue to prioritize the need to invest in digital technologies and to promote a digital economy and connectivity. This is key to stimulating business opportunities and increasing productivity and growth in more traditional sectors such as agriculture and tourism. Investment in innovation and digitalization for Samoa can enable more efficient delivery of health and education, improve connectivity between rural and urban communities, advance economic empowerment for women and youth, and assist with more efficient public service delivery. To fully realize the benefits of a digital economy, Samoans must be able to connect with and trust the technology. An enabling business environment must be in place, and investment in education, skills, and digital literacy is paramount. The availability of fast, reliable, and affordable internet services to government, the business community, and the public is crucial. In the agriculture and health sectors, we are investing in digital solutions for contact tracing and for information sharing between farmers. We recently launched our e-health system to improve medical record keeping and strengthen health information and vital statistics. More importantly, as we expect increasing health security threats, this e-health system will be vital to protecting health and well-being and enhance the resilience of our population. Our experiences with COVID-19 and ongoing fight with climate change reinforces our conviction of the importance of technology and online distance learning to provide access to quality education for all. We should not lose sight of the fact that while pursuing these homegrown solutions, we do not end up creating disparity between those who can and cannot access and afford these solutions. But I am convinced that embracing technology and knowledge and sharing for our people will be a powerful driver for change, innovation, and welfare. Mr. President, our common agenda highlights the urgency of reforming our global governance systems. The coronavirus disease is upending our world, threatening our health, destroying economies and livelihoods, and deepening poverty and inequalities. Increasingly, people are turning their backs on the values of trust and solidarity in one another. The very values we need to rebuild our world and secure a better, more sustainable future for our people and our planet. We agreed that our challenges are interconnected across borders and all other divides, and can only be addressed by an equally interconnected response through reinvigorated multilateralism and the United Nations at the center of our efforts. Our common agenda is, above all, an agenda of action designed to accelerate the implementation of existing agreements, including the Sustainable Development Goals, and it is our roadmap to recapture this positive spirit and begin rebuilding our world and mending the trust in one another that is needed at this moment in our history. Like the Security Council and the global financial system, Samoa is convinced that now is the opportune moment to bring about reforms that would make our global response to future crises and emergencies more effective, timely, and that an all-UN institutional approach is a necessity. Mr. President, in conclusion, let me end by reaffirming Samoa's commitment to the United Nations and our conviction that it remains the foremost forum to address all issues that transcend national boundaries. As we look to the future, the collective hope for humanity is for leaders to take the tough decisions for the health of our planet. Entrenched positions devoid of today's realities and in pursuit of unrelated agendas do not have a place in our collective efforts. While we need to make bold and courageous decisions, let us protect the safety nets crucial to our existence. There is a saying in my country that reads, "Awa renau nauilea, ai mau mawai leupenga," which translates to hunger not for the fish at the risk of ruining your net. I thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to make this statement on behalf of my country.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade of the independent state of Samoa for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Dritan Ubazovic, Prime Minister of Montenegro. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Dritan Ubazovic, Prime Minister of Montenegro. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Dear Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, it's a great pleasure for me, on behalf of people of Montenegro, to address you today. And it's always a pleasure to feel the cosmopolitan spirit during the United Nations General Assembly. In the beginning, I want to wish a success to the new chairman of the Assembly, Mr. Csaba Korosi, and to say that I hope he will have a very successful mandate. Worlds walk from one crisis to another, from pandemic-19 to another war. And today, we are all concerned. In the beginning, I want to say about the position of Montenegro in relation with the aggression of Russia Federation to the Ukraine. We are staying with the people of Ukraine, and we are strongly against the aggression and attacking in sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. War is not the solution. Aggression is not the solution. Bombs are not the solution. We coming from the part of the world which know very well what is humanitarian crisis, what is refugees crisis, what is the ethnic conflict, what is the using the army against each other. This is not the solution. In 21st century, humanity should be more smarter. We should not use the war for solving of political problems. This is not a solution. We should sit together, make a dialogue between different kind of options, political, also the states, and find the dialogue. I know that it's not easy, but war is not the solution. We will continue to support Ukraine. We're doing that permanently, and our agenda is to follow 100% EU foreign policy of European Union, including the sanction against Russia Federation. This is not the question of economy. This is question of principles. This is question of the standards. Today, we have aggression on Ukraine. Tomorrow, some another state can be attacked. We need to find a solution in another way. The war produced a lot of problems. In the Montenegro, we have around 10,000 Ukrainian refugees. For many of these countries which are here, that is not a huge number. But if you compare with small Montenegro, it's near to 2% of population. I am very proud to say, like a prime minister, that everybody in Montenegro feel very comfortable and very safe. We will continue to open the door for the people which are in the trouble. We will not say that they are not welcomed. They are welcomed. And with this little capacity, with the not so big capacity, we will support everything what is comparing with the democratic standards and with something what is solidarity with the human beings. War produced a lot of problems. In this moment, we have another crisis, energy crisis. It's seems to be very problematic winter in Europe. We should understand one simple thing. Energy crisis today, it's economic crisis. Tomorrow can be security crisis. If we don't find a solution together with EU countries, we can come to the big problems. Why we have the energy crisis? It's not only because of war. There are two factors which made energy crisis in the world, especially in Europe. First one is the war. War in Ukraine make a mess in the market of energy and making that increasing of every price of any energy, including electric energy. But second factor are the climate changes. Today in Europe, we have the rivers which are in minimum of the capacity. We have the lake which are in minimum of capacity. And we should think here in United Nations how we can solve this problem in the future. So it's not everything by the war. War is the key factor, but is the second factor. The second factor are climate changes. We need to try to protect the environment for the future generation. I want to talk about the environment because I'm coming from the state which is by constitution dedicated like an ecological state. We are only state in the world which is dedicated by constitution like ecological state. And I am more than sure that everybody who will write the constitution in the future will have the component of ecology and protecting of environment. We want to build our countries like a green destination. I am very proud that I can say that you still can drink the water from the river in north of Montenegro. This is something which is crucial to protect the nature, to go up with the green projects, to find a solution for the pollution and for everything what destroyed the nature. And I agree with many comments which saying that we should be more carefully. This is not just a question for one single country. We need to see unity and solidarity about this, or we can come to the deepest problem. So green projects, protection of environment, it's a very high in the agenda of Montenegro, and we hope that together with other countries we'll find the productive and sustainable solution for the future. Another point is transitional justice. One question which is for many years present in the Western Balkan countries. You know that we have the big conflict in the past. You know that we have the lot of ethnical, religious problem fighting each other, dissolution of Yugoslavia. Now we try to build the modern European society. But it's impossible to build the modern European society if we're still dealing with transitional justice. There are two types of peace, positive and negative peace. Negative peace is when you have the peace, you don't have the physical conflicts, but you don't have the strong institution. You have weak institution. You have politicized institution, unprofessional institution, institutions which are under control of corrupted leadership. This is negative peace. We want to see more positive peace in the region. Positive peace is to have independent institution, to have independent judiciary, to fight against organized crime and corruption, to fight against leaders which are corrupted and using that corruption to promote the nationalism and the conflicts in the region because they want to keep the state in status quo and they like the status quo of the region and don't give possibility to another new leaders to make changes in own country or in the region. This is something what we want to fight. This is way how we can finish our transitional justice. This is way how we can see what's happened in the past, how we can pursue that's what's happened in the past, how we can deal with that what's happened in the past. Without that, we will not have the truth, and without truth, we will not have the reconciliation. Our country is here to promote the peace. Our country is here to promote the reconciliation. Our country is here to shake the hand with every country single in the world which want to be on the universal principles. People of Montenegro want justice. I think that people of many countries which are here want to see more justice. Globally justice, locally justice. We are very proud on our multicultural society, very inclusive. Yes, it's true, also our country has some kind of problems, but we try to solve that in the right way. Everybody is more than welcome in Montenegro. We need to go on to promote, like members of Council of Human Rights, to promote the human rights everywhere, inclusive, open society, for every nation, for every ethnicity, for every religion, for every single person. Diversity is something which we are proud with that. We promote diversity. Diversity is something what is very good for every society. It's good to see in New York during this day, this cosmopolitan spirit. We want to have that kind of society. We want to promote more media freedom. We want to combine people who are against media freedom. In our country, we still are going with investigation of the killing of some very, very well-known journalists 20 years ago. We are not proud on that. We want to see institutions which can fix that problem and which can punish people which are involved in the attacking of media. Freedom of media is one important segment of democracy. In our country, we should do more on that. We should promote freedom of media and every kind of freedom. Fighting against organized crime and justice. I am very proud with the result of the government in this last period. Why I want to mention this with you? Because this is not the problem of only of Montenegro. We're talking here about high-level corruption, about smuggling of cigarettes and about smuggling of cocaine. 20% of all cigarettes which are smuggled in EU countries crossing through Montenegro. We are the country which in last 6 months captured 149,000 boxes of the cigarettes, which is more than 120 million in the market. And this is the biggest action against smuggling of cigarettes in Europe. Last year, we have the similar action against smuggling of cocaine. That cocaine, it's not sold in the trade of Montenegro because Montenegro have 600,000 people. This cocaine is selling in the Western Europe. So this is the results which just explaining very clearly the orientation of the government and of the state and of the people of Montenegro, that they don't want anymore to have organized crime and corruption in the country. We are ready to combat that. And we invite all of you, including UN and other partners, to support us, because this is a transnational problem. This is not the problem of only one country. Yes, we will continue to do that, of course, without international partners, of course, with some states which provide us a lot of information. But it's important to understand that behind of nationalism in the region, it's corruption. Behind the nationalism in the Western Balkan, it's corruption. Fighting against corruption will fight nationalism. Less corruption, less nationalism. Less corruption, less tension. Less corruption, focus on economy, on the progress. With this level of corruption, always will be focused on the past. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot change the past. Only what we can change is the future. And our common strategy should be to change the future in the right way. About foreign policy of Montenegro, I want to underline two things which are very important. We are in full membership of the NATO. This was the very good decision in 2017 to join the NATO. Now, in the period of crisis, when we see that also countries like Sweden and Finland joined the NATO, everybody in Montenegro understands why that was important. Another goal, bigger than to be in NATO, is to be in EU. We want to be part of the big European family. For the countries like Montenegro, which are small, peaceful, it's very important to be in the club with democratic countries. We want to be the next member of EU. We are dedicated to do everything to find a solution to be in EU as soon as possible. Western Balkan should not be the black hole of the Europe. Western Balkan can give the contribution to the Europe, also to the world, with culture, with diversity, with everything, with people. And it's very important to understand that we are not alone. I am more than sure that we are not alone, but we need to finish something which it's internal issues in our country, and we are really ready to do it. It's very important for us to have regional cooperation. We supporting regional initiatives. Every regional initiatives which bring more focus on economy, on progress, it's welcome in our country. We want to see people which have the problems in the past to sit together, to discuss about the projects. We are really proud that we are the positive case in the region. We are the country which make the bridges between other countries. We are ready to play that role also in the next period. We want to see how Serbia and Kosovo find the common agreement. We want to see how Bosnia and Herzegovina, our neighbors, find internal agreement in the country. We want to see productive Balkan with all 6 states, and every initiative which is inclusive, it's more than welcome for our country. We cannot feel comfortable if we are successful and our neighbors are not so successful. We want to be successful together. We want to see success of every single country, not in the region, but in the world. This is politics of small country which called Montenegro. We want to promote the peace. Our wish is to promote the peace. Our wish is to promote the stability and the progress. I think that this opportunity which we have these 5 days in 6 days in New York is too huge. We should understand that today, deglobalization, like a concept which maybe started a few years ago, is not sustainable. Every problem of every country can be very easy problem of another country. So this is the reason why we should talk, why we should find solutions together, why we need to promote more unity everywhere, in every single place. If you look in our country, you will always find the partner for the good initiatives, for everything what bring peace, for everything what bring progress, stability. We will be there. We will be here with every single country in the world which want to promote the same values. Ladies and gentlemen, dear chairman, we need to promote more ethics in the global politics and less populism. We need to promote more concrete action and less rhetorics. We need to promote more justice and less supporting of authoritarian regimes around the globe. Democracy is something what our duty is to give the best to survive the democracy. Democracy should be more functional, and we should be together. Globalized world is like a one village. Nobody can say it's not important for me. We are here to discuss and to understand that everybody is important. Doesn't matter how is the population of some country or territory of some country. Everybody is important. Every voice is important. We need to advocate the democracy. We need to advocate the universal values. This is the way how we can make the world a better place for all of us. Let me conclude in my language with the one sentence, and after that, of course, I will finish in English. Živjela građanska, evropska I ekološka Crna Gora. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and on behalf of the people of Montenegro, I wish you all the best and success in every for your country. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Montenegro for the statement just made, and I thank Protocol for escorting His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Terence Michael Drew, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, National Security and Immigration, Health and Social Security of St Kitts and Nevis. I request Protocol to escort His Excellency. I have the great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Terence Michael Drew, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, National Security and Immigration, Health and Social Security of St Kitts and Nevis. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, I congratulate you on your elections as the President of the General Assembly of this august body. I also pause to salute your predecessor in office, His Excellency Abdullah Shahid, the Foreign Minister of Maldives, for his sterling tenure during his service. I recognize the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his outstanding stewardship over the past few years. Mr. President, it is indeed an honor for me to address this body for the first time since assuming the role of Prime Minister just 44 days ago. I therefore bring you greetings from the government and people of St. Kitts and Nevis, and we pledge our unswerving support to the ethos of this great body. I have assumed my new responsibilities when the complexities of the multiple and interlocking challenges facing humanity that require from us a renewed commitment to the democratic principle and multilateralism. It is clear to me that the tectonic plates of geopolitics and global stability are shifting beneath us. What are those tectonic shifts? It is now certain that knowledge that a pathogen can emerge with lethal power, that it threatens the very survival of mankind. The coincidence in timing of a global pandemic and a war with growing calamity of the climate crisis has exposed the fragility, vulnerability, and instability of the global supply chains of food, staples, and other essentials. Power shifts are taking place in international relations as the influence of some countries rises and others wanes. With this has come an insistence for reform to the United Nations to make it more relevant and reflective of the composition of today's world and current power structures, including reform of the anachronistic Security Council. The effect and widespread nature of technology is creating change faster than most can manage. Faith in multilateral systems is being eroded, and its capacity to do global good is being jeopardized by the rising crass, unbridled nationalism, which has shown the powerful to be nonchalant to the suffering of anyone other than their own population. It was the 7th Secretary General, His Excellency Kofi Annan, who reminded us that no nation can defend itself against threats to development entirely on its own, that the challenges we face are global and they demand a global response. This remains true today. COVID-19, with all its consequences, has presented us with a powerful reminder that we are all connected, which compels every nation, every person to be their brothers and sisters' keepers. Mr. President, the United Nations finds itself at the crossroad in our reckoning with history's judgment. Do we want to be the body that abdicated our responsibility to protect the planet, or the body that debates and postures as the world around us submerges beneath a cascading crises? It is my hope that we choose instead to be the body that met the moment and responded to the fierce urgency of now. We must therefore use the 77th General Assembly not merely for political posturing, but for resolute recommitment to multilateral cooperation. For small island developing states and indeed vulnerable peoples everywhere, there can be no international security without climate security. This requires collective fidelity to multilateral action for our very survival. I am ready, and I'm sure that all of us are eager to build a better world through multilateral action and uphold with all our will and might this sacred tenet of the United Nations. Even as geopolitics and great power competition is exacerbating conflict and the climate catastrophe, we must face the hard truth that only through multilateralism will we face the global trajectory, will we force the global trajectory toward global peace, prosperity, and sustainability. Mr. President, every country on the planet, national populations have had to confront the reality of climate change. As our planet heats up, so too have the frustrations and impatience of the global's ordinary citizens who feel they are losing the fight to make ends meet and secure the future of their children. Small island developing states and other developing nations experience a reality plagued by this continuous existential threat. With the passage of every hurricane, every outbreak of war, and every global food shortage, we all remain at risk of tipping the balance that we have striven to create over these many, many years. Thus, it is not enough for us to articulate this grim reality year after year. We must now look to act in ways that provide tailored responses to these vulnerabilities as to foster true resilience and risk mitigation. Therefore, I humbly urge countries to honor the financial commitments made before the COP26 to double contribution to adaptation financing by 2025. A delayed response to these commitments would further imperil our developing nations. Climate financing, resiliency, and environmental conservation must be integrated into national development policies and must be at the forefront of our global development agenda. Mr. President, this situation cries out for the multilateral system to urgently put in place a multidimensional vulnerability index, which takes into consideration the peculiar characteristics and climate vulnerabilities of small island developing states such as mine. Mr. President, all countries are environmentally vulnerable. All are socially and economically exposed to the exogenous shock. But in the climate challenge, tourism-dependent countries in the Caribbean Sea, during several consecutive months of every year, run the real risk of a wipeout event. Surely this warrants special consideration. Caribbean nations are on the bullet end of a climate fight that we did not cause, do not want, and cannot afford, but we are unable to escape. I therefore join my brothers and sister leaders in CARICOM in calling for the development of a multi-dimensional vulnerability index, MVI. Therefore, St. Kitts and Nevis will use this index in its advocacy for a more appropriate redistribution of development assistance and access to concessional financing. Mr. President, notwithstanding this injustice, we continue to invest in social empowerment programs in order to build resilience in our people and our economy. One such area is education, which is one of society's greatest equalizer. St. Kitts and Nevis reaffirms that access to quality education is a human right and the foundation of sustainable development of thriving societies. We welcome the Transforming Educational Summit that was held earlier this week, and I'm happy to report that our government has committed to entering a new pact, a new deal on education, as it were, that will reform, transform, and reinvigorate our education system based on equality, access, and inclusion. In fact, just a few weeks ago, our government, my government, made a decision to introduce free tertiary education to ensure that all people can have equal access regardless of their socioeconomic status. Other goals for education reforms include, but are not limited to, 1, incorporating STEAM specialist spaces in all schools. 2, reintroducing the iLiteracy one-to-one laptop program. And 3, strengthening technical and vocational education by providing alternative programming and scholarships. Mr. President, as part of my government's thrust
to mainstream empowerment across all sectors and policies, St. Kitts and Nevis will continue to put women and youth at the forefront of our social development and all our pursuits, including the advancement of the digital economy. We are confident our active inclusion of women and youth in public life through their appointment in our parliament, diplomatic and senior civil service, and other decision-making fora will bear much fruit. Therefore, it is against this backdrop that we pledge our support to the ongoing process of the Declaration of Future Generation that will culminate in the Summit of the Future next year, and pledge as its leader my country's active commitment to meeting Goal 5 of the SDG and surpassing or meeting the goals of Belém de Pará in achieving gender equality now and for future generations. The recent past has proven that we cannot ignore the glaring truth of our interconnectedness as nations in the international community. The world continues to shrink in size, drawing us all nearer to each other, forcing the need for global solidarity, international cooperation, and strong and meaningful partnerships. We are stronger, therefore, in the company of our friends, particularly those who share our democratic principles and values. In this body of nations, I re-emphasize our unswerving support for Taiwan's meaningful participation in the UN system. Taiwan has been a long-standing friend and a partner for sustainable development. Their unfailing commitment in this regard since the very day of my country's independence is consistent with the spirit and intent of Goal 17 of the Sustainable Development Goals. Mr. President, I can also speak firsthand to what our friendship with the Republic of Cuba and what it means to me and its value to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. Cuba has partnered with my own country and many in the developing world in healthcare, education, training, and agriculture. We therefore called an end to the decades-long embargo imposed against Cuba. My country encourages meaningful dialogue in resolving these and other conflicts in countries that are targeted by unfair sanctions that create enduring external and internal hardships. Therefore, Mr. President, in closing, we must be bold and grand in the way we forge forward with a promise to leave no one behind. Our government, my government and I, are prepared to do our utmost for our people, which would be enhanced by multilateralism, and the United Nations should therefore afford this opportunity to all of us. The theme for this year's General Assembly shares the idea of watershed, which speaks to the significant and transformational changes that are taking place. The challenges faced by the countries of the world and their people, and indeed interlocking, and we must resolve them together. The issue for us is, how will we bring that change about for those who most need it? Mr. President, I am obliged. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, National Security and Immigration, Health and Social Security of St. Kitts and Nevis for the statement just made, and I thank Protocol for escorting His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency John Bracino, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment of Belize. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have the great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency John Bracino, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment of Belize. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, I take this podium with a heavy heart, more pessimistic than I was last year, more cynical and disappointed. We have come to depend on a multilateral system that has as its center the charter of this, our United Nations. Where is the collective will to adequately address the challenges of our time? Where is the shared conviction to work together for the betterment of mankind? Where is the hope? Today, there are conflicts on several continents. Geopolitical tensions are heightened. The unjustified, unprovoked, and illegal attack on Ukraine by the Russian Federation has shaken the foundations of the multilateral system. This is wrong. The consequential crises we face are not confined to the battlefield in Europe. They are global and affect us all. Democratic norms and human rights, even where thought to be firmly rooted, are being rolled back. Poverty is on the increase. The planet is being destroyed by climate change, and international cooperation and solidarity have been supplanted by nationalism and unilateralism. Global market prices for food and petroleum remain volatile, reaching historic highs earlier this year. The lingering impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and persistent supply chain disruptions have contributed to skyrocketing inflation. These economic realities exacerbate an already acute social situation in Belize. Poverty is estimated to have risen by 10% between 2018 and 2021. 45.5% of Belizeans are estimated to be moderately to severely food insecure, and homicides are on the rise again. The post-pandemic recovery we anticipated is delayed, and the chorus of promises and commitments to pivot towards building back better, to getting the recovery right, have yielded little. Instead, global action and inaction have only resulted in deepening the many crises that we are facing. Global temperatures have already increased by 1.2 degrees Celsius, above pre-industrial levels. Greenhouse gas emissions reached record highs in 2021 and continue to rise this year. Fossil fuels are still dominant, while renewables account for an abysmal 15% of global energy sources. The current energy crisis in Europe has triggered more fossil fuels as a panacea, rather than a doubling down on energy transition. Biodiversity is declining at a faster rate than ever before, with profound and unknown consequences for our environment, health, productivity, and well-being. These realities heighten climate risk, especially for vulnerable states. Belize is ranked 8th out of 183 on the Global Climate Risk Index. We are but one hurricane away from catastrophe. Yet financing needed for climate adaptation remains woefully inadequate. Only about a quarter of all climate finance goes to adaptation. Global debt is at crisis levels. The Secretary General's latest report on the Sustainable Development Goals paints a dismal and disturbing picture of the state of play of the achievement of Agenda 2030. The SDGs are at real risk of not being achieved. Our current systems and institutions, conceived for World War II recovery, are straining under the weight of today's crises. In truth, they are broken and stand impotent in the face of the 3 Cs: COVID, climate, and conflict. And yes, our people and planet are paying the price. How do we fix this? We need a full-scale, bold reimagining of the global financial architecture. No more tinkering at the edges to conceive of additional programs that are based on the same false logic. It just doesn't work. Mr. President, public sector expenditure on climate cause, loss, and damage cannot continue to be classified according to fiscal orthodoxy. The IMF is largely devoid of ways to quantify consequential climate impacts on public debt and countries' capacity to pay. The IFI's obstinate focus on primary balances and debt for GDP ratios ignores the empirical evidence that nature is in revolt. Incredibly, a recent analysis revealed that of the 80 IMF-funded country programs around the world, climate was central to the country assessments in only a single case, Samoa. We need a new global financial architecture that has the willingness and capacity to identify systemic threats like debt, like climate risk, and devise tools that are commensurable to the challenge. We urgently need a new global financial architecture dedicated to achieving the SDGs, net zero emissions, and to build resilience. We need a new global financial architecture that incorporates an effective global financial safety net with the capacity to respond to today's multiple, simultaneous, and escalating crises. We need a global financial architecture for today's challenges that is responsive to the needs of states today, especially the vulnerable countries, many of which were not member states in 1940s. Belize has, within our limited fiscal space, tried to stimulate an economic recovery while staying true to our social values. The Belizean economy grew by 5.3% in the first quarter of this year, the highest level of production for any first quarter on record. Through an innovative debt for nature swap, Belize reduced its debt to GDP ratio from 133% to 108% last year, resulting in over $250 million in debt service savings. My government has instituted an amnesty program to enable those who qualify, up to 40,000 persons, to be regularized. We anticipate that by the end of the amnesty, we would have regularized more migrants per capita than any other country. But forces at global level are determined to diminish our aspiration for economic rebound, to underwrite our social and human development and resilience. 3 critical issues must be addressed by a new global financial architecture to achieve transformative and systemic solutions. The financing needs of developing countries have increased significantly since we adopted Agenda 2030. The IFIs and NDBs have failed to meet the needs of developing countries. The figures don't lie. The truth is that the financing needs of developing countries is $4.3 trillion, more than quadruple the lending capacity of the IMF, and well above the lending trends of the World Bank, which loaned only $99 billion last year. The availability of affordable, long-term, and dependable sources of financing is indispensable for the achievement of the SDGs and climate resilience. We need IFIs that will urgently align their policies and practices with the achievement of the SDGs and climate goals and redistribute liquidity to developing countries. We need a long overdue expansion in quota allocations to expand the resources of the IMF. We need the NDBs and regional banks to provide considerably more longer-term financing, de-risk investment, support the development of capital markets, and integrate sustainability objectives to enable the use of innovative instruments. Financing must be accessible and affordable for vulnerable countries. Amazingly, in the last 7 years, financial flows for SIDS have declined. NEP ODA declined from $6.2 billion in 2016 to $4.1 billion in 2018. The paradox is that the countries most vulnerable to climate change and natural disasters and with the least fiscal capacity to adapt and recover do not qualify for grant and concessionary financing. And this paradox is magnified when you consider that since 2008, G20 nations have printed $25 trillion in stimulus money. We therefore call on IFIs, MDBs, and development partners to use the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index after its finalization later this year. This will unlock financing for vulnerable countries, supporting their efforts to achieve the SDGs, adapt to climate change, and build resilience. Public debt is at unprecedented levels globally. It has surpassed the 2008 financial crisis levels. Commercial banks and private investors hold about $54 trillion in global sovereign debts of emerging markets. This debt deluge is attributable to inaccessibility of concessional financing, impact of the pandemic, cost of climate change and disaster recovery, and other external shocks, and for SIDS, structural features related to small size. The current tentative, reactionary, and piecemeal approach to addressing the debt problem has proven hopelessly ineffective. We must break the pernicious cycle between debt and climate and disaster risk. IFIs must incorporate climate risk into debt sustainability tools. We need a two-pronged response. One, debt relief is needed for all vulnerable countries. And two, we need to rapidly mainstream innovative policies which tackle debt repayment capacity and avoid excessive indebtedness. In the current circumstances, there is compelling urgency to advance a multilateral sovereign debt restructuring mechanism Mr. President, history, a cruel history, is repeating itself. For centuries, colonialism transported trillions in plundered wealth to the oppressors. Repatriations are overdue. And now I ask, how much longer will this new climate colonialism punish the victims and spare the victimizers? Speaking of injustices, it is shameful that a unilateral, illegal, and immoral commercial and financial embargo continues to be imposed on Cuba in defiance of the international community and UN resolutions. The cruel sanctions visited on the Cuban people were not eased as they suffered the wrath of the COVID-19 pandemic. Even now, as the effects of the fires in Matanzas caused hardship, there appears to be no possibility of easing. Belize repeats our call for the immediate lifting of the embargo, and we salute the resilience and fortitude of the Cuban people. Estamos con ustedes. Belize continues to be gravely concerned about the spiraling deterioration of the situation in Haiti. We call on the international community to advance a robust and comprehensive program of support for the Haitian people. Mr. President, Taiwan, an exemplary nation in many respects, continues to be excluded from the international community, unable to participate and contribute to functional multilateral cooperation. The challenges confronting mankind today require the full participation of all countries and peoples in the struggle for development and prosperity. The outdated policy imposed on Taiwan to promote its exclusion must yield to the greater good. Belize calls for Taiwan to take its rightful place among the international community of nations. I also reiterate Belize's full support for the realization of an independent Palestinian state within its 1967 borders, with all attendant rights, including the recognition of East Jerusalem as its capital and the right of return. The people of Palestine continue to suffer the indignities of illegal occupation and apartheid. The disturbing prospect that the world's sacred promise to deliver a two-state solution is slipping from their grasp. Mr. President, justice is the cornerstone of peace. And in that spirit, Belize and Guatemala have been pursuing the peaceful, just, and final resolution of Guatemala's claim to Belizean territory before the International Court of Justice. We continue to count on the support of the international community as the judicial process proceeds and when it concludes for the demarcation exercise to be carried out. In the meantime, we must redouble our efforts to manage the daily challenges which arise along the border areas in accordance with the 2005 confidence-building measures. Additionally, now more than ever, we need to conclude a Sarstoon Protocol, a cooperation mechanism to avoid unnecessary incidents in that area. We had great expectations for COP26 in Glasgow. COP26 was considered a make-or-break moment for the world's leaders to make more ambitious pledges to keep 1.5 degrees Celsius within reach. We were wrong. Rather than getting global commitments to keep 1.5 alive, we left Glasgow with commitments that will see global temperature increase by 2.7 degrees Celsius by 2100. This is utterly unacceptable and morally unjust. Our people will continue to suffer for something we did not cause. Rather than meeting their commitments to deliver $100 billion annually, we left Glasgow with a finance roadmap. Yet another paper promise. Rather than delivering a loss and damage facility to help our countries deal with the losses and damages caused by climate change, we left with más palabras. In the meantime, Belize continues to suffer from climate-related damages, equivalent to 4% of its GDP annually, among the highest in the world. Let's try this again. Less talk and more decisions at the next two COPs. COP15 in Montreal must agree an ambitious and effective post-2020 global biodiversity framework to take account of the economic costs of biodiversity and provide financial support to developing countries' efforts to deter biodiversity loss. At COP27 in Egypt, the G20 must bring new commitments to close the emissions gap, bring the financing for adaptation, and establishing a financing facility to substantially address loss and damage. We are extremely concerned that these expectations may be jeopardized by G20 dynamics. But we cannot allow backsliding. Anything less is a failure. For Belize and SIDS, failure is not an option. The COVID-19 pandemic and the climate emergency are the most catastrophic events since World War II. Then, as now, new vision, frameworks, and instruments are required to achieve a sustainable and inclusive future which our people and future generations deserve. The near-term global economic outlook compels us to act with urgency to avert even worse humanitarian and development outcomes and to restore stability to the international system. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, our failure to act decisively and urgently on COVID, conflicts, and climate condemns humanity and our planet irreversibly to disaster. History will not absolve us if we fail. Our collective destiny and future inspire us to action. The aspirations of our people must be fulfilled. We know what to do. We have the resources to meet the needs of mankind. We must find the political will to act. We must act now to avert disaster and to fulfill the promise of tomorrow. We ask for the guidance of our Creator so that our work is not in vain. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment of Belize for the statement just made, and I thank Protocol for escorting His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Kausea Natano, Prime Minister of Tuvalu. I request Protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Kausea Natano, Prime Minister of Tuvalu, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, distinguished members of the General Assembly, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the government of Tuvalu, I congratulate you on your election as President of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Tuvalu has full confidence in your leadership. And let me also take this opportunity to thank the President of 76th session, the Honorable Minister Abdullah Sahid, for a very successful session under the leadership despite the challenges due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. President, we welcome the pragmatic vision of your presidency of the 77th session of the UN General Assembly. We applaud you for the theme of your presidency, a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges. Indeed, we must strengthen our commitment to upholding the core principles of the UN Charter at this watershed moment. We maintain that the UN Charter is our shared constitutive instrument to maintaining international peace and security, developing friendly relations among nations, and promoting social progress, better living standards, and human rights. We are indeed encouraged by the priorities of your presidency, and we look forward to working closely with you as we continue to grapple with economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, tackle climate change, and strive to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Mr. President, global crises have become more complex, interlinked, and transparent in their impacts, demanding global cooperation and solidarity to formulate and implement sustainable solutions. It requires all the partnerships we need to bring about positive changes to people's lives. It is, however, regrettable that the Republic of China, Taiwan, with its notable partnerships on a wide range of development issues, continues to be kept out of the United Nations systems. Tuvalu has significantly benefited from our partnerships in agriculture, food security, public health, medicine, clean energy, including our recovery from economic and social impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. Tuvalu strongly supports the readmission of the Republic of China, Taiwan into the UN as a founding member of the United Nations, and its active participation in UN specialized agencies, including the World Health Organization, the International Civil Aviation Organization, and the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. We must not sideline Taiwan, a vibrant democracy that has made significant progress on all the Sustainable Development Goals and ready to contribute more in global efforts in achieving the SDGs. It is also regrettable that the people of Cuba continue to face the economic burden of the long unilateral economic blockage. The economic blockage neglected the human rights and the spirit of cooperation espoused in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Keeping these measures in place deprived Cuba of the international development assistance and partnerships to recover and build back better. Mr. President, in the same vein, we reiterated the strong concerns of our region of the potential threat of nuclear contamination to the health and security of the Blue Pacific, its people and prospects, and reaffirmed the importance of ensuring international consultations international law, and independent and verifiable scientific assessments. These principles must govern the deployment and use of nuclear technology and the discharge of nuclear materials and waste into our blue Pacific continent. We maintain that the UN decolonization process is critical to the protection of human rights, including the rights of self-determination, and urge meaningful engagement of the UN with all relevant partners and stakeholders to the decolonization process. Mr. President, let me now speak of an issue that is of the greatest concern to my country: climate change and its consequential sea level rise remain the single greatest existential threat my country faces. Underscoring the urgency to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees through rapid, deep, and sustained reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. At an average land elevation of no more than 2 meters above sea level, my country will succumb to sea level rise. The IPCC report issued last year is clear that at the current global warming trends, we are destined to miss the 1.5 degrees target of the Paris Agreement. This clearly means that Tuvalu will be totally submerged within the century. Mr. President, the climate crisis is creating an increasingly uncertain future for people in most parts of the world. Paradoxically, in my region, the Pacific, it is making our future increasingly certain, but not in a way that it gives us any kind of comfort. During this century, several Pacific Island nations will become mostly uninhabitable. For my country, Tuvalu, which sits halfway between Hawaii and Australia, this could happen in the next 2 to 3 decades. Other Pacific Island countries in the climate change frontline may have a few decades long, but our final destination is no longer a matter of guesswork. Most societies see climate change as mainly about cutting carbon emissions or mitigating future impacts. We are facing a looming situation, far more profound. The near certainty of terminal inundation. Our peoples, in my generation or the next, will be unable to exist on the islands that have nurtured our ancestors for centuries. It is our God-given home. Mr. President, Tuvalu and Pacific neighbors have done nothing to cause climate change. Carbon emissions combined across the entirety of Pacific Islands amount to less than 0.03% of the world's total. Even less if we speak of historical emissions. The existential threat we face is not of our making, but it will remake us. How we will negotiate this remaking is a question that the international community must now urgently begin to address. Major economies which have the highest contribution to greenhouse gas emissions cannot be obvious and do nothing. People everywhere, across all ages and walks of life, are demanding leadership on climate change, especially from those most able to provide it. Tuvalu is an acid test of leadership, because if the international community allows an entire country to disappear from climate change, what hope will be possible for anyone else? Mr. President, these are unprecedented times. Science cannot tell us exactly when our homeland will become uninhabitable, but it does tell us how. As the ocean rises, salt water permeates into the aquifers that provide our drinking water. Now, in many places, our water security is severely compromised. A rising ocean brings higher tides, and with increasing storm frequency and intensity, our villages and agriculture are devastated. Flooding leaves soil saline, reducing crop yields, severely compromising our food security. Infrastructure such as homes, roads, and power lines are washed away, and higher land on which to rebuild does not exist. Mr. President, the precious coral that supports our tourism and nurtures our fish stock perish as the ocean warms and acidifies. The cost of eking out an existence, of maintaining the status quo, increases for individuals and the entire country, over time becoming too much to bear. Such extremities push citizens to leave. The nation itself becomes increasingly incoherent, legally and spiritually rooted to a shoreline that is disappearing under rising tides. This is how a Pacific atoll dies. This is how our islands will cease to exist. This is not about some future scenario. It is what we are living with now. Mr. President, inaction brings responsibilities. Tuvalu have not yet reached the end of this process of salination, destruction, degradation, and demise. But we are well past the beginning. Despite international agreements and repeated commitments, global greenhouse gas emissions continue to rise, with many countries still pursuing a future fueled by coal, oil, and gas. This is the first time in history that the collective action of many nations, or more accurately, the collective inaction of many nations, will be responsible for making sovereign countries uninhabitable. It is an unprecedented crisis requiring radical intervention. Mr. President, current international instruments, such as the Convention on Statelessness, do not cover our situation. Neither does the United Nations' various efforts to address climate change. Agreements reached at the annual summits, including last year's COP26 in Glasgow, cover a wide range of issues like targets for cutting emissions or commitments for international finance to address impacts. But with regard to looming uninhabitability of sovereign states, they say nothing. Mr. President, this is why Tuvalu and the Marshall Islands launched the Rising Nation Initiative 2 days ago to fill the current gaps in awareness, legal framework, and political commitment. The global community must begin a serious and responsible dialogue that acknowledge both the realities and the rights of the Pacific Island nations, such as mine, and more fundamentally, of our citizens. Mr. President, this is about sovereignty, dignity, and integrity. We need a global settlement that guarantees nation-states such as Tuvalu and the Marshall Islands a permanent existence beyond the inhabitable lifetime of our atoll homes. Irrespective of the onslaughts of climate change and sea level rise, it must recognize and protect our cultural integrity, our human and economic capital, and our sovereignty. It must be co-created and enacted with the people and governments of island nations, not visited upon us by others. Mr. President, this settlement includes, ultimately, the protection of our rights to our land and ocean, preserve our heritage, and sovereign rights to govern our citizens. We do not seek to move out of our homeland. We seek fair and amicable treatment of displaced people so we do not become a burden on others. But equally, natural justice dictates that we are not fobbed off with a wasteland. Economically, we can continue to support ourselves. In the case of Tuvalu, for example, using income from the continued sustainable use of the exclusive economic zone around our islands. Finding the right solution will require statesmanship and empathy, beginning with an acknowledgement that a situation globally caused must also have a globally just and equitable solution. Mr. President, as Pacific peoples, we raise our children to respect the ocean, land, and sky as providers of life. Now, through no fault of our own, we will soon have to abandon the oceans, land, and sky that have forged our cultures and identities for centuries. We neither castigate nor demand charity, but we do ask for generosity of spirit, support, and justice that recognize our reality and our grave concern on the potential eradication of our atoll nations due to rising sea levels in our part of the world. Mr. President, I thank you for your attention. Tuvalu Modetwa.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Tuvalu for the statement just made, and I thank Protocol for escorting His Excellency. I now give the floor to His Excellency Abdullah Shahid, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Maldives and immediate past President of the United Nations General Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'een. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, I congratulate my successor, His Excellency Shehbaz Sharif, on his assumption of the presidency of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Allow me also to take this opportunity to express my profound thanks to the many heads of state and government and ministers who have said very kind words in recognition of the achievements of the 76th session of the General Assembly, the Presidency of Hope. I am truly humbled by your sentiments. Mr. President, you take stewardship of this Assembly in extraordinary times. Not since 1945 have we witnessed the international agenda grow in scale so drastically, so relentlessly. As conflicts grow, as climate crisis rages, as economies lie in shambles, As we emerge from an era-defining pandemic, we are left anxious and fearful. Yet, we cannot retreat or linger in despair. Instead, this moment should make us reflect on the kind of world we want going forward. How can we make it more resilient, more just? Mr. President, the Maldives proposes 5 main areas of focus. First, we need to address the raging climate crisis. This crisis remains an existential threat, especially to small island developing states. For us, Mr. President, the difference between 1.5 and 2 degrees is death. Internationally, the Maldives will continue to lead the way in climate action. In doing so, we will continue to advocate for a rights-based approach. In 2008, the Maldives and other like-minded countries pursued Human Rights Council Resolution 7/23 on human rights and climate change. After decades of advocacy at the Human Rights Council and the General Assembly, in July this year, we celebrated in this hall the adoption of the landmark resolution, recognizing the human right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. We are once again competing for a seat on the Human Rights Council for the term running 2023 to 2025. If elected, addressing climate change as an integral part of global human rights discourse will be among our priorities. We hope to have your support for our candidature. The Maldives will also set a national example. Like other small island developing states, we will only make a minuscule contribution to global carbon emission. We will be the first to bear the consequences. And yet, we are the ones with some of the most ambitious climate action targets. We are pursuing an ambitious national plan to reach net zero by 2030, a goal we can meet only with international support. This year, we launched the Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh work program on the global goal on adaptation in the Maldives, with a view to support global action. I urge the global community, let us do more. We must act before it is too late. We also urgently need to protect our ocean. The Maldives is a large ocean state. Our lives and our livelihoods, our culture and traditions are linked to the ocean. This is why we support the global initiative to protect 30% of the world's ocean by 2030. Nationally, we have been working to protect our EEZ. We have now designated 79 marine protected areas, including 14% of our coral reefs. Considering the damage caused by plastic to marine ecosystems, we have also implemented a ban on importation, production, and sale of several types of single-use plastics. And we have set a national target to fully phase out single-use plastic by 2030. Excellencies, we only have one planet. Protecting it is our only choice if we care about our continued survival. Mr. President, second, we need sustainable and reliable sources of financing. In 2009, in Copenhagen, an ambitious pledge was made that 100 billion in climate financing would be mobilized by 2020. Even in 2022, we are far short of meeting that pledge. Partners must scale up their efforts to make up the difference. And we urge our partners to redouble adaptation finance as agreed under the Glasgow Climate Pact in 2021. It is also important to make access easier for all, especially developing countries, especially for small island developing countries. We know that the world can mobilize resources when required. We know that we have the finances, but we need to direct them. We need to make assessments for that financing fairer. This is why we have always been strong supporters of alternative measures to GDP. Traditional measures of development fail to accurately capture the vulnerabilities of countries and their resilience against external shocks. In this context, We look forward to the finalization of the multidimensional vulnerability index by the end of the year and its swift utilization. Mr. President, third, we need gender equality to be at the forefront of our agenda. For centuries, women have had their contributions undervalued and their voices entirely discounted. This injustice cannot continue. We cannot solve the challenges facing all of humanity while half of humanity is denied their full potential. Women deserve an equal seat at the table. The Maldives is advancing many legislative and executive initiatives to advance women's representation. The government has passed legislation to allocate 33% of our local council seats to women. We have appointed women as Supreme Court Justice for the first time. Half of our ambassadors overseas are women. Despite progress, much remains to be done. Women continue to face a variety of challenges, including misogyny and gender-based violence. We can and must do better. Mr. President, fourth, it is vital the world comes together to solve the peace and security challenges we face. We need to work harder to stop conflicts and the flagrant violations of international norms undermining the multilateral system we have painstakingly built in the past 77 years. The people of Ukraine, Afghanistan, Myanmar, among other countries plunged into conflict and bloodshed, deserve peace. They deserve an end to the ongoing tragedies upending their lives, as do the people of Palestine. The Maldives reiterates that a two-state solution based on the pre-1967 borders with East Jerusalem as the capital of Palestine is the only meaningful solution for a lasting peace. Addressing terrorism should also be a priority. Its menace continues to plague our world and jeopardizes the safety and cohesion of our societies. The Maldives condemns terrorism in all its forms and will work with the international community to comprehensively combat both terrorism and violent ideologies. Mr. President, the issues of our time are complex and multifaceted. We cannot apply old solutions to new challenges, which brings me to my fifth and final point. It is vital that we reform the multilateral system and better equip the United Nations to meet contemporary and future challenges. What we need is a United Nations 2.0. This is the thrust of the Secretary General's report, Our Common Agenda. We wholeheartedly welcome the recent adoption of a resolution to establish the United Nations Youth Office by consensus, carrying forward one of the OCA's most important recommendations. We agree with the underlying spirit of that resolution. We cannot continue to deny the voices of the 1.8 billion young people, especially on decisions that impact their futures. The Maldives will constructively engage with member states to continue the follow-up process to the OCA report. Mr. President, another critical aspect of revitalizing the United Nations should be reforming the Security Council, a goal the Maldives has advocated for decades. We have consistently called to increase the number of both permanent and non-permanent member seats, while ensuring equitable geographical representation to make the Council more responsive and responsible. We also support increasing the substantial role and moral authority of the General Assembly. A welcome decision in this regard is the recent adoption of the veto initiative, a resolution Maldives was happy to support. Mr. President, the Maldives has always believed that our small size should not diminish our standing in the international arena. We believe that a rules-based international order where all states have a voice and are fairly represented and included is necessary. It is our hope that our ongoing efforts at multilateral reform culminates in such an outcome. Mr. President, these extraordinary times we face must be met with extraordinary courage, with extraordinary vision, with extraordinary ambition, and extraordinary leadership. As we look ahead, the tasks before us may seem daunting, they are immense in scale and boundless in their dimensions. They are beyond the capacity of any one single country to address by themselves. But together, we can meet these challenges. Together, we have the resources, the power, the imagination to usher in a brighter future for humanity. The Maldives will continue to work alongside our peers and nations in the international community to deliver this vision. Together, we can. Mr. President, I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Maldives. It is now my particular pleasure to welcome and give the floor to Her Excellency, Senator the Honourable Penny Wong, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Australia.
President, it is my honour to speak on behalf of Australia in this venerated General Assembly Hall that signifies so much to the world's peoples. This remains the only place where the whole world has agreed to come together, recognising that we can only solve our biggest problems together, recognising that progress and development are preconditions for peace, recognising that to avoid conflict, we must talk to each other and we must listen to each other. It is my honour to speak on behalf of a country that is home to people from more than 300 different ancestries and to the oldest continuous culture on the planet. Like this hall, Australia is an assembly of the world's peoples. And when Australians look out to the world, we see ourselves reflected in it. Equally, the world can see itself reflected in Australia, a nation whose people share common ground with so many of the world's peoples, a nation where half of our people were born overseas or have a parent born overseas. I am one of those people. And the Australian Parliament I serve in is ever more reflective of our modern nation, both enriched by their diversity. And this follows the collective decision of the Australian people to turn the page and write a new future for themselves. Newly elected parliamentarians have origins from across the world, and Indigenous Australians have been elected in record numbers and serve in the ministry in record numbers. The new Australian government is determined to make real progress on the national journey of healing with Indigenous Australians, the first peoples of our continent. And as Foreign Minister, I am determined to see First Nations perspectives at the heart of Australian foreign policy. And this week, I have been encouraged by discussions with other countries on their own journeys. I am humbled to be guided in these efforts by First Nations colleagues. Here in New York, I am joined by Senator Patrick Dodson. To many Australians, Senator Dodson is the father of reconciliation. Senator Dodson is a Yawuru man from Broome in the remote northwest of Australia. Like many First Nations people, he walks in two worlds, as a senator and leader in our parliament, and as an elder, native title holder and ceremony man for his people. In our government, Senator Dodson has been tasked with responding to a call from First Nations peoples for a constitutionally enshrined voice to the Australian Parliament, as well as treaty and truth-telling. With daunting challenges facing the world, we have much to learn from First Nations peoples, both at home and in international fora, and elevating First Nations voices, including right here, has never been more important. Our nation's history and present show that, like everything human, indeed like this institution in which we gather, we are not perfect. But we aim ever higher, and we look to make our contribution to the world. Australians see our country as it is, we see our world as it is, and we seek to shape them for the better. Sharing common ground with so many of the world's peoples means Australians want to see the interests of all the world's peoples upheld along with our own. This aim of today's Australia accords with the ambition of an Australian who helped shape the UN's Charter, our former Foreign Minister, and the third President of this General Assembly, Dr. Herbert Evatt. At the 1945 San Francisco Conference, where the Charter was written, Evatt challenged the great powers. They wanted a strong Security Council that had control over the General Assembly. Dr. Evatt did not succeed in his fight against the great powers' veto within the Security Council, but he did succeed in ensuring that the General Assembly has the ability to decide its own course and can address any matter that falls within the UN Charter or the powers and functions of any of its organs. He understood that small and medium countries cannot simply allow their fates to be decided by the great powers. He understood that small and medium countries must be able to maintain their sovereign choices protected by a stable framework of rules. And he understood that in order to maintain those sovereign choices, the small and medium countries of the world, including Australia, must work together. These are legacies we renew today. Dr. Evatt also saw economic and social security as the precondition for peace, and he pressed the San Francisco Conference to ensure the UN addresses the broadest range of social, economic and human rights issues, saying, real stability can only be achieved by building an organisation that will do its utmost to ensure the peoples of the world a full opportunity in living in freedom from want, as well as in freedom from external aggression. Some did not want to extend the UN's ambit to economic and social development. On behalf of Australia, Evatt insisted, and again, these are legacies Australia renews today. Despite inheriting the biggest debt in our nation's history, the new Australian government is determined to play its part in supporting the development of other nations, particularly in our region. We are alarmed that for the first time, the UN's Human Development Index has declined for 2 consecutive years in 2020 and 2021. And the impact of this decline has been most severe on women and girls, with nearly 500 million women and girls now living in extreme poverty. And the global food security crisis is increasingly grave. More than 800 million people go to bed hungry each night. 345 million people face acute food insecurity. 50 million people across 45 countries are on the brink of famine. This is a growing scale of human suffering that threatens untold global instability. Australia is increasing our contribution to development assistance by over $1 billion. If we are ever to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, which represent our collective vision for minimum living standards for everyone living on this planet, every country needs to do more. Over the coming months, we are designing a new development policy outlining how we will play our part in an era of crisis and how we will help developing countries without driving them into unsustainable debt. The world has experienced disasters and conflict in the past, but the intensity and confluence of today's challenges in an interconnected world are without precedent. COVID-19 has set back development gains. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has unleashed further suffering and made it harder for populations to recover from the pandemic. Drought and potential famine in the Horn of Africa, major floods in Pakistan, record-breaking heat waves in Europe and Asia, the alarm bells of climate change growing louder, including in my own country. Australians are clear that they want urgent and serious action, and they have given their government a mandate. Among the first acts of the new Australian government has been to submit our ambitious, nationally determined contribution to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, and we have just passed legislation that makes these targets law. Our climate policies mean that within this decade, 83% of Australia's energy supply will be renewable. We want to help the global energy transition. Australia will be a renewable energy superpower. And while we are playing our part to reduce our own emissions, we are working in our region to support Pacific countries, which have the most to lose from the changing climate. Nothing is more central to the security and economies of the Pacific than climate change. As Pacific leaders themselves put it plainly in the first article of the 2018 Pacific Islands Forum's Boy Declaration on Regional Security, we reaffirm that climate change remains the single greatest threat to the livelihoods, security and well-being of the peoples of the Pacific, and our commitment to progress the implementation of the Paris Agreement. Australians are part of the Pacific family, and families are about care, love and forgiveness, but they are also about duty and loyalty, looking out for each other and listening to each other. The Australian people want to be better, more involved and more helpful members of the Pacific family. In my first months as Foreign Minister, I have visited 6 Pacific Islands Forum countries. It is a clear sign of our priorities that by the end of this year, I will have visited nearly all. Australians want to enhance our defence, maritime and economic cooperation with Pacific Island countries because our peace and prosperity are one. And we want to be the Pacific's partner of choice for development and security. We are increasing our development assistance to the Pacific by over $500 million, and we are working with our Pacific partners to address our shared challenges and implement the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific. And we want to bridge our cooperation across the Pacific and Southeast Asia to address shared challenges and to build the region we want. Australia seeks deeper engagement with Southeast Asia. It is a region I know well. It's the region I'm from. The region is being reshaped, and Australia seeks to work with our partners in ASEAN to shape this period of change together. Australia seeks a region that is peaceful and predictable, that is governed by accepted rules and norms, where all our countries and peoples can cooperate, trade and thrive, where our relations are based on respect and partnership and guided by the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific, where all states can contribute to a strategic equilibrium in a regional order in which countries are not required to choose sides but can make their own sovereign choices. And we recognise we must bring more to the table in Southeast Asia. This starts with an additional $470 million in development assistance and a forthcoming strategy on economic engagement. And we must contribute to the strategic balance of the region. We don't want to see any one country dominating or any country being dominated. We cannot accept a situation where large countries determine the fate of smaller countries. That is why Russia's illegal, immoral invasion of Ukraine cannot be normalised and it cannot be minimised. Russia's attack on Ukraine is an attack on all smaller countries. It is an assertion that a larger country is entitled to subjugate a smaller neighbour, to decide whether another country can even exist. It was never intended that the Security Council veto power would be used to enable unchecked abuse of the UN Charter by the very countries that were given the veto. So it is especially important for countries that play leading roles in international fora and countries with influence on Russia to exert their influence to end this war. In this, the world looks to China, a great power, a permanent member of the Security Council with a no-limits partnership with Russia. Mr. Putin's weak and desperate nuclear threats underline the danger that nuclear weapons pose to us all and the urgent need for progress on nuclear disarmament. Australia has always pursued a world without nuclear weapons, and we will redouble our efforts towards this goal and to strengthening the non-proliferation regime. The death and destruction in Ukraine reminds us all how much we have to lose if we fail to protect the UN Charter. It reminds us that each nation must make its own choices and exercise its own agency. We cannot leave it to the big powers, and we cannot be passive when big powers flout the rules. Aside from terrible damage and loss of life in Ukraine, Russia's invasion is compounding human suffering, propelling the global crisis in food and energy security. In my own region, where geopolitical contest becomes ever sharper, we must ensure that competition does not escalate into conflict. Because if conflict were to break out in the Indo-Pacific, it would be catastrophic for our people and our prosperity. And with the Indo-Pacific's centrality to global prosperity and security, the cost would extend far beyond our region and reach into every life. So I say to small and medium-sized nations like my own, we are more than just supporting players in a grand drama of global geopolitics on a stage dominated by great powers. It is up to all of us to create the kind of world to which we aspire: stable, peaceful, prosperous, and respectful of sovereignty. That is the very rationale for the United Nations itself. It is up to all of us to ask ourselves, how can we each use our state power, our influence, our networks, our capabilities to avert catastrophic conflict? How do we acquit our responsibilities to constrain tensions, to apply the brakes before the momentum for conflict in our region or beyond becomes unstoppable? Australia is resolved to these tasks in all our diplomacy, in the UN and beyond. It is why we seek a seat on the UN Security Council for 2029-2030. It is why we seek reform of the Security Council with greater permanent representation for Africa, Latin America and Asia, including India and Japan. Being genuinely committed to the United Nations means being genuinely committed to reforming the United Nations and keeping it vital. We know that we will always be better off in a world where rules and norms, whether on trade, the maritime domain, or military engagement, on the environment or human rights, are clear, mutually negotiated, and consistently followed. History teaches us that the alternative to what we have built here is conflict and chaos. A world where differences and disputes are settled by size and power alone, instead of by agreed rules and norms. Humanity has benefited from the multilateral system. Humanity has benefited from the rules that have underpinned an unequalled period of human development. Humanity will pay the price if we allow it to flounder. Every nation and all our peoples. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Australia for her contribution to the general debate. I now give the floor to His Excellency Simeon Oyono Esono Ange, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Cooperation of Equatorial Guinea.
Mr. President, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of His Excellency Obiang Nguema Mbasogo, it's a pleasure to take the floor to congratulate His Excellency Mr. Csaba Kőrösi from the Republic of Hungary on his unanimous election as President of the 77th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations. And I'd also like to congratulate the members of the Bureau. We assure you that you will be able to count on the support and cooperation of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea during your presidency. Mr. President, recent years have been very difficult for humanity due to the appearance of a series of multifaceted crises, from the desolation brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic. Then we had the energy crisis and the resurgence of food insecurity, the monetary crisis, made worse by the tense international situation that we are currently experiencing at this time as we celebrate the 77th anniversary of the creation of this organization, coinciding with the war between Russia and Ukraine, This global situation today is calling out to us and requires us to make use of innovative multilateral cooperation that is focused on human solidarity. Certainly, and as is stated in the motto for this 77th regular session of the General Assembly, it is a decisive moment for leaders of the world to search for lasting, consensual, transformative and sustainable solutions to these interlocking challenges which are having an impact across the board on all continents of the planet. We are living in a globalized world, and therefore what we need is to forge alliances of support in solidarity and multilateral cooperation. We need frank dialogue in order to resolve inequalities as well as resolve our differences. Indeed, Equatorial Guinea launches today an appeal with regard to the need and importance of giving greater prominence to international multilateralism and cooperation that are so necessary in order to address these global challenges and in order to reactivate development and sustainable economic growth in our respective countries, particularly development. We need to promote the building and strengthening of infrastructure, particularly health infrastructure, in order to not only face possible future pandemics, but also in order to address endemic diseases such as HIV, AIDS, and malaria. Mr. President, the maintenance of international peace and security from the creation of the United Nations to today and into the future, the maintenance of international peace and security must be an imperative for member states, for the development and prosperity of nations. The coexistence of traditional conflicts and the emerging challenges such as transnational crime, cyber security, biosecurity, climate change, and piracy, amongst others, are becoming increasingly prominent, and this means that the situation that we see today in the world can only be solved by seeking through all means possible peace, and that needs to be through inclusive negotiations and dialogue. Equatorial Guinea would like to call upon those countries that are immersed in the current conflicts and the governments that are directly or indirectly involved in those conflicts because of geostrategic interests or economic interests or interests of another kind. We ask them that they give priority to dialogue and inclusive negotiations in a realistic and pragmatic manner in order to resolve them. And it's in that respect that once again we call upon this august assembly so that together we can denounce and categorically reject the constant external interference that is destabilizing certain countries of the world. Mr. President, the African continent must continue to be at the heart of initiatives for supporting and funding development, with a decisive implementation of the commitments for the financing of sustainable development in order to achieve the goals contained in Agendas 2030 and 2063 of the African Union, not leaving anyone behind, and funding support for peacekeeping. These are prerequisites for facing the phenomena of terrorism, migration, trafficking in persons, piracy, mercenary groups, amongst others. These are factors which hinder the development of the African continent. In the face of our own humanitarian challenges, the heads of state and government of the African Union met in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, last May for a special summit as well as a donor roundtable in order to examine and provide the necessary support to address current humanitarian challenges facing Africa, which have been exacerbated by the socio-economic effects of COVID-19 and the disasters that we're seeing throughout the continent. In order to find lasting solutions to the current humanitarian crisis, particularly the humanitarian financing situation. In this context, we welcome the Global Security Initiative presented by the People's Republic of China, the precepts of which are relevant to current global events. Equatorial Guinea is committed to the promotion of human rights. And that is why we have designed a whole host of strategies and national standards to strengthen rights such as the rights of the child, of persons with disabilities, the right to food, to equal access to vaccines against pandemics, access to housing, etc. And with regard to the promotion of justice and international law, Equatorial Guinea would like to once again stress the need to reform the United Nations system, which includes the Security Council. Its structure today is one of the great injustices within the United Nations, and it constitutes a serious lack of democratic spirit in this great organization. Africa, as part of the Esselwini Consensus, has been calling for a correction to this injustice now for more than 15 years. This means allocating 2 permanent seats to Africa, as well as 2 additional non-permanent seats in the Security Council. Within this same context of the promotion of justice and international law, we call for the lifting once and for all of the trade, economic and financial embargo imposed against Cuba 6 decades ago. This brotherly country deserves the opportunity to play its part on the global stage as a sovereign country. Mr. President, in Central Africa, we are following with great concern the persistent situation of crisis brought on by activities of maritime piracy in the Gulf of Guinea. These pirates are acquiring ever more sophisticated methods for greater autonomy in open water, with the subsequent harm and damage for the countries of the sub-region. We welcome the recent resolution adopted by the Security Council of the United Nations urging the countries of the Gulf of Guinea to classify as crimes piracy and armed robbery at sea according to their national laws, as well as to investigate and then prosecute or extradite in accordance with international law those responsible for such crimes, and also those who incite, finance, or facilitate them. As has always been expressed by His Excellency Obiang Nguema Mbasogo in international fora, and also at the last 75th regular session of the General Assembly, we would like to insist on the absolute necessity of organizing a summit on the Gulf of Guinea in order to design a strategy to stop the terrorist activities and attempts to threaten regional and international peace and security. We also need to unite our efforts in order to help develop this region so that it can face the challenges which surround it. I conclude, Mr. President, reiterating once again my congratulations and wishing you resounding success during your presidency. Once again, we would encourage the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, to continue his noble work with regard to United Nations reform and to resolutely support the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. We would also like to express our fervent hope that the United Nations will assume its role of mediator in global conflicts in order to achieve just and peaceful solutions that are based on dialogue, whilst avoiding having recourse to weapons, which will never resolve any conflict of any kind. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Cooperation of Equatorial Guinea. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Dominique Hassler, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Education and Sport in Liechtenstein.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we gather this year at a time of enormous challenges. Geopolitical conflicts, mass displacement, food insecurity, and the effects of the pandemic continue to make people suffer around the globe and pose massive threats to human security. And we need more ambition and an effective action to fight climate change. In short, we are off track to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. The conclusion from all of this should be obvious to all. We urgently need to recall our commitment to leave no one behind and to come together for the sake of our common interests, embrace multilateralism, and redouble our political investment in the United Nations. Instead, we are witnessing a frontal assault on the Charter of the United Nations itself. The aggression against Ukraine is nothing less than an attack on the international world order established after the Second World War. Indeed, this order, which we have all built up together, and which is best represented right in this General Assembly Hall, is being challenged in its very foundation. This act of aggression, carried out with complete disregard for the most basic rules of international law, is an unprecedented test to our resolve to stand up together for our international order. We in Liechtenstein are committed to defending our freedom. We have joined with our partners from our region, in particular with the European Union, but also from other parts of the world, to stand united with Ukraine and to stand against aggression wherever it is committed. Mr. President, we have witnessed dramatic events in the past few months, developments of historic dimensions for the United Nations. A military buildup on the borders of one of the founding members of this organization, meeting the threshold of the threat of use of force foreseen in the UN Charter, accompanied by denial and disinformation. After the military attack on Ukraine commenced, the Security Council was blocked, predictably yet again through the veto. However, for the first time in decades, it then invoked the Uniting for Peace formula and handed its competence over to this Assembly. The resolution passed in this hall with an overwhelming majority on the 2nd of March will stand out as a landmark in the history of the United Nations. Condemning the aggression against Ukraine in unequivocal terms, was of enormous importance. It backs the international response to this assault on our rules-based order. Just as importantly, it lays the foundation for what we should do going forward, holding those political and military leaders criminally accountable who have initiated the aggression committed against Ukraine. The source of all the crimes committed in Ukraine is the crime of war itself. Therefore, as President Zelensky also made clear in his speech to this assembly this week, addressing the crime of aggression is a powerful deterrent to help defend the international order reflected in the UN Charter. The newly announced sham referenda for parts of occupied Ukraine are a continuation of the aggression and make a mockery of the right to self-determination, a cornerstone of the UN Charter and the international order. Mr. President, this is also a moment for us not just to reflect on the future role of this organization, but to decide together which United Nations the planet needs today. This organization is playing a crucial role in the current global challenges, be it humanitarian assistance, global public health, nuclear safety, or food security. It enjoys strong support and high levels of trust among the wider public. At the same time, it continues to disappoint, especially in its core task, the maintenance of international peace and security. Its mission to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war is deeply ingrained in the collective conscience of the peoples on whose behalf it works. But more often than not, it does not meet these expectations. For us in Liechtenstein, maintaining peace and security remains the core purpose of this organization. And we remain committed to being part of the change required to have the United Nations at the center of this effort through prevention, mediation, and collective action. In this spirit, Liechtenstein has put before this assembly the veto initiative, adopted earlier this year. I wish to thank all those partners who have supported this idea, and I am grateful for the way it continues to resonate far outside this building. The veto initiative, of course, introduces a very important measure of accountability for the use of the veto. But more importantly, it creates a policy space for this assembly to step in where the Security Council is paralyzed or deadlocked, as it may well be on frequent occasions in the future. The veto, indeed, is no longer the last word. Mr. President, in some of the ongoing conflicts, we are witnessing the use of military force in its most crude and brutal form. But in parallel, we are also dealing with cyber warfare, which has added an insidious and often invisible layer of challenges to our collective security. Liechtenstein is a small country in the heart of Europe. We do not have armed forces. Therefore, we must rely solely on the respect for the rule of law and on strong partnerships in the region and beyond. We are certainly shocked by the frontal assault on the European security architecture. And we are horrified that military force in its crudest form is against our hopes and beliefs applied again in our part of the world. And yet, in thinking about our national security, our biggest concern are the insidious ways in which cyberspace is used to undermine democratic institutions, the foundations of our societies, the very basis of our prosperity, and of the peace we have enjoyed for long decades. Addressing these threats and enforcing international law in cyberspace is therefore one of the key challenges we must face. Mr. President, when addressing this assembly in the past, Liechtenstein has regularly talked about the nexus between peace and justice, about the need to ensure accountability for the most serious crimes under international law if we are to be successful in our efforts to achieve lasting peace. Time and again, in Myanmar, in Syria, and in other places, we have witnessed how impunity has led to more and often even more serious atrocities, the crimes against humanity, to genocide causing immense human suffering, destroying societies and destabilizing whole regions. The aggression against Ukraine is but the most recent illustration of this sad pattern. This war is not only illegal in and of itself, it is also carried out with systematic disregard for international humanitarian law, in particular the Geneva Conventions, mirroring the playbook of the conflicts in Syria and elsewhere. As a long-standing supporter of the International Criminal Court, we have supported the referral of the situation in Ukraine to the ICC. This referral is a decisive test in two ways, of the effectiveness of the court, but also of our consistency in extending political and financial support to it. This is our chance to illustrate our resolve not just to prosecute crimes committed in Ukraine, but to give steady support to an ICC that does its work independently, across the globe, and fully in line with its founding treaty, the Rome Statute. Mr. President, our work to address the UN's role to safeguard peace and security must embrace a comprehensive notion of security, with climate change one of the key threats. Every year, natural disasters and extreme weather events increase in severity and frequency. Yet, our collective understanding of the threat is not matched by the determination to move forward, together with the required sense of urgency. Progress in the climate negotiations has been insufficient, and the pandemic, armed conflicts, and challenges to energy supplies have done their part to contribute to a negative outlook. Our collective action in the framework of the COP process will remain instrumental. But it may well not be enough in and of itself to achieve the goals we have set ourselves in the Paris Climate Accord. Many of our friends are contemplating legal avenues to fight climate change. And in line with our commitment to the rule of law, we are open to work with them. In conclusion, protecting the planet and saving the livelihoods of future generations are the biggest challenges of our time, and the ultimate test of our ability to be truly united nations. It is our duty to take action together, to ensure that no person, no country, and no region are left behind. Everyone committed to this goal will find a reliable partner in us. I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Education and Sport of Liechtenstein. I now give the floor to His Excellency Robert Doucet, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and Togolese Abroad of Togo.
Mr. President of the 77th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state, of government, and delegations, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, after the unprecedented format of our General Assembly, the formats in the wake of the coronavirus pandemic and the constraints related thereto, we now are united under the same roof to engage in a calm discussion of the problems that are upending our lives and the lives of those in this world. The goal is to place our shared organization on track to uphold the values and principles, the basic values and principles that have been undermined by geopolitical rivalries, attempts at domination, national issues, and conflict. I wish to take this opportunity to applaud the theme that has been chosen for the general debate for this session, a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges. However, before pursuing this statement, I wish to first warmly congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election to the presidency of our 77th General Assembly, and we wish you every success. I can assure you of the support of the Togolese delegation. I also wish to applaud the efforts of your predecessor and the work that has been achieved under very difficult circumstances. On behalf of the President of the Republic of Togo, President Faure Glasime, a warm tribute to the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, for his many initiatives to make our organization more efficient. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, on this 77th, in its 77th years of existence, the United Nations has indefatigably endeavored to achieve conflict prevention and ensure the maintenance of international peace and security. Presently, the threat looming over the peace has metastasized. Interstate conflicts of the past have been compounded by and succeeded by new forms of violence with the involvement of elusive stakeholders. Africa had once been shielded and has now become a sanctuary of terrorist groups. The terrorist threat had long been confined to countries of the Sahel, has spilled over into coastal states of the Atlantic and West Africa. For this reason, the President of the Republic of Togo, His Excellency Mr. Faure Gnassingbe, has ceaselessly personally endeavored to ensure peace and stability in West Africa, specifically in the Sahel region. This determination has allowed the President of the Republic as a mediator in the crisis between the two brotherly countries, Cote d'Ivoire and Mali, to secure the release of 3 Ivorian soldiers of the 46 remaining ones. And I wish to take this opportunity to call on all parties to exercise patience and restraint in order to allow mediation to bear fruit. Recent terrorist attacks have claimed civilian casualties, have caused significant material damage in the north of Togo. This stands as a testament to the increasingly sophisticated means being used by jihadists. This is an alarming situation and is of great concern to our delegation. For this reason, we welcome the consensual adoption on 29 July 2022 of the annual progress report of the Working Group on Digitization in the context of international security and national security. Togo remains steadfastly determined to combat and to drive these criminals out of our borders. In this regard, we shall never waver. In view of providing our contribution to this overriding goal, Togo on 23 and 24 March 2022, Togo hosted the first Pan-African Summit on Cybersecurity held in Lomé. The Lomé Declaration, an outcome of this summit, reflects the commitment to combating cyber threats. In this regard, Togo welcomes the work underway at the ad hoc committee to elaborate a comprehensive international convention on countering the use of ICTs for criminal purposes, and encourage all stakeholders to engage in the establishment of such a legal instrument. Beyond the military response, we are fully cognizant of the fact that the fight against terrorism is also linked to the degree of trust between the army and the population, as well as between the latter and the government. For this reason, we continuously seek to counter the causes of the spread of violent extremism, which fuels terrorism. In this way, Togo has adopted innovative, multi-sectoral measures, which are set out in our strategic document on countering violent extremism, which is adopted on 1 July 2022. In this vein, an emergency program for the Savane region with 9,104,704 US dollar allocation was set aside for the implementation of numerous projects by 2025 in the sectors of water, energy, healthcare, infrastructure, education, and agriculture. We are at a new stage in this asymmetric war against the terrorist cell. The deterioration of the security situation should be of concern to all of us, first and foremost to the United Nations. That having been said, there's an important need to fully revitalize our organization and to spare no effort to achieve reform of the Security Council. I wish to take this opportunity to applaud the global program on countering terrorist threats against vulnerable targets, of which my country, Togo, is a beneficiary as a pilot country. This United Nations program is geared towards building the capacities of member states and to provide them with logistical support for the protection of vulnerable targets in the face of terrorist attacks. And this has revealed itself to be of tremendous importance for our country. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, and the other major challenge faced by humanity is climate change. All expert reports on this matter are alarming. This phenomenon is all the more concerning given that it indiscriminately afflicts all countries in the world, and unfortunately this includes non-polluting countries, including ours, Togo. Togo has adopted a robust policy for restoration of vegetation with an ambitious program for the green transition. The Togolese government has adopted a firm commitment to sustainable management of natural resources and for resilience in the face of climate change consequences. For sustainable management and protection, therefore, our government has focused our priorities, amongst other things, on improvement of marine and coastal ecosystems, regulation of fishing, and promotion of the blue economy. With respect to preservation and restoration of ecosystems and combating desertification, Togo has launched a significant national program for reforestation of 1 billion trees by 2030, prohibited the import, trade, and use of glyphosate and all products containing it, as well as for the promotion of the use of biopesticides and biofertilizers in our country. We ardently hope that the next COP27, to be held, of course, on the 7th to the 18th of November 2022 in Egypt, that it will help to genuinely place back at the heart of international priorities the preservation of the environment by incentivizing stakeholders to honor their financing pledges, which are necessary to tackle global warming and climate change. On the subject of renewable energies, Togo has forged strategic partnerships for the provision of reliable, modern, and lowest cost services in rural areas. The Access Fund for Electricity to All, called the Tinga Fund, the CISO Fund, and the provision of solar energy kits for rural and vulnerable populations, photovoltaic plants, mini solar centers, and solar streetlights have been installed throughout our country, resulting in widespread use of renewable energy in Togo. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, at the economic and social level, Togo has adopted a government roadmap for the period up until 2025. The vision therein is to make Togo a modern nation with inclusive and sustainable growth. This roadmap includes 3 key pillars, namely greater inclusion and social harmony, guaranteeing peace, turbocharging job generation by harnessing the forces of the economy and modernizing the country by shoring up its structures. The reforms in the business climate has allowed Togo to significantly enhance its foreign direct investments in the country. Likewise, greater cooperation for development has contributed to greater mobilization of external resources in light of the new momentum generated by the adoption of the government roadmap and its embrace by development actors, as well as the creation of new partnerships and the dynamization of existing partnerships. The overriding challenge for Togo is to establish and to shore up its national bedrock and social protection, improvement of access for people to basic social services, and strengthening of inclusion mechanisms are also of key significance for the reduction of poverty. To achieve this, the government has incorporated the principle of leaving nobody behind in public policies. In this way, other initiatives, innovative initiatives, have facilitated progress in the inclusion process of all social categories, such as the adoption of the law establishing universal health care and the digital platform, which we call WEZU. This was established in 2021 to provide treatment for pregnant women and newborns with a view to reducing maternal and neonatal mortality. Greater protection for women against discrimination and gender-based violence and mitigation of sociocultural burdens have significantly improved the contributive capacities of women and girls in our country's development. Togo has adopted a financial inclusion mechanism for the most vulnerable groups in our population through monetary transfers. We've established a development project for social networks and basic services, as well for social nets and basic services, as well as a support project for vulnerable people. Furthermore, an incentive mechanism for agricultural financing based on risk sharing is and a structuring project to improve rural agricultural training and integration have also been established. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, I should like to invite everybody to consider the bases of multilateralism and the objectives sought by the founding fathers when they envisaged this global governance system. During the 75th session of our General Assembly, we engaged in a lengthy discussion here at the United Nations about, and we wish to reaffirm our commitment to multilateralism. An important declaration was adopted during the commemoration of the 75th anniversary of the United Nations. This aptly reflects the new multilateral ambition which we have embraced, an ambition which we hope to see more just and equitable, and to show us that we are the engines of the global development and growth that is sustained. Today, we are called upon to adopt concrete measures to tackle the plethora of challenges which weaken our world: inter alia, terrorism, security challenges, not to mention COVID-19. However, unfortunately, we cannot but note, but far too often we trample upon our multilateral commitments. At times, we strip them of all of their meaning, their strength, their roots. Ladies and gentlemen, how else can we understand the fact that the Security Council of the United Nations remains so exclusive? Why not work in good faith towards reform of this important organ of the international security system by making it more reflective of present-day international realities? Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, after this analysis, we come to the following conclusions. Today, we are convinced that African countries, or Africa in general, no longer wish to align themselves with great powers, regardless of who they may be, due to the shortcomings of the concept and the failure of the concept of multilateralism. The role assigned to Africa in the 21st century reflects the image that some powers still hold vis-a-vis our continent, seeing it as exclusively their zone of influence. Africa has almost no impact on the current global order, and yet Africa endures the devastating consequences of upheavals of international society. Africa, in the eyes of certain powers, is only of interest when they are finding themselves in difficulty. There's a need to consider the role of Africa and the place that Africa holds on the internet, on the world stage. Today, Africa no longer holds the place that it deserves on the international stage. For a number of powers, Africa as a continent does not have a role to play as a major actor in the Kantian sense on the world stage. They think they live in the same world at a time when the world has changed profoundly. When the United Nations was created in 1945, with the exception of two African countries, which we all know, Liberia and Ethiopia, the countries of Africa were not yet independent. After 77 years, it is the same international system, unfortunately, which persists owing to the will of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council, who we all know. Although the African integration project is still a work in progress, a consensus has been reached between African states at the level of the African Union, as was recalled during the 77th session, this session, by the President of Senegal, President of the African Union, vis-a-vis the need for the continent to secure 2 permanent seats at the Security Council, in addition to 2 non-permanent seats for African states. Despite this general consensus of 54 African states, the reluctance of certain members of the P5, the reluctance to see Africa occupy this place, stands in stark relief. Unfortunately, the voice of Africa seems not to be heard because some simply do not wish to see Africa be a strong continent. The great powers wish to boil Africa down to a purely instrumental entity for the service of their causes, and they clearly do not wish to see Africa play an important role, a key role in the world. They frequently endeavor to prompt and encourage Africans to stick to their narrative, and ultimately Africans usefully are used to support one side against another. When the discussion turns to voting on a resolution at the Security Council, we are actively solicited on both sides. Africa is often courted, even subject to pressure by some of its partners. These mindsets and actions are anachronistic. They take shape in a historic context where Africa has become cognizant of its own responsibility, when Africa increasingly speaks in a single voice. The fractures of the colonial era between in Africa that are said to be French-speaking, Portuguese-speaking, Arabic-speaking, English-speaking, etc., have dwindled, as have the post-Cold War ideologies that dominated throughout the second half of the 20th century. Today, Africa wishes to remain Africa. Africa and African-speaking Africa, if I may put it that way. Present-day Africa is not the Africa of 1945, certainly not the Africa of the 1960s. Today in Africa, we have a plethora of new partners who are an integral part of the new international geopolitical landscape, a far cry from the 2 anachronistic blocks that structured the world in the post-war 20th century. The world has shifted toward multipolarism. To paraphrase Blaise Pascal, the world has become a whole whose center is both everywhere and nowhere. And Africa cannot and will no longer be a carriage of a single locomotive. Many African countries today, in truth, are very much entwined and no longer entwined in terms of regimentation they are no longer linked and bound by colonial history. They are very much keen to work with new partners. All of these changes linked to history itself and the perpetual future, but also the patent will to adopt a paradigm shift in terms of cooperation in Africa. And this should prompt certain powers to adopt a software change, so to speak, if they wish to continue to work with the Africans. There is a challenge for a shift in mindset, a shift in conduct among our partners. Without exception, They look towards Africa with agendas that are dictated by their own interests. Africa now expects more equality, respect, equity, and justice in its relationships and partnerships with the rest of the world, with the great powers, regardless of who they may be. Today, the Africans wish to be real partners for the rest of the world. In the concert of nations, there is a need for Africa to be heard, for dialogue to have a purpose. The inability to listen perverts the purpose of dialogue, morphing it into a juxtaposition of monologues, partial reasonings, at times in the guise of pseudo-multilateralism, whose danger resides in the distortion of the relationship. And yet in today's world, it is only by pooling our intelligence that we can reach agreement on the goals to be achieved together. Although the essential issues of our time remain unchanged, the understanding of the same issues diverges when one considers the South, when one considers the North. On the major international issues, listening to African voices cannot be simply an adjustment in discussions. Africa certainly doesn't have the same megaphones that the great powers of the world do. However, the voice of Africa counts, and it needs to count if we wish to see Africa as a partner on the major international issues. In the meantime, Africa expects a genuine partnership, and our allies need to make an effort to embrace the spirit of this kind of a partnership. Our allies cannot each time secure the unconditional support of Africa. Africa wishes to cooperate with its allies on the basis of issues, including our interests being taken into account. To achieve this, there is a need for our partners to abandon the fancies that were largely forged in the 19th and 20th century, and they are clearly dissonant with the 21st century challenges, a century when national and regional challenges have global implications and global challenges have regional, national, even local consequences and ramifications. Economic repercussions and upheavals at the international level are direct consequences of the restoration of war in Europe, and this bears that out. We are all, in truth, all facing the same challenges and threats which imperil our survival and our existence. However, we firmly believe that we can build a prosperous world, more stable and more secure and safe for our people through enhanced and efficient and revitalized multilateralism. To that end, we have a single choice to, under the aegis of the United Nations, to restore strength and determination in our collective capacity for dialogue, resilience, and solidarity to help us make our planet once again habitable for all, and together and in a sustainable way to build the world which we share. We can, and this is something which we believe very sincerely, we can read the founding text, learn to respect and consider the smallest, the weakest, and the most vulnerable. Yes, we believe that another world is possible. We are all condemned in that regard. And here, once again, I will paraphrase the eminent Albert Einstein on the subject of war. I do not know how the Third World War will be fought, but I know there will not be much of a world to see the fourth. I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and Togolese Abroad of Togo. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Watif Altijani Ahmed Kaboro, Minister for Foreign Affairs, African Integration and Chadians Abroad of Chad.
السيد رئيس الجمعية العامة السيد
Mr. President of the General Assembly, United Nations Secretary General, heads of state and delegation, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to congratulate His Excellency Salva Koroshi for his election as President of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly, and I wish to express to him our best wishes for success in leading this session. Allow me also to pay a well-deserved tribute to His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid, the outgoing President of the General Assembly, for the vim and vigor which he put into the work of the 76th session. I welcome and pay tribute to the Secretary General's leadership, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, in these times of manifold and complex crises around the world, and we reiterate to him Chad's full friendship and support. Mr. President, this session, based on the theme A Watershed Moment, Transformative Solutions to Interlocking Challenges, is beginning as humankind is facing numerous challenges unprecedented since the establishment of our organization. These are successive, serious, and complex challenges coming one after another, so many that we are struggling with our collective efforts to overcome them. This situation must tug on all of our consciences, and first and foremost, the United Nations, which was quite rightly established to address these situations around the world. For instance, we see tensions related to the war in Ukraine and its repercussions on the affected civilian populations, as well as its impact around the world, both on our economies and our food and energy supply. Another one of these tests that we are facing was the emergence of the COVID-19 pandemic, which disrupted all of our lives. Today, the world is struggling to recover from the shock caused by COVID-19. It was an unprecedented challenge that we experienced and endured. We saw the loss of millions of human lives and harmful consequences on the health, social, and economic levels. The recent lull shouldn't lead us to let down our guard. The lessons that we've learned from this fateful period should lead us to further consolidate multilateral cooperation, because multilateralism was what was needed when states and organizations rallied around, came together, and worked together to overcome this scourge. We hope to see further consolidation of this multilateral cooperation, particularly when it comes to tackling other persistent and recurrent crises and challenges such as wars, terrorism, climate change, health and food crises, poverty, just to cite a few. That's why this session is an opportunity to once again reaffirm our commitment to the ideals, principles, and purposes of the United Nations Charter, and to renew our collective commitment to make them a reality, particularly through the implementation of the recommendations made in the Declaration of Heads of State and Government at the commemoration of the 75th anniversary of the UN. It is time to act in order to make these goals a reality by correcting the many shortcomings that we have seen throughout the existence of our organization, which have allowed the problems undermining our international society and hamper the full achievement of the promises contained in the Charter to persist. In this regard, the Secretary General's initiative, Our Common Agenda, is an action plan aimed at strengthening and speeding up the implementation of multilateral agreements, particularly the 2030 Agenda, and to bring tangible change to people's lives. It's particularly welcome. It does indeed represent a great leap in the right direction. Chad supports this initiative fully, and we hope that it will lead to promoting and strengthening a multilateralism that brings specific solutions to the major challenges of our time. A type of multilateralism that is able to have a real impact on people's lives, particularly in poor countries, and not a sham multilateralism that boils down to little more than hollow statements. In this regard, we would note that this year, 7 years after the adoption of the 2030 Agenda and 3 years since the proclamation here in New York of the Decade of Action to speed up the achievement of the SDGs, the results from their implementation are far from being achieved, particularly for poor countries. As was underscored by the Secretary General in his report on this, these goals will not be attained, and many will fall by the wayside if we do not take bold action. Worse still, we could see a downward spiral and disillusionment taking root in the hearts of millions of people around the world. That's why, following on from the call of heads of state and government at the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, the Secretary General's initiative, Our Common Agenda, gives us the hope that our legitimate expectations from international agreements and programs, particularly the 2030 Agenda, might be met. Mr. President, all of our action converges towards sustainable development, but development is only possible if there are lasting peace and security. That's why our state's efforts to achieve these aims require increased and constant support. International commitments made to that end through the 2030 Agenda, the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, the Paris Agreement, the New Urban Agenda, and all other international agendas must be honored. And that, if we want to reach the ultimate goal of ensuring that no one is left behind and that we have a planet that we want to live on, which can be bequeathed surely and proudly to future generations. To do this, and in the face of worsening, compounding challenges that are shaking the very foundations of our collective action, it's crucial to keep up and strengthen existing commitments made by virtue of crucial solidarity linking our states with each other, particularly the rich and the poor. Firstly, through official development assistance and through the implementation of economic and financial empowerment initiatives and sustainable development policies for least developed countries and landlocked developing countries. Mr. President, despite Despite geopolitical divisions and diverse forms of obstacles, any trend or temptation towards reducing development assistance would be counterproductive. It would risk further worsening the crises around the world. That's why Chad calls on donor countries to keep up and expand development assistance, and this through the United Nations system, which provides invaluable relief to hundreds of millions of people around the world whose very survival depends on it. And while I am on this subject, I must also mention the issue of debt, which continues to represent too heavy a burden for many developing countries, including Chad. This burden truly strangles our economies, hampering post-COVID recovery or any economic recovery that might be strong enough to allow for the implementation of sustainable development programs. That's why debt relief remains an absolute imperative to drive economic recovery in low-income countries and to brighten the somber outlook for the global economy. With this in mind, Chad reiterates its support for the various appeals and initiatives to cancel or restructure debt for developing countries. Thus, I would also wish to appeal for the swift materialization of facilities already allocated to my country under these initiatives that have been launched by various multilateral bodies in order to allow us to respond to the pressing needs of our people who are already facing the combined effects of structural economic problems, humanitarian emergencies, insecurity caused by the terrorist threat, harmful effects from climate change, the food crisis, just to cite a few examples. Mr. President, turning now to the political situation in my country, as you know, we have seen a political transition since the 20th of April 2021. I would like to tell you now that the process this transition process is making satisfactory headway. The Transitional Military Council, led by General Mahamat Idris Deby Itno, and the transitional government are committed to seeing it to its conclusion in order to allow our country to find lasting peace once again and to focus